I call the August 17th, 2021 closed session meeting of the City of Fullerton City Council to order. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
And Councilmember Dunlap is nearby.
I skipped our information on how people may participate, even with closed session here.
Very quickly, you can participate either by attending the meeting or joining the Zoom. The Zoom ID is 978-4219-1797. You can go online at zoom.us/join or call 1-669-900-9128 if you would like to participate via Zoom. And the instructions are also included on the agenda on the website.
Thank you. We will now entertain public comment on closed session items only. Seeing no one in attendance in the chamber, are there any calls?
No calls.
And there were no closed session announcements either, I take it.
There's no waiver. You need to announce the anticipated litigation? Then there are no announcements.
With that, we shall adjourn to closed session. We're prepared now after a vigorous closed session discussion to begin the study session. The study session will be potential adjustments to fiscal year 2021 through 22 general fund budget. And the recommendation from staff is to consider information presented during the study session and return at a future city council meeting to make choices regarding any potential changes in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. City Manager Danley and Administrative Services Director Chang will provide the presentation.
Move the slides using this way, go back, forward, and then this is the pointer.
That's the pointer?
Yeah. So if you click, it's very faint, but you can see it.
Good afternoon, City Council members and members of the public. At your June 1st City Council meeting, you adopted a placeholder budget to allow for the conduct of normal city operations until staff could do two things. One was to submit the impacts of both a 2% and a 5% general fund budget cut scenario, and two, to allow sufficient time for federal agencies to provide adequate guidance on the available uses of ARPA monies for implementation by the City of Fullerton. I'd like to start off by thanking department staff for working with me and our Administrative Services Department to craft today's presentation. It was a complex and painstaking process that required taking into consideration multiple and cross-impacting variables specific to the city. I'll share today's presentation with our Administrative Services Director, Ellis Chang. I'll ask her to come forward now and give you a brief update to the financial condition of the city from June 1st to today.
So thank you, Steve. As Steve had mentioned, the fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget was adopted substantially as a placeholder. The fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget, as seen on screen, was adopted with a structural deficit of $10 million, with revenues of $101 million and expenditures of $111 million. As the budget stands today, the structural deficit is to be partially closed with $3.8 million of position reductions. The remaining was to be closed with $6.6 million of contingency reserves. So this is as of budget adoption in early June. Following the June 1st budget adoption meeting, Administrative Services presented City Council with fiscal year 2021's third quarter update, bringing favorable news that the fiscal year 2021 general fund ending fund balance was projected to be approximately $4 million more than anticipated. And that can be seen on the operating surplus deficit line of the positive $4.051 million. In addition, at the last City Council meeting, City Council adopted an increase in development fees, which is anticipated to result in $163,000 of additional general fund revenues in fiscal year 21-22, and that was also can be seen on the third column under the adjusted fiscal year 21-22 column under revenues labeled developer user fee increases approved August 3rd, 2021. I would like to briefly recap the fiscal year 2021 projection that was presented at the third quarter update and its adjusted impact on the ending current fiscal year general fund balance. So as seen in the first column, the general fund is projected to end fiscal year 2021 with an ending operating surplus of $4 million. This is due to unanticipated one-time residual receipts revenue of $1.4 million received in May, and due to the duration of program and service closures because of shelter-in-place orders, as well as through departments holding down costs, resulting in expenditures coming in under budget by $2.6 million. With the operating surplus and net transfers in, general fund is now projected to end fiscal year 2021 with an ending fund balance of about $14.5 million. After 9.6 is designated towards achieving the minimum 10% contingency reserve, a plus or minus $4 million of unassigned or available fund balance will remain. Staff recommends that this additional plus or minus $4 million be designated as additional contingency reserve for fiscal year end 2021. Should City Council approve these adjustments at the September 21st meeting, the entire general fund ending fund balance will be designated as contingency reserve for fiscal year end 2021, resulting in an estimated 15% contingency reserve level. This will allow City Council to achieve its policy of maintaining a minimum 10% contingency reserve into fiscal year 21-22. It should be noted that even with the additional plus or minus $4 million at fiscal year end 2021, the general fund will still be $2.5 million short of its minimum 10% reserve level for fiscal year 21-22, and it does not change the ongoing structural deficit. All subsequent forecast slides have been developed using the adjusted fiscal year 21-22 figures represented in that third column. Incorporating the aforementioned adjustments for fiscal year 21-22, this slide presents an updated forecast through fiscal year 26-27. This forecast shows that by the end of fiscal year 22-23, general fund will have available only $2.9 million for contingency reserves, which is about a 2.6% reserve level. And by the end of fiscal year 23-24, the general fund is projected to end with a negative fund balance of approximately $800,000. This shows that the current 4% vacancy savings of about $3.8 million will be insufficient in reducing the base expenditure budget. A structural deficit is anticipated to remain until revenue growth outpaces expenditures. To bridge this gap, ARPA is a viable option to support government operations through fiscal year 26-27. And with that, I will switch to the next slide. So in this next slide, it demonstrates that the impact of using ARPA to support government operations. This forecast shows the use of about $19.4 million of ARPA allocation to stabilize government operations over a 5-year period while maintaining an ongoing 4% vacancy savings. As highlighted in yellow, this presents the use of ARPA to offset budgeted general fund expenditures of $6.3 million in fiscal year 21-22, $5.3 million in fiscal year 22-23, $3.7 million in 23-24, $2.5 million in 24-25, and $1.6 million in 25-26. Application of ARPA in this manner will enable the general fund to operate through fiscal year 25-26 while maintaining contingency reserve levels around 12 to 13%, and with approximately $3.3 million of ARPA allocation for City Council designation. I'll hand the presentation back to Steve to review the City Council requested budget scenarios. Once he is completed with the impact of these scenarios, I will walk you through the resulting financial forecasts of implementing either a 2 or a 5% additional budget reduction.
Oh,
Oh,
So on this, just to understand, that yellow row there, we're saying that we put some of the ARPA. Can't hear you. Oh, sorry.
So what you're saying is that the yellow row represents money that we can put into our general fund from ARPA to help manage our budget, but this would still make us keep that 4% vacancy rate.
that's correct.
And we do this, our services to the city as they currently are, would they remain the same or would they increase because it would allow us to, well, maybe not bring somebody back, or will our services remain the same, decrease, or increase?
They will remain at the current reduced level of the $3.8 million vacancy reduction.
Okay, so they will remain there, and then, so all those costs we get about the meetings, the medians, and all the maintenance would still go on.
That would be correct.
Okay, and then if we do this, well, this is one option. The other option that you're going to present, just so I understand, is maybe not doing this and looking at the 2 or 4% cut and not use any of these ARPA funds, correct? Is that what we're going to next on?
That would be towards the end of the presentation, but I think City Council had requested the 2 and 5%
2 and
along
5,
with
yeah.
the impacts, and that's what the acting city
Yeah,
manager
I'd
will
like
be
to make a
requesting.
point on that. Really, if you don't use ARPA, we're in trouble. I mean, we won't finish this year up with a 10% contingency reserve if we don't use ARPA.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
I have a question, if I may. Sure. The last at the last couple of meetings when we talked about the update, there was a variancy in the projections. Right, we got a surplus in the third quarter, and it was a significant surplus. These projections here, and this does not include any potential surplus that we could see in for the fourth quarter or the first quarter of this fiscal year either, because I think you said the last time that potentially could happen too.
The surplus of $4.4 million was derived from $1.4 million of one-time residual receipts property tax revenue. I don't know whether that's going to occur again because we don't have a property tax consultant on that we've retained. In addition, the bulk of that remaining $2.6 million of expenditures that were budgeted that actually were not incurred were primarily due to the fact that city human and leisure services were closed due to the shelter-in-place order. So as built into the 21-22 budget, the anticipated level of staffing needed to conduct or carry out those programs or services were built in to the 21-22 budget. If the state goes into another shelter-in-place order with a much longer lockdown again, it is very possible that we will see those expenditure savings, but that would come at the fact that we would be potentially letting go a lot of the non-regular employees that we're currently in the process of rehiring for summer programming and services.
And then my last question on this is that, you know, we're with the ARPA funding, we're only projecting 5 years into this. So on year 6, we're back in a deficit.
The reason is that ARPA can only be used, must be obligated or appropriated by the end of December of 2024, but must be fully expended by December of 2026.
Right, yeah.
So if we're able to use a portion of our revenue loss provision of ARPA to stabilize or subsidize government operations, we can only do that through 25-26.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most important aspects of this presentation is to point out to decision makers and the public that insufficient revenues are available to provide the full complement of public services at the present time. Due to this insufficiency, the city has been required to cut back on both its services it provides and the staffing resources needed to hold down general fund expenditures in an effort to make sure each fiscal year is balanced. Indeed, during this fiscal year, as Ellis explained, city expenses are projected to exceed revenues, and reserves will be used to balance the budget. Fortunately, as previously discussed, ARPA money can provide a much-needed but only temporary relief to balance the budget over the medium term. These next few slides are summary slides, and they're meant to just give you an idea of the position count impact from each of these scenarios we'll be talking about. The first one is the impact of a $3.8 million reduction, which is built into the budget right now. So based on what we have right now, we are holding 36.5 positions vacant. If we go to the next slide, it shows a 2% reduction that you asked us to look at. So the first column, if you go down to the total, is the 3.8. That's the 36.5 we just mentioned. If we go to a 2% additional reduction, we would reduce another 14.2 positions. In this slide, if you go down to the middle column where it says 5% additional reductions, that would give you, and mind you, it's 5% over the 3.8. So that would result in 35.5 positions that would be held vacant. So if you add the 3.8 plus the 5, you get to a situation where you'd have 72% or 72 position vacancies that you would have in the city, and that equates to about an 11% vacancy factor. All right, I'm going to walk through the charts, and the purpose of doing this is to give you a visual impact of the cuts that we would be talking about for positions, so you can see where they would be and how we would go about doing that. I think it's important to point out that these impact scenarios, they were done on an across-the-board basis. So every department did 3.8, every department did 2%, and every department did 5%. And we had to do this to show you what it would look like. But if we were going to implement this, we would come to council and we do a more strategic cut depending on what your priorities are. And we'll talk about that toward the end of the presentation. All right, the charts I'm going to show you, just to give you a legend, the black font vacancies that we're going to show, those are not even part of the $3.8 million that we're holding aside now. Those are just what's vacant outside of that we can fill. But one of the things you're going to see is that we have more than just the 3.8 vacancies. We have the everyday turnover vacancies that are out there, and that's how we get some of our extra savings at the end of the year is by those vacancies. Then when we get to the 3.8 million, they'll be in blue font. When we get to the 2% cut, they'll be in yellow font. And when you get to the 5% cut, they'll be in red, and you'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment. All right, let's start first with the police department. And this is a chart of what the police department looks like at the current $3.8 million vacancy savings level. The ones in blue are the 3.8 vacancies. So if you look at the top under communications, that it's under the operations division, that's one dispatcher that's vacant. And with that, of course, when you're down with dispatchers, it takes longer response times to get police cars out on the street. And you look just below that, there's 4 police officers vacant that we have as part of the $3.8 million savings. Without those police officers, it has a direct impact to the traffic division. We have no motorcycles on the street with those vacancies. Our DUI checkpoints are very scarce, and we have an increased time for traffic inspections as well. Now, if you go to the bottom of that column, you'll see 2 parking control officers are currently vacant. That equates to a 50% reduction in staff in that area, and there's less enforcement of traffic violations. Now, I'm walking you through this so you can get an idea of what we're not doing today. In the middle of the column, under Administrative Assistant 2, there's a secretary vacancy, and of course, without clerical assistance, that means managers are doing the clerical work in their area. All right, in the next column, investigations, if you go down, you'll see a Community Services Bureau with Community Service Officer vacant there. And that's the police officer's department's ability to have positive community relationships out there. So without this person, it impacts that. Then on the far right, you'll see 3 record clerks that are vacant. And that has a problem with the state reporting requirements and the federal reporting requirements that impacts our ability also to do police reports to the public. All right, that's currently what's happening with 3.8. If we add 2% cuts onto that, there's the 2% cut is in yellow on the left side, and that's in the Patrol Bureau, where we'd have 6 more police officer vacancies. And of course, that would spell longer response times. We'd also have to backfill patrol officers from specialized units like gang, regional task force, robbery. And it would also require, in doing that, that we'd probably have to return some grant funds because we wouldn't be able to do the things we said we would be able to do with staffing. All right, if you move down, so that's the one area on yellow that would be impacted with a 2% cut. All right, now with a 5% cut, you're looking at the red font. So if you're on the left side, that would be an additional 4 police officers that would be vacant. So if you add that up between the blue, yellow, and red, that's 14 police officer positions that would be not available. If you go down, then you go all the way to the right, the records division, you see 3 records positions, and that would place us in trouble with the DOJ as they require us to have a 24/7 records operation to have information go back and forth between crime agencies. All right, so that's police department. Next one is fire department. This one's a little bit harder to see. On the right-hand side, about midway through, you'll see the first one. That's a customer service representative that's held vacant at the current time. And those duties have been reallocated, so there's much more budgeting, less returning of phone calls, less community information to the public because of that. All right, if you go down a little bit lower, you'll see a couple positions that were hazmat positions. Those really have no impact because at the last meeting, we gave that program to the county. So those need to be eliminated anyways. But the one in the middle is the plan check specialist. Some of the council members will be familiar with this one because we have an issue in a neighborhood for fire plan checks. That this would be take much longer to do the fire plan checks for building permits and other things that are going on. We would have to hire contract staff, and when we do that, we get different contractors that come out. So it affects the ability for them to work with community and economic development, public works, and other areas where they need to work with each other on all these permits. All right, a 2% cut for the fire department. It's the yellow. So if you notice in the middle of the page, there's a yellow. That's a battalion chief. There's 3 battalion chiefs in the city for a 24-hour shift. So we would be down 1, and so the other 2 would have to make it up in overtime. One of the issues with that, obviously, is you spread yourself thin. Also, it has an impact on promotional opportunities because people may or may not want to promote to an area where they have to put in significant overtime to cover this shift. Then down at the bottom, there's 4 yellow firefighter positions that would be part of a 2% cut. And of course, that would impact response time. All right, if we move to a 5% cut, the top right You can see that the utility worker drivers, those are your people that deliver supplies, do a lot of ancillary things at fire sites to help out. Those would all be gone. Then if we move down to the bottom of the firefighters, you can see where we have impacts there. There would be 8 total firefighter positions that would be gone. In Station 3, there would be, instead of 4-man crews, there would be 3-man crews. And mind you, with the Fullerton Fire Department, there is an MOA agreement that would have to be negotiated. So before we did anything, we'd have to meet on that and meet and confer and do that. Excuse me, I'll get some water.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Sure. Well, we have our fire chief here. Sir, with the 2% reduction, it's a basic scheduling issue, correct, sir? No jobs are being eliminated. At a 5%, we're now eliminating jobs. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct. It'd be a combination of the vacancies, five vacancies, and then 3 positions that would be essentially defunded. And just a correction we did have to make, we were talking about today, it wouldn't be Station 3, it would have to be Station 4. Our Station 3 houses our Office of Emergency Services, or our OES rig, that is required to respond with 4 people for our wildland mutual aid response. So our Station 4 would go down from 4 people daily to 3 people daily. This in fact would increase our response times because there's a trickle-down effect that occurs from the other stations as that one unit goes in service to respond to a call, and instead of being able to split and part of that unit go back into service while part of those crew go to the hospital with a patient, now that unit goes completely out of service. So if there's another call for service in Station 4's area, it would then begin to draw in other units from the other parts of the city, which causes increase in response times to those other parts of the city.
Understood.
So that's the impact of that.
Thank you, Chief.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to follow up on that, Mr. City Manager, can you go back to the 2% slide, if you can? So there we will lose that battalion chief, right? On the 2%? Is that what that's showing?
The battalion chief would remain vacant.
Vacant. Oh, so it's vacant. Oh, because it said, when you said yellow, okay.
Remain vacant, which only keeps us with 2 battalion chiefs. It doesn't allow us to respond out of county to help with our mutual aid agreements.
And so with the 2 battalion chiefs, they're having to increase hours to cover the 24 hours?
Correct. Each month they're taking on 5 additional shifts, which for a short period of time is fine, but over the course of time, that's a vastly increased workload for them. And for that particular shift, they are the daily supervisors for 10 stations. Okay. So you definitely have a lack of consistency amongst that shift it's very difficult to try to maintain. Right. And that's the agreement we have currently between the city of Fullerton and Brea.
All right. And then I don't know if you or maybe Ms. Chang or the city manager, how much, I guess, overtime did we pay out last fiscal year? Do we have that number? Or if not, we can get it for the September session? Because, what happened to your slide, Steve?
Oh, you want me to go back?
No, that's fine. Because here we're saying they're taking on extra shifts, right? So we're paying overtime. And I know that's been a concern in the past where we're having a lot of our fire personnel work overtime. Can we get a number for the next session about our overtime last fiscal year and what it is this fiscal year? If you could. Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I have also a question on the fire. So you're saying, Chief, you're saying that the 2% cuts, there are no positions eliminated. What are those 4 firefighter positions in Station 4 and 5?
Those positions would be held vacant.
Those are currently vacant as well?
Those are currently vacant, and they would remain vacant.
Got it.
One point of note is that while as the city manager had mentioned that the current MOA requires a constant staffing requirement, the only way to get to the 2% cut with the 1 battalion chief remaining vacant and the 4 firefighters remaining vacant if there is no overtime to cover those positions. So if we were to eliminate overtime in order to yield the savings necessary to get to the 2% cuts, there would be a potential need to add additional firefighters. to be held vacant or renegotiate the MOA to eliminate constant staffing.
Yeah, sorry, and just to continue on my question, so these positions are currently vacant. What is the impact currently on our response time having these vacant or maintaining them as vacant position?
Well, the vacancy right now, as Ellis mentioned, they are constantly staffed, meaning that each 6 parts of our city services remain intact 24/7, 365. So currently we have 10 vacancies in the firefighter rank, and the impact to that, along with injuries, COVID, trying to respond to our wildland fires, it really becomes just an increased workload on those people that are constantly staffing those units. So we're starting to see those impacts to the workforce. So we're still maintaining our response times, but where we start losing our response times start decreasing is when we eliminate or we defund positions. So I currently have firefighters that are ready to be hired to fill those vacancies, but wanted to hold off on bringing them on until we had this discussion. So we currently have 10 or 11 firefighters that are ready to go for the city of Fullerton, but I wanted to make sure that we had further direction before we made those offers of employment.
Okay. And then last question on area 4, on the 5%, if I may go to that chart. So you're saying that's not station 3, but 4, right? With the elimination of these positions would be.
Correct, and that's just due to we have that our OES brush
Right.
engine that's housed out of station
And then
3.
station 4, that's in North Fullerton. That services the north side.
Correct, that's the station off of Harbor and Hermosa.
Right. So we're saying that there may be impacts or delays if that happens in that north side.
Correct. That was the next available station that we felt was less impactful out of the entire organization to do that, and that would be a 3-person paramedic engine. And so that's where we'd have a possible increase in response times.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, the next department that we have is Public Works. This is just one half of Public Works we can fit on the slide. On the left-hand side, under CIP design, there's a vacancy, an assistant engineer, and then a little bit to the right on the bottom, there's one in traffic engineering. This is what's currently happening, and it extends the time to implement important capital improvement projects with these vacancies. This is still the 3.8. It's the other side of the organization. The clerical assistant on the left-hand side, of course, again, that's where management picks up clerical tasks. If you move over to the right a couple columns, at the bottom you'll see 5 maintenance workers, and then to the right you'll see another maintenance worker, so there's 6 maintenance workers. And this is where we get into the issues where we calls where high-use parks and medians are serviced bi-weekly right now rather than on a weekly basis as they normally are. All right, if we move to a 2% cut, we don't propose cutting additional positions, but we do propose cutting non-position areas. So one of those would be watering the parks, or cut by 20%. Equipment and small furniture, expenditures cut by 40%. We reduce overtime for those priority items that come up, like with our homeless encampments, our parking lot maintenance, our sidewalk maintenance. We would cut that overtime in that area. All right, with a 5% cut, there's no red on this page, but in the traffic engineering section, we do have a consultant, and we would cut that consultant by 50%. So it would take longer for plan reviews for developers, and also it would delay important traffic studies of potentially dangerous conditions and increases our liability by not addressing those as quickly as we could. The other side of the organization, clerical assistant vacancy, those are the people that get the service requests in, and they take those calls and dispatch the work crews out. So we would be cutting one of those and so it would take longer for us to dispatch workers out to the needed areas. And again, toward the right, we have more maintenance crew workers, and that would be cutting down on trails and lower priority parks, homeless encampments, special landscape projects, bus stops, and downtown cleaning areas. All right, community and economic development. On the sort of the bottom left, there's a GIS specialist, and that's what's happening right now today with vacancy. Property ownership updates are delayed by not having that position, and it reduces our ability to get maps that help explain particular projects of what's going on because we're down with that spot. All right, with a 2% cut, it's at the top of the Director of Community Economic Development. That position is vacant. We're going to have somebody come on board and on an interim basis. They don't receive salary or they don't receive benefits. So there's a savings in that regard with them not getting benefits. With a 5% cut, you'll see two red font items in the middle, a building inspector and senior permit tech. Those positions would be both underfilled at a lower level, and there would be increases in inspection time from 3 to 5 days. And on the senior permit tech, they would be without the permit techs underneath, without a full-time supervisor to supervise them. Then on the far right, the senior planner, that position would be held vacant for approximately 6 months or go part-time, and that would delay processing of permits for large and complex projects. Park and Recreation. The blue at the top is vacant. What we're doing now is having our Deputy City Manager serve as the Director of Park and Recreation, doing both of those assignments. If we go to a 2% cut, there's no position cut, but we would have a maintenance cut at our Independence Park because the gym area are closed, and so that would be an area where we discontinue doing any maintenance in that area. 5% cut, there's no position cuts, but that would be the elimination of events such as the first night New Year's Eve event, reduce hours of the downtown market by 2 hours, eliminate the fishing derby, would not hold any concerts at Hillcrest Park, and at the 4th of July celebration there would only be fireworks.
Mr. Acting City Manager, just a quick question. In the Parks and Rec, you're saying there's no cuts, but in fact, we can't really make any cuts. We only have 14 positions, right?
That's part of the reason there's not position cuts. We've already,
all right, just to clarify.
yeah, we've already gone down to the nub in that area, so we're having to look for other opportunities. Library, the 3.8, what's currently happening now, you can see the middle, you have a library technical assistant 1 and a library clerical assistant that are vacant. That delays book checkouts and delays preparation of statistical reports. If you move to a 2% cut, the yellow on that page is the bottom right. That delays the purchasing of library materials and also delays in their repair. And then the 5% cut, we would underfill the administrative assistant, and of course with a part-time secretary, usually people kind of move in and out of those assignments, so you lose a lack of consistency in your clerical support. The rest of these I can go through if you want. There'll be more of kind of the same in the Administrative Services Division, City Manager's Office, and other areas. Would you like me to go through each one, or you want to just skip to the next part?
Sorry if I interrupt. Again, sorry, on the library, I also want to just make sure, if I'm correct, that without the cuts, with the current situation, we are operating still at half time, right? Half the hours.
We have 1.5 vacancies currently right now.
Yeah. So it is operating at only 35 hours a
Yes.
week, yeah.
I think you're moving fine through this, so I'm fine with continuing. Madam Clerk, do we have a list begun for potential speakers when we open public comments?
If I click on the right item. Looks like we don't have anyone registered to speak in person, and I have one person on Zoom.
Okay, sounds like we can continue, really.
Okay,
You got a bunch of speakers, Mr. Mayor.
you know, this may be more important to hear what they say about this, and then I can cut past the other ones because you have them in your packets, and you could look at those to see what they are if you have questions. And then we have a couple parts at the end of this that are not related
No,
to the,
on the
don't have a-
packets, we never got a packet.
Yeah, I don't have any
we'll get you,
No, we haven't got
okay,
that.
we'll get you the whole complete package on all of this.
And until the attendees see the entire presentation, I think it may remain that they would have additional questions otherwise.
Okay.
We did a midpoint, right.
All right. City Manager's Office. There are we have one vacancy, but that's filled on a temporary promotion basis right now, executive secretary. If we go to 2% cut, there would be a half-time person in the city clerk's office that would be impacted by that, from going down to 1 to half-time. And then on a 5% cut, we would have to restructure the clerical support between the city manager and the city council. Those are the two areas we could probably take from. All right, administrative services. There are no vacancies in the $3.8 million savings that we're holding back, although you can see several vacancies on the chart just from they're allowed to fill. There's just been turnover that are on there. If you go to the 2% cut, down at the bottom on the left, you'll see an account clerk 2. That's it may sound like it's a small position, but those are the revenue generating positions that we have with the city, and they take in our revenue and put our invoices out and do all that. So when we hit those areas, then we actually hurt ourselves by our ability to take in revenue. If you go to the 5%, then we cut another clerk out of that area. So that has huge impacts on our ability to bring in money. And also it hits, with that level, monthly invoicing would not be possible under that scenario. It would take longer to do those things. Human resources. The area of savings we have an interim appointment as the director of HR, so that person does not receive any benefits for their pay, so we get salary savings from that. And that concludes all the areas on the charts. If there's no questions, then we can start getting into the ARPA part of the presentation.
So thank you, Steve. Right now, I think we're going to just transition for a little bit. I'd like to provide a brief overview of eligible ARPA uses and touch on some priority projects and programs for ARPA use consideration. To date, the U.S. Treasury has not issued its final rule, but has released further reporting and compliance guidance with regard to expenditure reporting categories and allowable uses. ARPA allocations must be obligated or designated for use by December 31st, 2024, and fully expended by December 31st, 2026. So ARPA can be used in two ways: to reimburse for direct COVID-related expenses as identified by the U.S. Treasury, or to replace any revenues that were decreased as a result of the pandemic to stabilize government finances. The second type of ARPA usage is clearly preferred by the city, as the use of these funds are primarily at the discretion of the public entity, with the exception of a few ineligible uses. Using the U.S. Treasury revenue recovery provision, the city's revenue loss calculation appears to cover the entirety of the $32.7 million of ARPA allocation. This means City Council is afforded the greatest flexibility when obligating ARPA allocations. Thus, as presented earlier on slide 5, Council may designate ARPA to support government operations by obligating ARPA towards budgeted items and still have remaining about $13.3 million for one-time projects or programs to support economic recovery efforts that the city's general fund budget cannot currently support. Departments have put together a list of Tier 1, Tier 2, as well as in-progress, high-priority items for City Council consideration. This full list is included in the supplemental materials, along with a summary of U.S. Treasury eligible expenditure categories applicable to the city. That is in the supplemental that, I apologize, was loaded earlier today. This slide presents some of the Tier 1 priorities. Tier 1 projects and programs total $65.7 million, the largest of which are street rehabilitation and water main replacement needs, beginning with this fiscal year through fiscal year 25-26, which is the last period in which ARPA must be expended. Tier 2 projects, which is not on screen, and programs total $2.9 million, and other projects and programs already in progress for City Council considered use of ARPA total approximately $1.6 million. Only a few of these projects are already included in the current year budget. The majority are not. While the list of projects and programs included in the supplemental materials for City Council consideration is extensive, staff also seeks City Council direction as to any other projects or programs that you would also like to be considered. So City Council requested reduction scenarios at an additional 2% and 5% above the $3.8 million vacancy savings to be included in the adopted budget. Additional 2% reductions reduces the necessity in that yellow highlighted section to use ARPA to support government operations. Additional 2% reductions results in approximately $2.2 to $2.3 million of additional annual expenditure reductions. That's that second highlighted row in yellow. By applying ARPA in a similar manner as presented earlier on slide 5 to offset budgeted general fund expenditures, ARPA in the amounts of $4 million in fiscal year 21-22, $3 million in 22-23, $1.5 million in 23-24, and about $200,000 in fiscal year 24-25 is projected to be needed to stabilize the further reduced level of government services and operations at a 2% reduction. Application of ARPA in this manner will enable the general fund to operate through fiscal year 24-25 while maintaining contingency reserve levels around 13% and with approximately $23.9 million of ARPA allocation for City Council designation.
So, Ms. Chang, if you
Yes.
may, just so I understand, so the top row on the yellow, that's the ARPA fund that we're going to go, and then the bottom one that's the funding from the 2% cut.
That's correct.
And then, what was the other question I had here? Oh, fund balance. I lost my number. Okay, I'll find it, but thank you.
So essentially, the amount needed to essentially help balance our budget in years 21-22 through 24-25 that was presented earlier on slide 5 is reduced because of the additional service level reductions baked into the 2%. Then that essentially alleviates the need for additional ARPA to kind of help stabilize government operations, thereby leaving additional kind of ARPA for City Council direction and use.
Thank you.
So this next slide is similar to the ones prior. So with an additional 5% reduction, there would be minimal necessity to use ARPA for general operating needs, as general fund would be operating in a surplus position with the corresponding reductions in service levels. At 5% reductions, in addition to the annual 4% vacancy savings, almost all of ARPA allocation would be available for City Council designation towards one-time projects or programs. And with that, I will hand the presentation back to Steve.
Now that we walked through this information, in this next portion, I'm going to ask you in just a few minutes to see if we want to talk about what city council priorities would be in these particular areas, because they will impact, if the council chooses to make cuts, we need to know the priority areas of which we want us to focus on. Before I do that, I think it'd be helpful to remember that while the 2% and 5% cuts would increase the amount of ARPA funds that can be used to bring the city closer to balancing their budget without the use of reserves, it also severely impacts the ability of the city staff to provide those services. In short, the city now has problems in providing the full range of services, and that will be exacerbated in a 2 and 5% scenario. If strategic cuts are based on maintaining public safety as a priority, then other debilitating cuts will need to be made in other departments like Public Works, Economic and Community Development, and Park and Recreation. So that in mind, I don't know if you want to do this today or you want to have a general discussion, but or wait till September 21st meeting, but to get an idea of what the council's priorities are in each of these areas.
I'd like to propose, in the interest of time, and this is too important for the city and its residents, for us to hammer out today. I think I'd like some more questions answered as well. We don't have the packet in front of us. We're just, I'm jotting down notes as fast as I can here and numbers. So if I may, sir, if we can get a special meeting in September sometime. I recognize we don't meet in the first portion of September. Just to go over this and have a more in-depth discussion of it, I'd certainly be grateful. Thank you, sir.
I concur. That would be quite helpful. I don't know how the rest of the council feels.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear tonight, obviously, from the public, but and I do agree that there's a lot of information to digest, especially on the ARPA funds and the programs, and we didn't receive all of this in advance to have good knowledge on it. I don't mind another study session actually, and but I'm not available first 2 weeks of September, knowing that there wasn't a council meeting, and so it would have to be in the second half, unfortunately.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, yeah, no, I would concur, but I would also like when we bring it back. I know that one slide where you showed the 19 million being allocated over 5 years. I think it was slide 5, was it, Ms. Chang? Yeah. I like to, when we come back, I like to see that slide, but maybe allocate 25 million and 30 million to see what those numbers look like, because I would like to see refilling some of those vacant positions, just because at least at the email level that I'm getting, where I got calls from residents who the maintenance on the medians on our roads are not being done. So I'd like to see if we can do that. So when we come back in September, can we have that same slide, but with your 19, maybe a 25 million and a 30 million, just to see what it looks like and to see what we can fill, given if we go a little above the 19 that you showed us today, because I know it's, and also a breakdown, I think I've asked before, of the overtime. What's it costing us right now? Because I know fire is understaffed, and we have to, the constant staffing, we have to fill. And I mean, is that negating any savings that we may have by, reducing another fireman?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Councilman, would you be willing to discuss that now? I think the city manager has council priorities up on the slide right now. So I think that's what we could discuss. So when we do meet again, those priorities are outlined in the numbers.
So discuss what, just...
What those priorities would be, sir.
Oh, the priorities. Oh, no, yeah. I mean, we can discuss that. But I just want this when we come back. And then definitely one of my priorities would be public safety and the public works, where we've had trouble, I know, with our water engineer to treat our water PFAS plant. We can't seem to hire someone there because we train them, they leave. So we could have that discussion, but those would be some of my priorities.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, on this point also, and I don't mind discussing this, I do want to just clarify something, I hope, or get a clarification on something. When we are looking at priorities, knowing that 70% of our services are labor-driven, it seems to me that workforce or prioritizing workforce really covers all of these departments, because that's 70% of the work that we do. And I think that probably should be where we focus, because if we look at our workforce, and make sure that we're looking at employee attraction and retention, that will positively impact public safety and parks and all the services that we are needing, knowing that, again, it's 70% is labor.
If I might, I went back to slide number 46. If you look kind of halfway down where you see in the first column, it says citywide, and the first one's ARPA administration, the next one's essential worker one-time compensation. What we tried to do there is say a 1% one-time payment to every employee would equal $700,000. So that is in the chart for a consideration for the council, just to keep in mind of how it wants to spend its funds. So this goes along with what you were saying, that there is a request there for consideration of the council.
No, but to clarify, when we're talking about priorities, are we talking about these this is workforce for our city, right? City workforce.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I think the
the
biggest
other-
part of that is, do we have the funds to attract and retain employees by what we pay them?
Right.
And so that's, how do you want to prioritize this in this list of items that we have here? Because how you prioritize those will determine if you want to cut, where you would cut at.
All right, maybe I wasn't so clear. What I'm saying is that if we're looking at public safety, within public safety, the majority of the work in public safety is workforce. The majority of the work in infrastructure is workforce. And the same thing in parks and community development, it's all workforce. So to have that as a bracket by itself, it seems to be that is where our focus needs to be in order to fix all the other things,
Okay.
right?
No, I kind of see it differently. I'll reserve more of my, comments, I guess, for the special study session we'll have. But, I kind of understood this to mean, hey, it's, these are basically categories within the budget, right? Where do we want to spend? Where do we want to prioritize? And, I think it's clear, look, sort of the, fundamental sort of cornerstone of local government, public safety and infrastructure. So I would put those two, kind of tied for first place in my book, and then, figure out how we can, within the constraints of our financial resources, budget the, remaining items, in order. So that's kind of the way I see it.
And I believe, I could be wrong, Councilmember Zara, but I believe the workforce employee attraction and retention is referring to salary levels and being able to match market demand right now and fill with the right amount of talent, right?
Yes.
So we're really talking about two different things here, not vacancies, but we're talking about augmenting salary levels
Yes.
is what that line is about, right?
Okay, thank you for that. That was the clarification I was trying to get, but thank you.
All right, so if we want to hold the in-depth conversation of those to a new meeting, then this same slide, the next slide, would also be fit in that category, but it's something to think about from now until then, of council identifying, what your contingency reserve level that you want moving forward. Do you want the minimum 10? Do you want the recommended 17, or another amount? Another item is, designated use of ARPA, which we've laid out as what the requests are. So you look at that, and then also the time frame to address the structural deficit. Do you want to do it in the short term, the medium term, or the long term? So those are things to think about to help us go to the next meeting. And that, with that in mind, the next steps is just what we were talking about, is when you want to meet. So it sounds like maybe the something before September 21st. So we'll have to find a date for that. So that's our presentation to you tonight. So if there's any questions, or if you want to proceed with public comments at this time, I give the meeting back to you.
I think we do want to allow ample time for public comments. Are there any comments by council members at this stage, or would you rather listen to the public? Okay. We would seek those wishing to speak to this item to line up on the wall on the north side. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, everybody else. I'm John Miller. I've been with Fullerton PD for 14 years. I'm Vice President of our association. I just wanted to go over some statistics and kind of where our department's at right now. We currently have 120 officers that are sworn. Only 100 are deployable, and what I mean by that is the chief, captains, lieutenants, people that are injured, are not deployable. So we only have 100 officers that could actually go out and work the streets. We only have 62 officers that do patrol, and the rest are in detectives or other assignments. We have 5 officers that are testing for other cities. We have 5 officers that are 50, eligible to retire today if they want to. 3 of those officers will be leaving this year. You have 4 more officers that are eligible to retire next year. In 5 years, you'll have 9 officers that will be able to retire. Our dispatch, we have 1 that just retired. We have 1 that's testing with another agency. We have 2 retiring this year. We had 1 full-time dispatcher go to part-time. We have 1 spot that is frozen. And just to note, we are down 5 records clerks, and due to that, our dispatch is doing records duty at night. And I just want to go over some stats. These stats are from 2010 to now, and we obtained these by doing public records requests, and these are the numbers that we got back, and I just have percentages for you. So I think it was about 2007, 2008, we had about 168 officers. So we're about a 40% reduction. Our priority 1 calls, which is our calls that we need to get to right now, someone screaming, needing help, baby not breathing, are up 57% from 2010 to now. Our violent crimes are up 1,312% from 2010 to now. Our transient calls are up 740%. We used to have 4 homeless liaisons. We only have 2 now. Our child abuse, child porn, arrests are up 250%. Our dispatchers that receive calls from 2010 to now are up 43%. Our traffic fatalities, which we have no more motors, are up 375%. 26 officers have left in the last couple of years to neighboring agencies. And the biggest reason why they have left is they want a stable city and for higher pay. It's about $250,000 to be able to get a police officer through the academy, through training and everything. So that's about $6.5 million that has walked away.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good evening. Dan Lancaster, President of Fullerton Firefighter Association, Mayor, council members, city manager, thank you for the presentation tonight. I'm not here to talk about numbers. I think the numbers are speaking for themselves tonight. Tonight, my concern is the mental and physical well-being of the men and women out there doing our job. I'm going to say it again, the mental and physical well-being of your firefighters has got to be a concern and a top priority moving forward with these decisions. As we discussed with our fire chief and the questions that were asked, for each firefighter vacancy, it creates 240 hours of man hours in addition to the 56-hour work week we're currently working. So times that by 10, that's 2,400 hours of additional manpower that needs to be worked by less than 50 firefighters that are able to actually put those hours in. That has to be a consideration. We currently have 5 veteran firefighters out on long-term injuries due to the wear and tear on the body. These are shoulders, knee replacements, hip replacements. The wear and tear is already starting to set in. Our young workforce can't keep up. We have to take these into consideration when we're moving forward with cuts. We can't afford any more cuts. We show up every single day already short-staffed. Our Station 6 needs a paramedic engine to help alleviate the workload on the other 5 stations. That ladder truck, 100-foot aerial, does not belong in an area where there's two-story residential. It needs to be in our downtown area where this council, previous councils have authorized the building of these massive housing complexes. It needs to be downtown. These are the things that we need to take into consideration. Again, the mental and physical well-being of the men and women of the Fullerton Fire Department need to be a priority. We need your support to do our job. It's not always about the pay. It's about the support from the city back to the employee. Thank you very much for the time.
Good evening, City Council members. Manny Adams, firefighter for your fire department, also Board of Director for the FFA. I just had one comment and one question. The comment is that all of your departments right now are at the nub, I would say, across the board, even before this presentation started. So the nub is as far as it can go, even with the 2 or 5%. There's nothing left to cut. My question is, your employees paid for an audit through Harvey Rose that found more than $15 million in misappropriated funds. So I was wondering how this information was used for the budget, and does it factor in to the $4 million that was found in the surplus from last year? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilmen, members of the public. I'm Egle Nuncio, resident here of this city that we all love. And for me, this is the most important thing. It will be public safety, infrastructure for our city, and park and recreations. And the library too, because we need to keep our children educated. And that is something very important for, I think, all the parents of this city too. You don't have to be left behind. Public safety is so important in our neighborhoods. We're suffering so much increase of crime. We hear the statistics. And a lot of the crimes, they are not reported for different situations. And we are trying to advocate for all those people that are victims. But we cannot expect our police force to work with so many cuts they have already. We have to think in all our police men and women in the city, our fire department, our men and women that work for the city. And this is about, when we talk about cuts, we put our employees very nervous and they start looking for another job. And what we do is our experienced people are leaving to other city, and then the process of hiring, training our employees here, and then they're gonna find a better pay and they're gonna leave us. And what we're getting for our efforts here, we have to have retention, salaries that invite our employees to stay longer in our city. We have so many employees that have the pleasure. I'm gonna mention Dave Landstaff. They have so many years, 38 years working for our city, and now he's working part-time. And we cannot do this because this is totally unfair. We expect the best from our employees, then we should give them the best treatment too. And that is something that is called be fair with the American Rescue Plan is exactly that, a rescue plan. For that money to be expended when we need it right now. And when we need it is in our staff because they need to perform. We are tired to see the parks dirty, the bathrooms are horrible, crime is increasing. We cannot expect the police to do miracles. We have to give them staff, policemen and women trained to come and help us. We need to have our fire department to be in the conditions, not expect to work so many long hours and expect them to perform so well when they are thriving. They are human beings like all of you. If you get tired, they get tired too. Let's have compassion, let's be fair and be just. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Jessie Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Healthy Neighborhoods. This past year, we did a survey of about 1,500 families that live in Fullerton. Their number one concern was public safety. Second had to do a lot with the conditions of the parks that we have. I just want to speak in favor. We already heard about all the cuts. It takes much more money to recruit and train police officers, firemen, and our other city council, city employees than it does to retain them. I urge you to put the monies into our public safety, our parks, and as much as possible. I know that you are, facing dire consequences here. I also encourage you to work with the university. Maybe contact the president of the university to work with you. There are many, many grants. Hopefully, some infrastructure money will be coming down from the federal government for the city to address some of those concerns, because those are big, big concerns, yes. But I really encourage you to contact some of the, because Cal State Fullerton and also Fullerton College are within the city, right? And so they're employees, and a lot of people live in this district, this city. So they're going to be concerned. I'm so sorry they're not here tonight. I am, and I'm concerned, and I will have my voice known at the university, but I really encourage you to reach out. Thank you.
Buenas noches,
Good evening.
Mayor y Council. Estoy aquí porque creo que una de las necesidades más grandes que tiene de la ciudad es la seguridad.
Mayor and council, I'm here because I believe one of the greatest needs that the city has is in regard to security.
Lo único que les pido que por favor piensen en los empleados.
Security or safety, and the only thing that I would ask is that you would think about the employees.
Ahorita lo que hemos estado escuchando es que trabajan bastante y la verdad es algo que después puede ser perjudicial para ellos.
Honestly, we are hearing that they're working a whole lot, and that can actually be something that can jeopardize them afterwards.
Necesitamos a la policía, al departamento de bomberos. Pues en realidad necesitamos a todos porque la ciudad se está viniendo abajo.
We need the police, we need the fire department. We honestly, in reality, need everybody because the whole city is going downward.
Los baños están muy sucios. Antes podía ir el chief mandó policías a patrullar el parque de la Hillcrest porque estaban tomando y estaban fumando. No les importa tener la cerveza afuera, pero ya volví a mirar que ya no están yendo.
The bathrooms are very dirty. The chief of police had sent people to patrol in the Hillcrest Park because there were people drinking and smoking, and they didn't care about having the alcohol outside, but then they stopped going to patrol.
Es una de las cosas que he mirado que otra vez volvió a cambiar. Ya no hay tampoco policías en las bicicletas. Creo que empezaron a haber 2 y ya no he visto otra vez.
And so that's one of the things that I've seen change. And then also, they used to have police on bicycles. I had seen 2, but I haven't seen them again.
Necesitamos más policías para patrullar, para tener una comunidad más segura. Gracias.
We need to have more police officers patrolling in order to be able to have a safer community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Yo soy Alma Vilchis, tengo 20 años viviendo en Fullerton.
I'm Alma Vilchis, and I've been living for 20 years in Fullerton.
Sí, con lo que estoy escuchando me está preocupando mucho que no vamos a tener mucha seguridad.
And with what I'm hearing, it's worrying me a whole lot that we're not going to have very much safety.
Como no más cortes para la policía, no más recortes para los firefighters, porque necesitamos de ellos.
No more cuts for the police, no more cuts for the firefighters, because we need them.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, espero que estén bien.
Good evening, I hope that you are well.
Yo le pido a Dios que les dé sabiduría para tomar decisiones correctas.
I ask God to give you wisdom so that you can make right decisions.
Sabiduría de escuchar a todos los ciudadanos de Fullerton.
wisdom to listen to all of the citizens of Fullerton,
escuchar sus ruegos sus ruegos de tener esta comunidad, esta hermosa ciudad segura,
to listen to their cries to be able to have this beautiful city be safe.
no nos enfoquemos solo en el dinero, sino en el bienestar de todos.
Don't focus just on the money, but on the well-being of everyone.
Recordemos que hoy estamos aquí, mañana no sabemos.
Let's remember that today we are here, tomorrow we do not know.
Hoy ustedes están enfrente, mañana pueden estar aquí abajo también.
You guys are here in the front today, but tomorrow you could be down here.
Para todos los empleados, trabajadores que han dado su juventud, pedimos por ellos que no desprecien su trabajo que han dado.
For all of the workers, all of the young people who have given of their youth, we ask that you would not despise all of the work that they have given.
Ustedes han sido jóvenes y también están llegando a esa edad, sin ofenderlos, pero piensen también a su futuro.
You guys, you have been youth in the past, and you're reaching a richer age. Not to offend you, but do not forget that, or do not. But you need to take into account the efforts of the youth.
Aprueben calidad, no cantidad.
You need to approve quality, not quantity.
Y eso le deseo que to seek God's wisdom like King Solomon did, so you can rule a good city. Thank you.
Okay.
How you doing? Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless and the veterans. Today, I would like to speak to you about the Fullerton Safe Parking Program. A safe parking program can give homeless individuals and families a safe, legal place to park and sleep 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. A safe parking program can include cars, trucks,
Mr.
vans.
Gamble, I'm sorry, these comments are reserved for the budget issues. It seems as though you're getting farther afield.
If you listen to it, it's really about the budget, really, everything that I'm saying, every word.
Okay, if
you want me to say
cut
it,
to the budget issues.
you like me to say it a different way, but it's really, it's all about the budget. It's about homeless, and I've heard homeless mentioned many times when it comes to the budget. So you want me to?
So you're urging increased expenditures on homelessness?
No, I wanted to do my speech, and it would tell you what I wanted.
Go ahead and proceed.
Can I start over?
If you want to, it's still within your time frame.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless and the veterans. Today, I would like to speak about the Safe Parking Program. A safe parking program can give homeless individuals and families a safe place to park and sleep 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. A safe parking program can include cars, trucks, RVs, and shipping containers. It's time that the City of Fullerton partner with Mary's Kitchen, 517 East Struck Street in Orange for a 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year safe parking program. Although Mary's Kitchen has been asked by the City of Orange to move from the cities of Orange in SB2 Industrial by Right Zone for emergency shelters, Mary's Kitchen Gloria Seuss, President, CEO, is looking for a new location in case a possible lawsuit against the city fails. The County of Orange, the OCTA bus drivers, our veterans, the public, and the City of Fullerton can join in on helping to relocate Mary's Kitchen to one of the following 2 locations in the SB2 Emergency Shelter Industrial by-ray zones. By-ray zones includes the following location: 1, Goodman Logistics Center, 2001 East Orangethorpe Avenue, Fullerton. Number 2, Bridges at Kramer Place, 1000 North Kramer in Anaheim. The Safe Parking Program can be funded via the $16 million from the American Rescue Act funds / vouchers. These emergency housing vouchers are provided to help assist those who are experiencing homeless, at the risk of homelessness, recently homeless, are fleeing, are attempting to flee domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Seeing no more speakers, okay.
And then if anyone in Zoom would like to speak, now's the time you raise your hand and we'll call you next.
The disrespect you show the speakers is uncanny. It's disgusting. Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a Fullerton resident. I am opposed vehemently to the cuts. The city's services are already compromised. I live in South Fullerton, and it'll be impacted the most. This council majority made big promises to fix our roads, improve public safety, and fix our parks without a sales tax. And yet, all I'm seeing is just cuts to all these services. ARPA funds are temporary and certainly cannot be used for any of the damage that you already did. Thank you, President Biden. Imagine if we didn't even have this safety net. So far, you presented no solutions, only cuts. In 9 months, you can bring a child to term. What have you been doing? We're losing experienced staff and having a hard time hiring in all departments, police, fire, library, and on and on. What are you doing? Stop hurting our city. Stop the cuts and start owning up to reality. We need revenue to reinvest in our community. Start talking about generating revenue. What kind of math is this? It's absurd. Go Bruins, and please get vaccinated.
Okay, we are going to Zoom calls. Call in user 2. I should unmute before I say that. Sorry. Okay, call in user 2.
Hi, can you hear me?
If you could
Hello?
speak a little more loudly, Maureen.
Okay, thanks a lot. Can you hear me more?
Yes.
Okay, I've got my mouth right to the receiver. Anyway, good evening. Maureen Milton, longtime resident of the city of Fullerton. Good evening, council and mayor. My question is, when you take a totally green employee, a totally green hire for the police department and the fire department, how many years does the cost go for training these people, and when are they? When do you consider them fully trained and kind of paying for themselves? They're probably two different times and costs for each department.
Thank you, Maureen. And that is it for Zoom callers.
Well, thank you. With that, I will bring the discussion back to the council. We're up against our start time for our general council meeting this evening. So I believe we should break right now and then reassemble here at 6:30. No argument? Okay. I call the August 17th, 2021 regular session of the City of Fullerton City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, could you please shortly describe how people may participate this evening?
Yes, very shortly. People can either join the meeting in person or by Zoom. If you want to join by Zoom, your meeting ID is 978-4219-1797. You can use that ID and go to zoom.us/join or call 1-669-900-9128, and further instructions are on the agenda on the website.
Thank you. And would you please conduct a roll call?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Here.
Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
And we have this evening an invocation to be provided by Imam Kaisar Shabir of the Fullerton Islamic Center to provide the invocation for us. Welcome. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Bismillah, tawakkaltu ala Allah. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an adilla aw udalla aw azilla aw uzalla aw adlima aw uzlama aw ajhala aw yujhala alayya. Allahumma anta salam wa minka salam. Tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram. In the name of Allah, I trust in Allah. O Allah, I seek refuge in you from leaving or being led astray, or against slipping or being caused to slip, or doing injustice or being done injustice, or doing wrong or having wrong done to me. O Allah, you are the source of peace. Peace comes from you. Blessed are you, owner of majesty and honor. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I would like to ask Councilmember Silva to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Attorney, do we have a report from closed session?
Yes, we have two reports this evening from closed session. The matter of you versus the City of Fullerton, that matter has been settled on a motion by Mr. Ahmad Zara, seconded by Mr. Whitaker, on a 4-1 vote, no by Mr. Zhang. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $90,000, and that has been settled. In the case of Trumbo versus the City of Fullerton, which is a minor, that matter has been settled in the amount of $98,000 and was settled in February of 2020. However, because it was a minor, it had to go through probate court and had to get a minor's compromise approved by the court. That matter was approved in closed session on a 4-1 vote. Motion by Mr. Zara, seconded by Jan Flory, with Mr. Whitaker voting no on a 4-1 vote. That matter has also been settled.
Thank you. It's time for ex parte communications report. If any member of the council has something to declare.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had a conversation with Tim Steed of OCA and with Dan Lancaster of the Fulton's Firefighter Association. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I had a conversation with representatives of OCA as well.
And I also had a conversation with the OCEA and the fire personnel.
Okay. All right. And with that, we are at presentations. We have certificates to award tonight and to call attention to the accomplishments of the 2021 Fullerton Hills Softball 10U Silver All-Stars. And head coach Melissa Thompson is representing the team. I would like to ask Councilmember Silva to accompany me, and we will provide this acknowledgement of your efforts. Ready? If I may this evening, owing to our packed agenda, we're going to handle the certificates in a more wholesale manner, but I'd like to give an opportunity for you to describe the happenings with the team.
Okay. Do you mind if I just say a little?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you to the council for having us here today. I prepared a few words. I'm a quick speaker, so we'll get through them pretty shortly. Dedication, hard work, respect, and having fun were the focus of this summer. The team practiced on the field 3 days a week, had a batting cage session 1 day a week, and played in tournaments every weekend. These young ladies showed up each and every day ready to learn and to give their best. This determination and dedication allowed us as a coaching staff to focus on just finding their fine-tuning their skills and reinforcing our confidence in them. The coaching staff was comprised of myself, Cassie Tomasoff, Travis Gambino, Mike Barrera. Each have experience in multiple leagues coaching young athletes. We also had key help from 2 moms that assisted with keeping the girls organized in the dugout, motivated, and focused. And I'll tell anyone who's ever done that, that is not an easy task. They were Jen Gambino and Ember Black. It was refreshing for me to have a coaching staff with the same goals. We were focused solely on developing these young ladies in the game of softball and life. And their dedication and knowledge, I believe, was really key to our success. So I want to thank them as well as the girls today. As a former Division I softball player myself and a coach that grew up playing softball, my goal, no matter what team or what sport I coach, is to build future leaders, not just on the field, but in life. And we want these young ladies to experience successes, to experience failures, but all remain dedicated during all of it and know that their efforts will give them results and believe in themselves and the potential that they have. The belief these girls had in themselves this summer led to their success, and I really appreciate it. Key to note, we were the first team in our league's 50-plus year history to win both a district and a state championship in the same season, and we went undefeated in both those tournaments. Yeah. I'm not sure that the girls know this, but there were over 100 teams competing in our age group to become the Southern California C-State champions. So we were 1 in 100 that did it, or over 100. Big accomplishment. You know, at the end of the day, these young ladies were exceptional, and what they achieved is historic. Most girls do not achieve this, especially in Southern California, which is considered, or California, the mecca of softball. I grew up playing, and every girl that came from California was held on a pedestal. You girls competed, you went out there, you worked hard. I'm so proud of you. I'm honored to have been your coach, and I cannot wait to see what the future holds for you, both on and off the field, and I will be there cheering you along all the time. Thank you again to you girls, thank you to the coaches, and thank you to all the families that supported us this summer.
Those are some very large accomplishments. And I have a warm spot in my heart for softball. I used to be a fast-pitch softball player as well. But to attain the achievements that you did, truly amazing. You are to be cheered. We have these certificates on behalf of the City of Fullerton to award, and I'd like to just read through one of them, and by alphabetizing, it's to Autumn Elliott. And this is to the 2021 Fullerton Hills Softball 10U Silver All-Stars, presented to Autumn Elliott of the Fullerton Hills Softball 10U Silver All-Stars in recognition of being the first team in the league's 50-plus year history to win both a Central District and State 2021 championship in the same season. The Fullerton City Council and all the residents of Fullerton congratulate you, your teammates, and coaches for your hard work, dedication, and teamwork to achieve this remarkable triumph. On behalf of the Fullerton City Council, I extend our very best wishes in all your future endeavors. Signed and sealed the 17th day of August, 2021, Bruce Whitaker, Mayor. Is Autumn here? Autumn. Now, yes. we're going to get a photo.
Yeah, stay right there.
What I'd like to do is, in rapid fashion, get the rest of these handed out.
Yeah.
And I will hand to the coach to distribute, and that's for...
Harper Black.
Yeah, Harper Black. Olivia Gomez. Alicia Rocklitz.
Yep, you're good.
Bella Lee. Shay Thompson. Tiffany Tolmashoff. Alia Barrera. Luciana Turan. And Zoe Gambino?
Yep.
Okay. Zoe Weber. Victoria Lopez. Kendall Sabala.
And then, so we're going to squeeze in right now and take a picture, but you also have a certificate for the coaches as well from our Assemblywoman Sharon Crook Silva. You'll have it here, and from our State Senator Josh Newman. So we'll give these to the coach, and you can disperse them later. Good job. Why don't we come on over here, fill in the space, and we'll get a picture. And
We want to be photoed with you champions here, okay?
if you like to.
Like the
We do
Olympics.
2 rows, yeah. the shorter one. Here, Elliot, why don't you move back a little bit?
Back.
And you two, Sarah, yeah. And come on now. Come right here. Just so we can yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Come on.
If we can pull in maybe you two behind these. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. There we go. That's it.
There you go.
Okay. Are we getting there? Remarkable achievement. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you got it perfect. All right. Got it.
And for those of you who are looking for a seat, most of these seats in the front are now available. You can ignore the reserved signs except for one that I need to say for our interpreter.
We have Council Member Zara now to present a Muslim American Awareness and Appreciation Month.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a proclamation or a certificate?
I thought you were going to go down.
I'll read it and then we can go down.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, in honor of, I know we mentioned it last time, but we are presenting it this month. It is Muslim American Appreciation and Awareness Month as per the state. And so it was only knowing that we have a very active and a Muslim community in our city that it would be great to have this resolution. And so I appreciate our council and our mayor. Whereas freedom of religion holds distinction as a cherished right and is a constitutional guarantee, and whereas enriched by the unparalleled diversity of its residents, the city of Fullerton takes great pride in supporting individual religious freedoms and is strengthened by the diverse religious and cultural traditions of its residents, including Americans who practice Islam. And whereas approximately 1 million Muslim Americans currently reside in California, the highest number of any state in the United States, and whereas the Fullerton Muslim community is recognized as having made innumerable contributions to the cultural, political, charitable, and economic fabric and well-being of our country. And whereas the Islamic Center of Fullerton, ICNA Relief, and Olive Communities Foundation have been established in Fullerton and promote brotherhood, sisterhood, community, charity, diversity, and strive to embrace all cultures within the city of Fullerton. And whereas Fullerton is also the home of several prominent Muslim figures who continue to make significant contributions to the city of Fullerton as business owners, legal professionals, doctors, engineers, teachers, and in many other notable capacities. And whereas there is a sizable number of Muslim American healthcare professionals and Muslim aid organizations who have worked diligently as essential workers throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and raised millions of dollars for COVID-19 emergency response assistance. And whereas it is appropriate to acknowledge and promote awareness of the myriad of invaluable contributions by Muslim Americans across the country, and extend to them the respect, rights, and fellowship every American deserves. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Bruce Whitaker of the City of Fullerton, on behalf of the entire council, Fullerton City Council, do hereby recognize August 21st, 2021 as Muslim American Appreciation and Awareness Month in the City of Fullerton. Now we'll go down now to... And I know to receive this, we have several members of our community represented, so please come forward.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Raghib. I am the president of Islamic Center of Fullerton and personally reside in Fullerton for the last 10 years. I am also a chaplain with the Fullerton Police Department. Thank you.
Greetings of peace. My name is Zainab Husseini. I am representing Olive Community Services. This is a grassroots nonprofit organization serving seniors in the community for the past 4.5 years, and we've been serving our seniors through online Zoom sessions throughout the pandemic and keeping them engaged through social isolation, and we are happy to represent and support this proclamation because the founders of Olive do value Islamic values, which are in line with values of the community. Thank you.
Hi, how are you doing? If you want, I have my co-worker with me as well. My name is Abdullah Zakria. I'm the Southern California Area Manager for ICNA Relief. We're a domestic relief organization. All of our services are completely free. We provide hunger prevention programs. We provide free counseling, free medical clinics for those who definitely need the services. We're located right here in Fullerton. Just last year, we distributed over 1 million pounds of food items to families, and with the help of my co-worker, Iman.
Peace upon you, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. As Brother Zakaria, he mentioned, last year we mobilized our food pantry due to the pandemic, and alhamdulillah, we serve thousands and thousands of families with food. Counseling, it stayed over Zoom. We have counseling services, and our clinic was packed also. Alhamdulillah, we closed for a while, but it was over telehealth, over the phone, and now it's open. We have the health clinic, eye clinic, and dental services. All our services are free.
Thank you all for being here, and we appreciate your wishes of peace among all of us, and we salute your support of people with nutrition and support throughout this pandemic. I do have also a certificate of recognition presented in honor of Muslim American Awareness and Appreciation Month on behalf of the 65th Assembly District. I commend you for your commitment and dedication to inclusivity and celebration of the many different communities that make up our wonderful city. Congratulations, Sharon Quirk Silva, Assembly Member. So, and whoever wants to hold it for a photo. Right?
We all can hold
okay.
it.
Oh, Thank you. May it be an outstanding month for us all.
Thank you.
The next scheduled presentation for Fire Personnel Distinguished Service Awards on our agenda has been continued to September 21st, our next regular meeting. We will now have a presentation, CSCDA Workforce Housing Program. Managing Director John Pinkauer will make the presentation. Do I have your name correct? Is it Pinkauer?
You did, yeah.
Okay,
got it. Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is John Pinkauer. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with some brief information about a newer CSCDA program. I will keep this brief and then remain available for any questions that you might have. Just as a refresher, many of you are familiar with CSCDA. We're the largest joint powers authority in the state of California, created 3 decades ago by the League of Cities and CSAC, and offer a variety of innovative financing programs for cities and counties. To date, most cities and counties, 530 of them, are members, including the city of Fullerton, which has been a member since almost the inception of CSCDA. In addition to infrastructure financing, nonprofit finance, various tax credit programs, CSCDA facilitates a large amount of affordable housing throughout the state. That's typically done with tax credits and tax-exempt bonds. To date, we have about 100,000 units in our portfolio. These are low and very low-income projects that you may see from time to time coming before you for public hearings. The issue that we have is that when you get above very low and low income, 60% to 80% of AMI, we lose all those resources. We can't get tax credits, we can't get bonds, we can't get money from HCD, we can't get money from cities and counties. What that's led to is the term missing middle. You've heard it, I'm sure, come from the governor's office, treasurer's office, and at the local level, these are individuals that earn too much to qualify for a traditional subsidized housing project, but not necessarily enough to live in the communities or near the communities where they're currently working. So workforce housing program, how is this different from our traditional conduit bond program? In this case, CSCDA owns the projects. They take title to existing multifamily projects, and we record regulatory agreements and provide rental relief for those in that 60% to 120% area median income, solely with the use of governmental bonds. So there's no other equity, there's no other forms of subsidy that make the program work. The city would then become the future beneficiary to these projects. Properties, when they're acquired by a government agency or a nonprofit, they come off the tax roll. And that's the subsidy that is created to provide rental relief for this middle income demographic. There are mechanisms in this program that make the city whole for any lost property taxes at the forefront and or in combination with future accrued equity in the projects. This slide here is just a snapshot of some of your neighbors that have been participating in the program. Long Beach, Anaheim facilitated 3 projects. City of Orange approved 2 projects last week. And many other cities are trying to get these projects done while they're still available, interest rates are competitive, and we can facilitate the program. A couple quick bullet points here. There's no tenant displacement. No tenants that are currently occupying projects are forced to leave. There are rent increase caps of 4% or any increase in AMI. So if incomes don't go up, people don't pay more for rent under the program. Many of the residents already qualify. Some of our projects, 50% of the residents already qualify. They're just going to pay less to rent, and they'll have more disposable income to spend throughout the community. I mentioned the public benefit agreement. So the city is not an owner, they're not an operator, there's no liabilities or costs to participate in the program. The city serves as that future beneficiary. So when the bonds are paid down or paid off, the city will receive the value of that asset, which could be quite significant. If you had a $100 million asset today, it's likely going to be worth $200 or $300 million by the end of the term in year 30. Additionally, there's no private ownership. You don't have for-profit sponsors that have ownership in the assets, so each dollar can only go one of two places, right back into the asset to maintain its Class A status and also to pay down the bond principal. Last two slides here, just to show you a little bit of the outcomes in a short period of time. This is obviously important to us and our commission. Are we achieving the desired outcomes that this program was set up for? This is Long Beach, Ocean Air Apartments. 52 leases were converted just since May, and you see these are the tenants that have recently moved in there. City and county employees, sheriff's office, fire department, first responders, young teachers, and others. And you see the incomes there, and they're now living in a Class A building in downtown Long Beach. And then lastly here, this is Anaheim, just two of the three projects. We're now closer to about 200 lease conversions, and you see similarly there, sheriff's department, school district employees, city and county employees, and others. And they're living down the street now in the Platinum Triangle. Last slide here, the city is already a member of CSCDA. This program doesn't require public hearings. There's a resolution that will opt into the program, much like our infrastructure and other programs. The city agrees to receive the surplus revenue from the project or projects. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thank you very much for time on tonight's agenda.
I have a couple questions, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah. So if I understand, this is a state program. It takes existing properties, market rate, and then endeavors through this financing mechanism to cap the rent and then reduce the cost per unit.
That's right.
Right. And it's meant to bring in that workforce type demographic that often is missed. That's in short. That's like, if I understand right.
You do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. It enables rent relief
Right.
at the 80% to 120% of AMI. We can't do that through traditional low-income housing finance. Right. It doesn't exist. Yeah. So in certain cities right now, you have people earning 80% of AMI or even 100% of AMI. They're saving anywhere from $300 to $900 a month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly. We certainly have a lot of market rate apartments that I think it would be interesting to see how they could work under this program. I'm wondering if we can ask staff or if I can ask a colleague to see if we can bring some more specifics on this program and how it applies to any specific properties that we may have or that some developers may be interested in looking at. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, you mentioned something how, so when this happens, the property gets up the tax rolls, but you mentioned that the city could be made whole from losing that property tax in the forefront, at the beginning, so we don't have to wait till the end to sell the property. So there's an option like that?
There are for certain projects. So just taking a step back, property taxes are a function of ownership. Nonprofits buy properties, they come off the tax roll, similarly to government. The example I like to use is Chapman University. They bought a project in the Platinum Triangle for their students, comes off the tax roll. Cities never see another dollar from that project. This program is designed so that cities they don't have to be without such a burden on their general fund, and so there's mechanisms to provide income to the cities at the forefront. You'll see with specific projects what between year 15 and 30 the city would receive in the future as well, and it's quite significant. The properties are held in trust for the city. It's not an investment for CSCDA. It's not an investment for any of the entities that are involved in structuring the transactions.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to see if we can come back with a specific project, maybe for the next September meeting, or if that's too full, maybe the first meeting in October. I know we have a packed agenda in September, correct? Or can we squeeze it in there?
Actually, can I make it, well, if we're going to have the
Well,
debate and
may I
discussion.
interrupt the Mayor Pro Tem one moment? Mr. Mayor, if I may. Would you be kind enough as to elaborate on what those functions are that could generate that property tax revenue up front rather than on the back end? What are some of the examples? You didn't cite any. Could you clarify for me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So these are market rate properties. And so the sponsors that we work with, they're competing with market rate investors, large institutional buyers. If they can achieve a competitive purchase price that would enable the city to receive the portion of property taxes that they would have received for 15 or up to 30 years, that payment can be made in advance. Otherwise, you'll see with specific projects, if you want to move forward, staff will show you what the accrued equity would be for the city beginning in year 15. Other cities have structured monitoring fees as well. Long Beach has a monitoring fee, and so they receive revenue annually as well throughout the structure. So there's a variety of different ways to try to customize it to the city.
But that monitoring fee then requires somebody on staff to do the work for the monitoring fee, correct?
It doesn't in that case.
It does not? Okay, very good. Thank you for the direct answers. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Yeah, I think the whole purpose of this presentation this evening was our decision or our discussion as to whether or not we wanted to move forward. I think that before we continue to consume staff time and council time with this, because I know if, I know I've been contacted dozens, if not hundreds of times by, some of the various proponents of this project over the past 6 to 8 months. Mm-hmm. And I understand there's a substantial sum of money to be made, so I can understand why there has been both the investment and the outreach, the financial investment in the outreach and also the time investment in the outreach. The reality is, look, I've had plenty of time, to look into this and to do my due diligence, and look, when I take my, council hat off and, put on, the hat that I wear, and have worn pretty much all my life, it's in investment real estate. And so the reality is, when I see some of this program and the sales prices that are taking place, and I actually, that's where I first learned about it. I see, who could possibly be paying this much for, this property in this location? I look it up and I see that it's a city or a municipality. I think, oh, wow, that's interesting. Look into it a little bit more and started to find out about it. And then in the course of doing my due diligence, happened to talk to other cities, get their take on, hey, what they thought about the program. Would they do it again? Would they not do it again? And it was interesting because I actually got turned on to a report from, the city of San Jose, mm-hmm. That basically went through a similar exercise, and they determined in their analysis, it's really quite thorough, that they said, look, of the 10 largest cities in California, only Long Beach and Anaheim had done it. They noted that Los Angeles hadn't done it, San Francisco would not do it, Oakland would not do it. And San Jose decided ultimately to opt out. I guess, really, I've got some other hangups. One, because, we talk about sort of the missing middle, and look, I'm not going to debate, whether or not there are housing affordability issues facing, our country today, because clearly there are. And if any place in this country is more out of reach, it's Southern California. I think in order to, address some of those affordability challenges facing us, I think we need to explore, my personal view is, hey, we explore, market solutions, right? Building more, and not taking off, and not taking units that are already there and then trying to, through a program, abating some property taxes and then allowing somebody to rent to people who would essentially already rent there, albeit offering them a, somewhat of a discount. Because I guess what I look at is, you look at, and we talk about the missing middle, the reality is most of the 1960s through 1980s vintage apartment communities that are here, whether it's Fullerton or across Orange County, are going to be naturally affordable with a workforce tenant profile So I guess part of my other hangup is we're deciding that, hey, this owner of a new property gets a property tax exemption, but the existing guy who, or owner or gal who owns a property that might also rent to that same tenant profile does not get a property tax exemption. And so I've got a number of different hangups with the program, and it's not something I'm supportive of. And quite honestly, I don't mean to disrespect you this evening. I've appreciated the presentation and appreciate you taking time to come speak. I mean, I explained to our staff probably 7 or 8 months ago my hangups, and it was not Kelly Fritzl, Director Fritzl at that time. It was a former director, but it's just not something I'm supportive of. And I've been very candid with the groups that have talked to me. And it's quite honestly, it's like, hey, there's this continued push, and I understand it's very lucrative. I mean, you figure in no other circumstance in real estate can you close escrow on a transaction and immediately receive a 7-figure check. It just doesn't work that way. You normally you buy a property and you have to wait in order to recuperate. Obviously, you generate rental income, pay your expenses, you receive your cash flow, hey, pay the debt service, and income and pay the debt service, then you've got your cash flow. But this, it's actually it's almost like buying a property with no money down, getting a large 7-figure sum up front, and then ongoing asset management fees that are just generated month over month over month throughout the course of the hold. And so I understand it's very lucrative to the sponsors. I understand why it's an attractive time to do it right now, considering where interest rates are at. But the reality is, I personally do not believe that the city or the state should be in the housing business in this way. And really, I've kind of outlined my entire position there. I don't know that I could say any more.
I would like to at least ask the city attorney. It sounds like what the mayor pro tem is wanting is for us to provide direction. Is that possible right now with this being at a presentation
We really
level?
can't provide direction. I think what would be appropriate is if the majority of the council wants to come back with a more specific presentation, you could so agendize it as such. But the direction, if you follow what the mayor pro tem is saying, is to do nothing and basically allow the matter not to proceed.
Okay. So we have 2 council members that have expressed an interest in bringing this back. So then we just need to identify where we stand. Councilmember Jung.
I need clarification. Are we providing direction right now or agendizing the item?
You're agendizing the item. I think that really.
Because it requires only 2 council members to agendize the item.
That's exactly correct. That's what the mayor just said, I believe,
Right.
was that it
Okay.
takes 2 to agendize
Right.
it. I think the more germane point might be that you've had a presentation. If you want another presentation of greater specificity, that can be provided. But perhaps the next step is if there's projects out there, that somebody produce those projects and bring those projects back for council consideration. That's a more direct action the council can either approve or not approve. But if you want more input from a presentation, what I'm hearing is that's what you want.
My concern at present is we have a very full plate, so I also would not be supportive in bringing it back right away. That's
So
for sure.
would, I mentioned September 21st, but we could do it in October. I know that September is a packed agenda already, so maybe October.
Well, you do have the ability to agendize something, but
Right.
that would really force us to take an action one way or another. And sounds like there's a request for more information. Now, that could be done individually even.
I would be shocked if you haven't taken the steps to explore it on your own. And, forcing it onto agenda to continue to consume council time,
And staff time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was asking. There may be already a specific project out there that we can look at that wouldn't.
Just to make it clear, if somebody has a project, nothing prevents them from proceeding with the project for deliberation before the body.
Sure.
So say that again, Mr. City Attorney. If somebody has a project, they could.
We've not, as a city, precluded anybody from making an
Making
application.
a proposal of some
Making a
sort,
proposal of some sort. So there's really 2 types of presentations. One is more information about this whole process and give you more detail. The second is to wait and see if projects do come forward. And if projects do come forward, they're not precluded from doing so. And at that point in time, the whole body would preclude the value and merits of such a project.
All right, so what I'm hearing is if tomorrow someone says, I have this project, then we could say, okay, agendize it at that time for a future date.
It would automatically occur. If somebody comes forward and makes an application and has such a project, as part of that course and scope of their application, it would eventually come before this body for deliberation.
What if we want to preclude that from happening because we're tired of consuming our time and staff's time with that?
We'd have to agenda, I'm not sure you can necessarily agendize the preclusion of a
Like,
process.
let's cut to the chase. I mean, we've all been approached by the same people, I'm certain, you know. So to tiptoe around this as though, you know, there aren't transactions that are being explored. I mean, it's just, has been, I think this is really a colossal waste of time. Last time, you know, Councilmember Silva, when you proposed agendizing this discussion, it was my hope that we would have been able to get a little more specific so that we could ultimately decide and quit wasting time on this, because it seems like this council and this city have so many significant priorities, and oftentimes we get stuck dealing with, you know, this minutia and things that are just kind of, don't move the city forward.
Well, I
So-
think you just said it, specific. So if we can get something specific, that would allow at least me to see how a specific project would look like versus just, you know, this quick presentation with numbers out there. And, you know, originally I wanted a specific project, but then we said, well, let's just do a quick presentation so we can give more information. So we want to go specific. That's my intent, to be a little more specific, to see what's out there. And then at that point, accept or reject. You know, we agendize all kinds of items, so, you know, if we're going to look at, start judging which item is a waste of time, which item isn't, then, you know, we could all find that, but.
Well, how did you become aware of the program if you're not aware of a specific, you know, project in the city?
Yeah, no, they talked to me, but I never saw the numbers, the specific numbers. And so like you yourself said, right, you just mentioned a bunch of names of numbers and transactions. I would like to see those on paper so I can see, you know, what's coming in, what's going out, what's the benefit to the city. Because I've also have talked to other cities, and they were supportive of it from what they have. Anaheim and Carson, I could talk to their personnel, and they were they liked what they did.
You must have talked to other people in Anaheim than I did, because the
Mr.
people
Mayor,
I
if I
spoke to
may.
were not.
Yes.
I think it's, we're inviting a lot of significant concerns down the road if we don't adhere to the process. The norm is the mayor and 2 council members get to agendize an item, the mayor or 2 council members. So if there are 2 council members that agendize this item, I think we've got to adhere to the process and move forward, rather than we could debate the merits of this at that point. I think if we don't honor that system, this could always be weaponized in some manner. So I think we're better off just sticking to protocol and allowing the process to move forward if indeed that's the case.
So was the suggestion to agendize it in October? Is that what you'd like to
If that would work better, yes, because I do know we have a September packed project, packed agenda in September.
Okay. Staff has its direction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we are at the stage for public comments. Madam Clerk, how many people have declared an interest to address the council?
Well, without counting individually, it looks like 15 or 20 have signed up for public comment in person. So, if those who would like to address City Council would please line up on the wall opposite of where I am.
I'd like to ascertain if that number will grow significantly as we go forward.
Well,
Mr.
if
Mayor, if I
everybody-
may.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to make a suggestion, just for the interest of the public, is to explain the consent item, public comments versus regular items. And if there are any items that are going to be pulled, maybe we pull them now so that folks, because last time there was a little confusion between when people were going to comment, and somebody pulled an item in the middle of while people were commenting. So
Right.
maybe we can
And
clarify
it's also
that.
a problem for us to declare ahead of time
Right.
where we're going to land on this as well. Do you think there's a communication that would do that?
I mean, if we can ask if anybody would want to pull any items now, and then we can clarify that.
It is an option by members of the public to pull any consent item. And if you do, we will deal with that individually. And so that would be your opportunity at that time to speak to that item. Public comments are generally reserved for items that aren't on the agenda. and issues that you might want to discuss. So what I would probably have to do is screen it that way and say, if someone is touching on a consent item, as just to let them know that, well, then again, they might not get an opportunity to speak to it. I see the problem. Yeah.
We certainly could invite the public, if they want to remove an item, we can do it right now.
Mhm. Yeah, so anyone wishing to pull an item from the consent calendar need only request that as they speak. And then that item, you'd speak to that item as it is pulled and handled separately. All right, the reason I'm trying to get a feel for the number is to manage the time a little bit.
Would you like to ask who's pulling items now, so people in advance, before that person, don't speak on that item?
I don't think that would hurt. If people here do have an interest in pulling an item from the consent calendar, please declare that now.
Item number 8.
Okay, item number 8.
I believe we had an item 7. Yes.
6 and 7.
Okay, we have 6, 7, and 8.
Uh-huh. Are there any other requests right now?
And let me see.
I see one in the very back.
16.
16.
Do any of our Zoom speakers?
16 is not a consent.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, 16 is a regular item. Yes.
You only get to go up to 13 for consent. That's enough. Does anyone on Zoom wish to pull a consent item? Sam, are you going to speak on a consent item, or do you want to speak on regular public comments? I see your hand raised.
Regular public comments,
Okay,
please.
keep that hand up, and we'll get back to you in 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have items 6, 7, and 8, and we'll proceed on that basis then. I want to remind everyone that you are to direct your comments to the council, to the chair, and please maintain proper civility at all times. We do have translators available as necessary. And with that, sir, welcome. Good evening.
Do I stand here or over there?
Oh, there.
Okay.
Sure.
Sorry, I've never been in front of. This is all very.
Oh, well, welcome and good evening.
Yeah,
and,
you guys
and just
are all,
stay close to the microphone there if you
okay.
can. Okay.
Well, my name is Nathan. I'm here for my community, and because my friend brought some very stark information to my attention that is occurring in our community, and she would be here now, but she was threatened and decided it was best that she didn't come for her safety. It is in regards about a local bar in downtown called JP23. I've never been there. I'm not familiar with it on firsthand knowledge, but I do know lots of people that frequent the downtown for the purposes of going to bars and clubs. And I have not heard similar allegations of instances of misconduct as with the JP23. I have worked at different levels of government, both like with county and federal jobs, and I am a local student. I do business in Fullerton, and I'm about to purchase a business in downtown, which would be in close proximity to the JP23 within actually, well, I won't say exactly how many doors, but very close. We'll say within 10 doors. And what I have heard about this establishment is a lot of its patrons are endangered and have actually been harmed as a result of going to this establishment. And I'm here for the safety of the community, particularly the women of the community, because over 30 have come forward in the last couple of weeks about different occurrences of being assaulted sexually and physically. And there have even been news stories, and there's a Fox 11 one that I watched, and just the stories are very disconcerting about what is occurring so close to colleges and in downtown. And I'd just like to bring my grievances to that. Recently, I shaved my legs for the first time. I kind of did a terrible job. They got all cut up. And a lot of my friends who are women have told me that's what it's like to be a woman. And it's like, this is a minute little thing, but that women have to worry about. But it should not be a concern of them to be endangered just by the nature of going out in public to consume a drink with friends. And the plights of women in our downtown are being perpetuated by the JP23 establishment. Our daughters, friends, sisters, students, mothers, and all women are in danger as a result.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Again, everyone has up to 3 minutes to make your presentation. You don't need to use all 3 minutes. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and council members. My name is Gabby Garcia, Community Development Manager of Bolsa United. And I represent Voces Unidas of Valencia Park. We are here to support the police department. Cutting the budget will increase crime in our communities. We need motorcycles officers patrolling our streets. The existing numbers of officers is 116. And the ideal number is 168 officers to keep our community safe. Our communities are in need of support. COVID-19 is affecting us in many aspects. Domestic abuse has risen in great numbers, and the intervention of the police is necessary to protect our families. When we talk about budget, we talk about money, a lot of money. But in reality, we are talking about lives that they need to be transformed. And an essential part for those families to be transformed is the safety of our community, and we need the police. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alex Leon, and I've been a resident in Fullerton for over 40 years. And I would like to just comment on a couple of situations that are going on in the neighborhood. I live in the West Fullerton area. And basically, it's within the past 6 months, I've noticed that the city has allowed for what I consider curbside vendors. And I believe that they sell food and other merchandise, not just food. So thereby, I feel that they are violating the health and safety code of the city of Fullerton. And I see that nothing is done because on any given day, you could find these merchants. I call them merchants, vendors, whatever. But you can find them anytime they're selling their goods. And I think that that's wrong because of the fact that it's discriminatory to the merchants, the brick and mortar merchants. They have to get permits. They have to pay their taxes. They have to do a lot of things just to open a business. And yet these individuals, they go around and stop at these different locations. Now, generally, they're at the same locations, but I also would like to know why these vendors are allowed, because they've been there for 6 months. So it's not a situation where this just popped up, but yet they're there all the time. And sometimes they even have little swap meets, what I would consider swap meet. And, to me, that's illegal. I think these people should be told not to hook up, primarily because if they want to open a swap meet, go to the Orange County Fair, and they'll pay for their space. These people are not paying for anything, and I think that's wrong. And not only that, I believe it opens the door to other type of bad behavior, I call, because I see once in a while a particular vendor on a cart going through the neighborhoods selling goods. To me, that's third world, and I don't think that we in the city of Fullerton should allow activity like that. So I think we should be more. I don't know whether or not you, as a council, have ever took up the matter. Obviously, you haven't, because they're still out there. So maybe you could look at that at some point in time down the road and see whether or not something could get done about that, because I feel it's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. staff and community leaders. I'm here today to speak on 3 items, which one of them we've been following up on the illegal dispensary located on Orange Thorpe and Richmond. We have seen a lot of accidents, and we have recorded a lot of incidents with crazy issues and crazy people. So I just wanted to see if you guys have a follow-up. Number 2, I am requesting if you could help us out with drug prevention programs. I know I mentioned it before, but I just wanted to keep it in the record. Also, number 3, we would like to see if you could help us out on the issue of the accidents on Orange Thorpe and Richmond. It just happened a few days ago again, and the car almost run into the park where the kids are playing in this skateboard. So please help us out directing, I don't know, someone that could maybe put a left lane, or that would be wonderful. And number 4, well, that tags along with the Baker issue and speeding, and people are just taking it as a highway. It's another 91 freeway. It's a shortcut, and we want to keep our community safe, and that's why I'm here to speak on behalf of that. Baker, we're talking about Baker in between Richmond and Euclid. I know we gather a lot of my neighbors, and we had a meeting, and we'd just like to see if you guys could help us out on that. And the 4th one, and the very, very important, is I want to show my support to my Fullerton Police Department, our Fullerton Police Department, because if it wasn't for them, what else, would be another, sorry to say, but Santa Ana, Los Angeles, San Francisco. I love those cities, but I love my city to be safe. I love Fullerton, and thank you so much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, everybody, Mayor and council members. I'm Rocio Lopez, and I'm here also to talk about the support that we have for the police department and those cats that are coming to the police department. It'll hurt us greatly because as it is, there is a crime activity all over the city and all the neighboring cities also. And we are here to support them because I know it's important our parks and recreations also, but mainly if we don't have any safety and security around our city, inside our city and the surrounding areas, what are we going to do? Who are we going to call? We're not going to call parks and recreations to help us with any issue that we might have, any violence or crimes issue that we may have. So I'm here for that. And also adding to my community member and leader here, Fullerton, I'm here for to ask for more protection and to know about the follow-up for what one of the council members here, Mr. Hamad, in a meeting told us that he was going to put a request for the logistic and to the analyzing of the city, and we would like to know about the follow-up on that. What is the progress on that request that you have for us also? And also, yes, the closing and the evacuation of the evacuation of the dispensary on Highland and Orange Thorpe, because it's been making a greatly impact on the community with the accidents that they're coming during the day, especially at night. A lot of accidents happening, and it's really scary to walk by. So I'm here for that too. And also the last of the items that I was just here listening to the housing program that you have. I would really like to know what are the priorities that the city has for this community, because as the mayor pro tem mentioned, you are wasting the money, city, the time, city. You are consuming. It's time and money consuming for the city. And that's what you are lacking right now. The city is lacking money. And you are consuming on items that are not important or priority right now. So you have to look up your agendas, personal agendas, and the city's agendas, and the need of your community. So you should be focused on that more than just prioritizing or honoring. I know it's important to honor some agendas, some items, but it's more important to have an efficient management of the time and money that you guys have here, because that's what the money of the city is, so, and the residents here. So thank you, and that's all that I'm here for.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify, when you said the study, are you talking about the traffic study?
Yeah, you mentioned that in a meeting for us, so
it's
we would like to know.
It's in the works, and I'm happy. I'm waiting for the results of it.
So yes, but what is, what's the progress that has been going on, because it's been more than a month.
I'll happy to update you.
So yes, yeah, to all of us, because
Yes.
it was a vast community there. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio, mayor. Mi nombre es Verónica Morán, residente de Fullerton por más de 12 años.
Good evening to the members of the council and the mayor. My name is Veronica Moran, and I've been a resident of Fullerton for more than 12 years.
Y estoy aquí para hablar sobre apoyo a la seguridad, que es la policía. Primeramente agradeciéndole a la policía por cuando nos acompañaron a la marcha, a la universidad y a la comunidad.
And so I'm here to speak in support of safety for our community, the police. First of all, I want to thank the police for accompanying us on the march at the university for the community.
Y pedirles que sean lo menos afectados en los recortes de la ciudad. Y también,
to ask that they would be the least affected by the budget cuts in the city.
y también a los bomberos, ya que ellos constituyen una buena parte de protección y seguridad para nuestras comunidades aquí en Fullerton.
And also for the firefighters who compose a great portion of the support and safety for our community and members as well.
Por el momento es todo y muchas gracias por escucharme.
That's it for the moment, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Lisa Camacho. The reason I am here today is to support our Fullerton Police Department as well. It's just regarding the, reducement in their budget. I think we would be highly impacted. Our neighborhood is already, it's already filled with, it's getting filled with homeless and stuff like that. It's not that they're an issue. I mean, it's just that perhaps having a little bit more, police enforced in our streets and stuff like that would, be a lot of help. And just secondly, I think that would be really cool if we had more police officers doing activities with them like in high school. I think that would be really good. I think that's it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mónica Capistrán. Yo vengo a apoyar a la policía y agradecer que cuidan nuestros parques, nuestros niños en nuestro parque de Richmond.
Good evening. My name is Monica Capistran. I'm just here to thank the police officers and that they take care of our parents and the members of the community of Richmond.
Cuidan nuestros parques y gracias a eso ya no hay tanto vago.
That they need to take care of our parks and that there wouldn't be so many people loitering there.
Y sí necesitamos más apoyo para nuestros parques, para nuestros jóvenes, principalmente.
And we need support for our parents and mainly support for our young people.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Katie. I'm here for the a separate issue that's not on the docket, but it's about the activity going down at JP23 in Fullerton, right on the corner of Harbour and Commonwealth. And I know that our community's been greatly impacted by it. At one point, it's not acceptable to begin with. It should have been dealt with. It should have been investigated. It should not be permitted to continue. And I do not feel that it's been adequately addressed at this point. I feel it's really wrong. I feel that it's very, very unacceptable that nothing has, been allowed to change about it. It needs to be shut down. It should not be allowed to operate. Investigations need to happen without obstruction, Mr. Whitaker. They need to happen without obstruction. I'm not afraid to say it and look you straight in the eye. They need to happen without interference. I need you to take responsibility and ensure they're done. I am a survivor. The police did not listen to me. When my issue happened, it has been 10 plus years. This is the first time I ever say it. I would have faith in the police more. I still have faith in them. But the system right now needs to change. I want to be able to support them unconditionally. I do support them. I support you. I salute you every day. But I think that if people could do their job properly, yes, allocation of funds in the proper way is important. But we can't continue to let people in our community be affected like this. These are mums. These are, little sisters. These are aunts. These are our women, our future. And this needs to end. It cannot be allowed to continue because our future depends on accountability.
I'd like to allay your concerns. Chief Dunn, is anyone impeding your investigation?
No, sir.
You can't believe everything you read on a poster that someone put out.
I'm not believing everything I read, but I'm telling you, in case you have any part in it. I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm telling you straight to your face so you can oversee it.
I'm just asking you not to repeat falsehoods.
I'm not repeating a falsehood, but I'm telling you I want you to oversee it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dom. Just want to thank you for listening to us. It's my first time here, so I'm not used to being out here. Normally I would love to be here with, just to appreciate everybody take their time to, sit here, listen to our voice and such. But I can't. I just want to say that I'm here because the same issues we're having with that bar. I know it's like you hear the same thing over and over, and sometimes you're like, say the same thing, like, it happens to everybody, or, maybe you don't believe it, but I do. I'm here as an ally. I'm here to say I care about the victims out there. I don't really care. It's just like, oh, it's just a Yelp review. It's not just a Yelp review. These are victims crying out for help, and that's what I'm here for their support. I'm here to let them know that I'm there for them, and I always will be. And I know I'm a little bit shaky and emotional right now because I don't usually do this at all. I just keep my head down. But when stuff like this happens to, let's say, our wives, our girlfriends, our sisters, that's when I will step up and talk to you now and look to your face. And I thank you for listening to us, but please, I just ask you to make some changes to that bar. Do something like, like revoke the license, or let the other bars know that this cannot happen. That's all I ask, please. And thank you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm here to discuss the topic of the various issues that have been rising throughout the years, past and present, of JP23. I am aware that JP23 has many various owners that it passed down to. I'm aware that they have gotten their liquor license revoked a couple of times. And I am aware that there was an investigation regarding them selling alcohol to minors as well. I know that issue was being dealt with, but now there is multiple issues rising, stabbings, shootings, fights, sexual assault, and even drugging. I myself am a victim of sexual assault from an incident that happened on August 1st. I do believe I was drugged, and I originally wasn't going to come up and talk about it with anyone. But my mother was the one who kind of pushed me towards it. I knew the effects that I was feeling the day after. The entire day was not a hangover. I was drowsy. I couldn't really walk straight. And it was just a really, really bad day overall. I ended up getting a rape kit at the end of the day, the next day, in resulting blunt force trauma. And I believe I didn't have enough to drink for me to completely black out. And when I decided to share my story to see if anyone else could relate, many women had come up and shared their story with me, saying, they couldn't report to the police because they were too scared to. Or even I had talked to this male, and he said that he had one beer there and that he woke up in the street with his jaw broken in 3 places. So I know I don't have, these people in front of me to actually tell you this stuff, or, some people don't even have police reports of this. But I do believe that these women aren't lying with their stories. And I do believe that they were scared to say anything until someone spoke up about it. So I do hope that this place gets shut down. There's just too many unsafe issues that are going on, and especially if the college is not too far away from this community, this downtown area, I do believe it's just unsafe for them. Me, I came from Diamond Bar to Fullerton not knowing the area, thinking that downtown Fullerton was very safe, and this incident had happened. So I just wanted to bring to your aware.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Monique Juarez. You just heard my daughter speak right now. It's so painful to have to watch your daughter not go outside anymore, not be able to go anywhere because she's so scared. Last week when we were protesting, we had 3 vehicles follow us. Thank God for the Fullerton Police Department to be there. And they were waiting for us to get into our car. Didn't mind the protesters, but they eyed me and my daughter. And the reason why I know they're from JP 23 is because they were wearing their shirts. I'm not scared to fight for my daughter. I'm not scared to speak up. What they did was wrong. And if it wasn't for an employee that I called at JP 23 and I tried to warn them that somebody was that my daughter was drugged, taken, and raped and left on the 2nd story floor of a parking structure on her back. When I got my daughter, she was bruised all over her back and her knees. The examination was so painful for her because of the force that they did. They scratched her insides and their outsides. I can't imagine somebody else having to go through that with their daughter, only to be protesting and her daughter to be called a whore and her mother to be called a bitch. And then for the owner to come out and tell us to get the F out of here, and then for us to be followed and scared. I have to wear 2 pairs of clothes, my work clothes and these clothes, because I'm in fight or flight. And I have to be that way, especially with whatever happened last weekend, them following us. And I swear to you, if it wasn't for the fast-acting Fullerton Police Department, something would have happened to us. I'm begging you as a mother, please shut this place down, please. I believe that you guys will catch the people that done this to my daughter, but please protect everybody else's. It's not fair. And I don't want anyone else to go through this. And I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening to me and my daughter.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I grew up in Fullerton. I went to Fullerton College, and I'm going to Cal State Fullerton, and I'm 25 years old now. But 6 years ago, when I was 19, I went to JP 23, and the person that got us in knew security very well. They shook hands and everything. And when we got in, me and my best friend went to the bathroom, and right when we got out, that same guy that got us in offered us shots, and we blacked out from 11 at night to 4 in the morning. The reason why I'm talking about this now is because there's been so many more incidents at the same place. How is that a coincidence? Why do these people feel so free to do that to us there? I also wanted to talk about how I've seen council meetings and how Jacob has lied to the council about how he doesn't feed people in the entrance. He feeds them $5 to $10, but he's lied about that, and the cops caught them too. He feeds them $15 to $20, which is illegal. He's also promised things that he hasn't done. I feel like he cares more about popularity and profit than he cares about his customers, which isn't right. I woke up in an apartment. I woke up with no underwear on. And I started fighting the guy, and he sped out in the front. My best friend followed me because I started fighting with him, asking where are all my belongings? Where am I? I ended up in Anaheim. And the people that took my best friend home that night, because when the cops got there, they thought I was the one that was drunk. When I was telling them the people that did this to us just left, and we're left in the street. They took all of our belongings, and when I went into the police station, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what had happened. I went to my best friend's house the next day, and she said, oh, this is what I remember, and I told her that's exactly what I remember too. So we figured it out that somebody put something in our drink. And then I went to the police station, the next day, I couldn't get a rape kit done because I had showered already, so I couldn't have proof. I reported it, nothing ever happened, and now all of these other things are happening at the same exact bar. There's something going on in there. The person that took my best friend home that night, because the cops just left her there in the middle of the street, she told them, oh, those guys are bad guys, they sell drugs. And they know the people in the security at JP23. So this happened 6 years ago when I was 19 years old. Imagine how many more women and young girls this has happened to, okay? Nobody believes us. They think we're freaking crazy and that we're drunk, but that is not it. And I want something to happen, please, for our justice, for once. Because 99% of people that are accused for rape, they don't get sentenced. They don't do time. People don't believe us. So something needs to happen.
Thank you. Your time is up. I just wanted to be clear. You said you were 19 and people were handing you shots in there? Mm-hmm. There was other attendees in the bar?
What do you mean?
Other clientele in the bar who were handing you shots?
It was that same guy that got us in that new security. And then that's the only shot I had. I've been drinking since I was really young, and I don't get drunk like that, okay? Not off of one shot. And that really screwed my life up for a long time.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I'm also here to speak about the situation, what's going on at JP23. Yes. I'm also here to speak about the situation with JP23 in downtown Fullerton. As you are aware, there has been multiple instances of victims who have come forward and shared their experiences there. Many often sexually assaulted, and honestly, that's not right because no human should ever have to go through something like that. I mean, you just saw with the victim and her mother here, the level of, trauma that you could hear in their voices. That's not something that should be okay. And there have been talks of integrity going on with investigating the bar. And I agree with you when you tell people that not to believe everything you see online. Yeah, of course. Facts are important in this. And I believe if there was really integrity going on in the investigation, there wouldn't be threats going on to protesters or, the victims. And those threats contradict the integrity statement itself. That's not right. And so I'm not denying that something will not be done. I have full faith in the police department that will get to the bottom of this, I hope. And that really a successful business should be defined as a business that has the wellness of its customers on the highest level. And obviously that has not been shown here at JP23. As you've seen in the last couple of years, multiple people have come out and still not little has happened. So let's just hope to see something done about that and something quick. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caleb. I'm here with OC United. I'm here with a few of our teenagers from our United Kids and Teens program. Some of them were there at our summer camp while Councilmember John Whitaker and Zara were able to come and visit us there. Earlier today, we were talking about the budget cuts that were coming up and hearing their perspectives and their voices on what they feel is most important as the city is deciding on that. Since this is their first city council meeting, they didn't want to come up and share, but I wanted to be sure their voices were heard. There was two stories in particular that they felt were really important. One of them is with the libraries. One of our teens uses the library to get books regularly and also uses it to be able to print things for school. And she feels the materials and the supplies there aren't up to date and taken care of sufficiently. So she wants to make sure that there isn't cuts for the library. And then they also really wanted to share that the parks are important and that they feel that the parks need to be kept up better and that there needs to be funding for them to have safe and healthy parks, especially in South Fullerton. So as we're making these decisions, we feel like it's important for us to hear perspectives of all ages, including our teenagers and our kids. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Jensen Hallstrom. I would like to acknowledge the great celebration of what seems to be the starting of the construction of the Korean War Memorial at the duck pond at Hillcrest Park. I see that the construction fence is up, and I really do want to extend my excitement for this memorial, which will honor fallen soldiers in the Korean War. I also would like the council and staff to reflect on what is being gained here, what is also unfortunately being lost in the consequences of the placement of this memorial, which is actually near the confluence of Fullerton's first and fourth largest creeks in town. And these are prominent water courses that carry millions of gallons of water every time it rains. And in fact, even on one of the earliest maps that I could find of the Fullerton area in the 1870s, this creek is shown as a small blue line that originates near what is now downtown Brea and flows about southwest till it reaches Harbor and Brea at the intersection. And this is really precious watershed land. Unfortunately, with the construction of the memorial, from what I can understand, will be a 70-foot wide concrete slab placed over open natural soil, which I believe would be more appropriate for habitat restoration. I'm really disappointed that it seems this process was sped through, especially in a historic park such as Hillcrest Park. I'm not sure if there was really comprehensive public outreach, public input, and discussions by certain commissions. I'm not sure what the comprehensive discussions at the Parks and Rec level might have been, but I just would like to acknowledge the consequences of the placement of this memorial, and I wish that there would have been a more better public input on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm way shorter than everyone who just spoke, so next person's going to have to readjust. Hello, City Council. My name is Celaya Sanchez. You'll have to forgive me. I came late. I just ran over here from work. Thank you so much. Lived here in Orange County for 5 years. I'm originally from the Coachella Valley, which is in Riverside County, and I've been a local to the city of Fullerton for 1.5 years. I live and work here, and I'm heavily involved in the community. I wanted to bring back kind of an earlier topic and kind of bring it into a more broader sense over this issue that we were talking about earlier regarding JP 23. Just in a broader sense, I would like, everybody in here to know that this is not just something local here in Fullerton and Orange County to be concerned about. I've lived, worked, and partied everywhere from Palm Springs to Riverside to Orange County to Los Angeles, and unfortunately, rape culture exists everywhere. As young as the age of 15, I'm 23 now, I have been kidnapped, I have been roofied, I've been held hostage, I've been gang raped, all multiple times. And that was all before I got to college. And that is just me being honest and speaking out. A lot of my other friends who are women, that has happened to most of them, and they've just never ever talked about it before. And so I want to encourage the city of Fullerton to see this as an opportunity to lead not only other cities, but other counties to take initiative and to make a difference and take a stand and say that we are not going to stand for this in our communities, because it's clearly a global issue. And if rape culture is this much of an issue in the city of Fullerton, where there's multiple learning institutions with college-age students, obviously it's going to be an issue in other places as well. So I would really love everybody to keep that in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Curtis Millender. I've been a part of the JP23 family since the beginning. Jake, the owner, has been sponsoring me and my fighting career since I started, and we both started the same year. I just want to say he's a very upstanding citizen. Him and the bar, like, we can't control everybody. We can't control everybody's actions. It sucks what happened, but we can't control everything. So I just want to say that I'm sorry for what happened, but hopefully the people that are responsible are brought to justice, and that the things move forward, move better. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here as the owner and the only owner of JP23, and on behalf of and all the 30-plus hardworking, honest working employees of JP23. These include cooks, servers, bussers, women, men, gay, colored, white. We pride ourselves in our diversity. We do not want to see anyone in our community hurt. I wish these allegations were brought to my attention earlier. We try to put our customers at the highest level in every circumstance. We have state-of-the-art surveillance system monitoring every inch of our establishment. This is to protect both our guests and our employees. I feel JP23 in a large sense is being targeted by an organized group to bring down one of the most successful businesses in downtown Fullerton. We have been a member of this community for almost 10 years. JP23 priorities the safety and well-being of our community. Drugging, raping, fights, assaults, these are all detrimental to the success of a business. Our amazing employees are not engaged in these activities. The FBD sent a statement saying that according to their knowledge, there's no history of drugging, raping at our establishment. If the community feels different, we are here and ready for a dialogue. I just want to end the insults and death threats towards the hardworking people of this great establishment.
Good evening again. My name is Karime. I'm sorry I have to be back here. I didn't know that they were talking about this, but I have heard before about the incidents. I just sometimes they're not ready to talk about something really bad has to happen for people to say. And like I said, I've heard about it for a long time. I've never been to downtown Fullerton, but I hear a lot of things, but especially from all the restaurants, it always comes to my ear about that restaurant. I have 3 daughters, 2 are already older, and I've always told them not to go there. Always, make sure that they don't leave their drink. But like I said, you never know when it could happen. But if already there's a saying, like, if the water sounds, it's because there's rocks. So I would please appreciate to check it, not only girls, but I've heard that has happened to guys too. So please, I think you have a really hard decision right now. And just to think about what we were just talking about, safety in our neighborhood, safety on downtown. You guys, I know we need the money, but if that's going to cost in our security and our family and our kids and our children or our young teenagers that they can't even go have fun, and just people take advantage of that. So please, hopefully you guys do the right decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abel, and I'm just here to say that we demand that the City Council support the demands of the survivors who are protesting against JP 23, because JP 23 has a long history of getting their liquor license suspended for selling drugs that are, quote, poisonous according to city code, for selling drinks that are, quote, poisonous according to city code. And JP 23 has made our peaceful protests outside of the establishment increasingly more dangerous by having their own bouncers or their own goons that are wearing JP 23 merchandise come out and intimidate our protesters, physically and verbally harass us, follow us to our cars in order to intimidate us more, directly messaging survivors online, giving them threats, calling them liars, calling them people who spread falsehoods, and all of these other things in order to shut down the movement of these survivors who are bringing this protest to JP 23. This is absolutely ridiculous that the city of Fullerton would stand by such an atrocious behavior by JP 23 and do nothing to protect the survivors and to protect people in your own city. The city of Fullerton has a responsibility to keep people in its city safe. But if the city does not listen to the demands of the survivors and continues to dismiss people who are fighting for them, who are fighting for justice for the survivors, then the city of Fullerton clearly chooses a side to defend JP 23, to defend rape bars and other bars where sexual assaults happen like a plague, and makes it clear to survivors and to all the people of Fullerton that the city of Fullerton will continue to defend sexual assaulters and profits over the lives and the safety of survivors and everybody in Fullerton. This city council has to support our movement to shut down JP 23 and stop these ridiculous sexual harassments from continuing in the city. And this movement, I know, is not going to go anywhere until we win. We are going to continue staying out there protesting, continue to stay fighting in the city council chambers, on the streets, in whatever way that we have to in order to get JP 23 shut down. Because this movement cannot surrender. This movement is really putting forward a defense for all survivors, for all women and men who would be survivors at JP 23, who would be victims of rape and sexual assault across the city of Fullerton. This movement is providing the protection for survivors and for potential survivors by being out there and protesting in front of JP 23 and fighting to get JP 23 shut down. And the city council must support that. The city council must support that, or there will be consequences when people are looking at the next upcoming elections and will choose to vote you guys out for failing to protect the people in your own city. So we demand that you stand with us, that you do not bow down to the business and the profits that come from JP 23, and that you support all survivors and you support the people in our movement.
Hello there. My name is Tommy Ortiz, and I am a citizen of Orange County. I was a student at Santa Ana College in 2016, and I took a human sexualities course where they specifically said that downtown Fullerton was known for being the date rape capital of the county for that time. And I put myself into doing a little bit of research into it. And on behalf of what's happening with JP 23, I found out that in March of 2020, they had their license suspended for 5 days according to code PC 347B, meaning that there was poisonous and or deleterious chemicals known inside of their drinks, which could be called for being date rape drugs or roofies. Another fact is that Bruce Whitaker, if you don't know who is the mayor of Fullerton, has a contributor in 2020, one of the highest paying contributors being JP 23 Hospitality Company that donated $1,000 in 2020. Another fact being that the protesters and survivors feel unsafe to continue protesting, though it is their right in front of JP 23, because the staff and supporters were the staff was harming the supporters by actually driving behind and finding the car that specifically had the victims into it, and were following them down all the way down into the freeway, which is an act of intimidation, especially if you are a victim or survivor yourself. It is really well known that rape is known as being a crime of war, a weapon of war that is known to kind of demolish the spirit of the nation. You ruin a house by ruining the foundation of a relationship, by humiliating the family, by raping the women. It's known as doing that. Some countries do it to other countries en masse in order to silence them. This kind of silence also happens to the victims of JP23 when these men who have frat boy mentalities decide to come around and use their intimidation tactics, for example, like tasteless counter protests in which they claim, we are JP23, we do not consent this behavior. Now, how tasteless is that, yelling that to the victims themselves as they protest in front of the establishment itself? Now that I say this, if you want business to return to normal, then I have to ask you to demolish JP23. I know that specifically...
Sorry, your time is up.
Oh, sorry. I know specifically during COVID,
up.
Every business is going to be slower by the economy. All I have to say is that the councilmen and women
You need
should
to
not
abide
hurt
by the
province.
time requirements.
I understand.
Well, you understand. Please step away from the microphone.
Sure. Don't put profits over survivors.
If I could ask folks who've already spoken to please find a seat. Sorry, there's glass here, or plastic here. Find a seat until we can keep track of how many speakers we have left for public comment. And if anybody is still waiting to speak in chambers, would you please line up along the wall so we can keep track of how many we have left?
Councilmen, police officers, people of Fullerton. My name is Glenn Sutter, and I retired 4 years ago, and I moved to Fullerton. I like this town. This town is a great town. Has a lot of good things in it, and I've enjoyed the good things in that while I've lived here so far. And that I live off of Treslow, and every day I walk past this park, and it's got a fence around it, and I just wish that someone would do something positive and get rid of this fence.
Sir, this item is agendized this evening.
Excuse me?
And we'll be discussing UP Park.
Oh, okay.
So you would need to speak more specifically to that when the item comes up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Good evening, everyone. Again, here Rocio Lopez, and I'm here returning to public comments because of what I have heard from the community. Our community.
Did you speak earlier here this evening?
Yes, I did.
You're not allowed to speak
Not
twice
anymore?
at public comments.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cassandra Rodríguez.
Good evening. My name is Cassandra Rodriguez.
¿Seguimos en comentarios públicos?
Are we still continuing in public comment?
Okay. Ok, yo vengo en representación de la Asociación de Woodcrest y quería comunicarles que el día domingo hubo otro accidente, el tercer accidente en nuestro parque, y de verdad yo estoy muy preocupada.
So I'm representing the Woodcrest Association, and I wanted to let you know that this past Sunday there was a third accident in the park, and it has me very worried.
Preocupada porque los accidentes, los carros están entrando en el área de skateboard donde mi hijo todos los días hace deporte.
And I'm very worried because the cars are entering into the area where the children are playing on skateboards, and my son is there every day playing.
Entonces me dirijo al señor Ahmad, que es nuestro representante.
So I direct myself to Mr. Ahmad, who is our representative,
para saber cómo va la situación que ya le habíamos planteado de que necesitamos unos muros de contención que de verdad sirvan y no dejen pasar a los automóviles en caso de un accidente para prevenir la muerte de alguien.
So I want to find out how is the situation that we had talked about and proposed about the need for retaining wall that would work and that would detain cars from going into the area where the children are and to prevent deaths from happening.
También quería hablar sobre el punto de los policías.
I wanted to speak as well about the point of the police officers.
Me gustaría que no los recortaran.
I would like for them not to have budget cuts.
Después de oír los comentarios sobre lo que está pasando en Downtown Fullerton,
After hearing the comments about what's going on in downtown Fullerton,
creo que sería un grave error tener menos policías en nuestra ciudad.
I believe that would be a serious error to have fewer police officers in our city.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, again.
Now, you spoke earlier as well, right, Mr. Gamble? Oh, I'm sorry, that was study session. Starting to blur.
I know.
Please,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless and the veterans. Today, I want to share with you, I didn't bring the video, but I want to share with you a video. The words are from, it was posted on YouTube, and it's by Sharon Quicksilver. And I'll just read it. It was on YouTube. It's AB 140, Committee, Housing Homelessness, California State Assembly, Sharon Court, Silver, Thursday, July the 15th, 2021. Court Silva speaks in support of critical budget funding for housing and homeless. I rise, she said, today in support of AB 140 related to homelessness and housing. Many of you have seen me rise numerous times to speak about those individuals who are experiencing homelessness. The crisis that we face today, the need to do as much as we can to get people off our streets and into housing. The budget trailer bill will increase $1 billion of funding for HHAP 3.0. I want to make clear to my colleagues out there who has struggled with RV that are actually used as homes for individuals. This flexible funding can be used for RV parking. Doesn't explicitly say that, but I want you to know that your counties and cities can apply for this funding for RV parking. I just want to share that with you. And also, real quick, concerns about JP 23. For 8 years, I was homeless. That was 5 years ago, downtown Fullerton. Lived at the bus station right there, dock number 3, I think, right there. And my buddy was a bodyguard, Big James, rest in peace. And he was a bouncer. You know, basically, they would, all the guys, all the different stores, bars would come and, you know, they knew him and they would ask him to help. I'm really sad to hear what is happening because, you know, again, I grew up with 2 sisters and I've always protected women. You know, I'm just saying, we've always protected each other. And it's just really sad, and I hope that we can do something to support the families.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your comments.
Hello, good evening, Mayor,
Good
Council member. Egled Nunzi, community leader here in Fullerton. And I would like, first of all, to say thank you so much for the study session that we have this afternoon. We had the opportunity to learn the projections that are going to be for the cuts, the possible cuts that we're going to have in the city for the 2% or the 5%, how they're going to affect our staff, the reduction of our staff, or how we can use the ARPA money, which is the American Rescue Plan, which is the $32 million that the President Biden gave to the city of Fullerton to rescue our community and bring service back because of the COVID-19. Thank you so much for that opportunity to learn. And like we learned today, public safety, infrastructure, that are a priority for our city. We need our police department to be with staff, with everything that we're having in our neighborhoods. The horrible cases that we're hearing tonight, heartbreaking stories and testimonies, and we need more support for our law enforcement, for our policemen to do their job, and have the investigations that are being needed for our community. I'm very touched because I'm a mother, and this issue never happened in our city. And then we need our roads to be fixed. We can use the money to have the staff to do it. We need parks and recreation. We have just 14 employees for 53 parks to take care of. That is a lot of work. We're putting our staff, and they need to be respected as a member of our community. We need to think too in our library that bring knowledge to our kids. We have to always push for this improvement for our children, for education. And I'm here to tell you that we don't need no more cuts. We need to think about our staff, their well-being, the mental health. We want people to perform at their best. Let's give them their fair cut and help them to hire more staff. Our city provides 70% is services. Our city, the mainly they give us to us is services. Let's treat our staff. Let's give them the money they need and hire. We have to have retention in our city. We are not providing to our staff the money they need to stay in our city. They just come, they get hired, they have the experience, and they move on to different cities. And we're not keeping the experienced people here in our city that we need us to give us good projects, programs, and the services that so much we need. And this I'm gonna talk as a mother. I'm really touched for the testimony of this. I'm a mother myself, and I cannot believe this is happening I never was aware. I don't go out too much, but this is so sad that it's happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a Fullerton resident. I am in full support of the Lemon Street Bridge mural restorations. It's far more than the analogy of a broken warehouse window. Not only is it art, it's history and a piece of pride for the residents. I also support the creation of AIPP, Arts in Public Places program. Think about the kids. Finally, I fully support Chief Dunn. Councilmember Silva once said to me that things don't operate at light speed. Chief Dunn actually has done a lot of work on transparency. He's done what he can, and per usual, then some. It really is a matter of D.A. Spitzer dragging his feet. Thank you for your hard work, Chief Dunn. There is no meeting the first week of September after Labor Day. Heads up. Go Bruins.
Mayor, I'm not sure if you're past the point of pulling consent calendar items, but Jensen Hallstrom had requested just now pulling items 9, 10, and 11. I'm not sure if you wanted those all pulled before public comment.
It sounds as though that's what we'll do, yes. How many Zoom callers?
I see 2 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
And Jacqueline Murillo, you are unmuted.
Yes, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Sí. Thank you. I'm Jacqueline Murillo. I'm a resident and a community leader of the community of Buena Park.
Y también ahora soy madre de un estudiante de la escuela preparatoria de Buena Park.
I'm also a mother of a student who's at Buena Park High School.
Estoy aquí hoy hablando para apoyar a la policía de Fullerton.
And I'm speaking here to support the police of the city of Fullerton.
Los padres de esta preparatoria queremos que nuestros jóvenes tengan seguridad al caminar de su casa a la escuela y de la escuela a su casa.
The parents of the students at this high school want our young people to have safety to be able to walk from their home to school and from school to their home.
Y que se continúe trabajando por mantener y mejorar la seguridad a la redonda de la preparatoria.
And that they would continue working to maintain the safety and the area around the high school.
Creemos que la ciudad puede hacer un muy buen esfuerzo y trabajo
We believe that the city can do a very good effort and good work
para administrar y maximizar el dinero de la ciudad
to be able to administer and maximize the money in the city
y para priorizar sus gastos.
and to be able to prioritize their costs.
También confiamos en que puede haber una posibilidad de establecer una colaboración con la policía de Buena Park
We also trust that there would be the possibility of establishing a collaboration with the city or the police in Buena Park.
pero por favor no recorten la seguridad de nuestros adolescentes de Buena Park.
But please do not make cuts on the safety of our young people in Buena Park
Que caminan y asisten a esta su preparatoria.
who walk and attend to their high school.
Muchas gracias por escuchar la voz de estos padres.
Thank you so much for listening to the voice of these parents.
And Miguel Alvarez, you are unmuted.
Good evening, City Council members. I just wanted to say thank you to the Police Department for patrolling the Pacific Drive Park area ever since we've gone to council to ask for more resources for this area. We've seen the great department of our police coming and supporting the neighborhood. I did want to also address that this was the first week of school for the Fullerton School District. Unfortunately, there were a lot of families at the Pacific Drive drop-off area, and there were more homeless who were without shirts on, and children asking their parents why is this going on, and I just want to make sure that we continue to have attention to our parks and our services. But again, I just wanted to take this time to thank the police department for coming out, and the homeless advocates should come out as well, and that we continue to pay attention to the growing homelessness population in the area, and that we provide services for our homeless. Thank you.
And there are no more Zoom callers.
Okay, we will bring the activities back to the city council. And first, I would ask our acting city manager whether he has any comments based on some of the public comments.
No, there was one that I wanted to remember, but I can't remember what it is right now.
Okay. Are there any comments by other members of staff?
I can respond to the street vendors.
Certainly.
Street vendors are allowed pursuant to state law. So the city council has approved a process. It is now being implemented where they need to get health permits if they're food, city permits, live scans, insurance. We'll begin enforcement in November for anybody that has not gone through the process. On private property, we do not have that capability for the swap meets, but that's a code enforcement issue we can address. Regarding cannabis, we have closed 2 of our illegal cannabis stores, 1342 Chapman and 3529 Commonwealth. So that was through the public hearing process. Unfortunately, 311 Orangethorpe has appealed. So we will bring it to the very first Planning Commission for the appeal, which is mid-September.
Thank you for that report. Appreciate that. See no others. We'll bring it to the City Council.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just clarify, Mr. Mayor, which one was the one that appealed, Kelly?
Unfortunately, the discussion item tonight was appealed.
Oh, the one on Orangethorpe.
Yes.
They appealed. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And were you indicating you wanted to go first, Councilmember Jung? Okay, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council. I want to start off by thanking our President for extending the pause on student loan payments through the end of the year. This pandemic has created a shift and perhaps a necessary realignment in our society priorities, and the youngest of our workforce should have an opportunity to acclimate themselves to this new normal. So extending the student loan relief gives those just beginning their careers this chance to recalibrate their lives. The Senate just passed the President's $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. I want to continue to advocate to our city staff to begin the process of being informed on the subject matter, find every avenue to make certain there's money being allocated for our roads, our water pipes, our broadband, our sidewalks, and our bridges. August is Water Quality Month, so another word about the drought and water usage. When I was in elementary school, I recall Lake Powell, the second largest water reservoir in the country, only behind Lake Mead, almost exceeding its capacity. In less than 40 years, the lake has reached such an historic low that houseboats that once littered its horizon could be a thing of the past. Lake Powell is 50 feet lower than it was just last year, so I urge residents to be mindful, begin common sense conservation measures at home, as water is indeed life. August is also the anniversary of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It's a reminder that as Americans, we all share the same awesome title, citizen. And citizen's the most important office in a thriving democracy. It does demand that you stay engaged, exercise your right to vote. Just keep in mind, however, that depending on what state you call home or the color of your skin, voting continues to be more challenging for some than others. It is also a reminder that unremarkable people are sometimes unfortunately elected, that we have politicians that elect to feather their egos on social media, often ignoring the concept of objective reality. They prey on how easily distracted we sometimes get by trivial things and how much we tend to avoid tough decisions. They try to score cheap political points instead of working hard to build consensus to take on the difficult challenges that lie ahead. Exploiting conflict is a convenient tool for lazy politicians. But I have faith in Fullerton. I have faith that you recognize that humble leadership works, that it's not counterproductive or hypocritical, that it's the hard work and daily grind of governing. Not all of us here aspire to be the center of attention, because Fullerton and its residents should never be a means to an end for anyone here. We are elected to serve, and serve we should. To put it bluntly, it takes courage, humility, and great insight to govern correctly, and we ought to be mindful of that. A brief word about justice to all those in our community who advocate for it this evening. Council members cannot unilaterally discipline businesses or individuals. There is a process that's in place, and all of those processes are oftentimes imperfect. So I urge those who seek justice this evening to continue to fight for transparency and fight for those who cannot. Continue to be the voice for those who cannot be heard. Because change in all its forms doesn't always happen in real time. But feel empowered, tell truth to power, and fight on. Finally, yet another word about COVID. In June, the country was averaging about 10,000 cases a day. Last week, We hit the 100,000 a day mark again. There's a financial irony to Americans purchasing fake COVID vaccination cards online for $400 when the actual COVID shot is free. But isn't that the risk of freedom? There's the free part that we all find so important. Every now and then it does showcase the dumb part as well. Mr. Mayor and Council, in honor of his 35th anniversary, life moves fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, sir, you could miss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to extend my deepest sympathies to the young ladies who and their families who came and spoke today. It certainly takes a lot of courage to come and stand here and share your personal stories and grievances and horrible experiences, as it seems. Public safety is, in my opinion, the number one job of a government. And we have an obligation to look at our downtown and reanalyze what is going on there. And again, you know, we as a council need to also make sure that due process happens. But I would like to ask if we can bring back to council a discussion on how to improve safety in our downtown and throughout our city, especially in our bar scenes. I think we need to reassess some of these safety standards and make sure that we have zero tolerance to situations like this. I don't believe that it is good for business. It is good for our city. And it certainly is not good for our residents and our visitors who come in if this type of behavior continues in our city. So I hope that maybe I can ask one of my council colleagues to second an agendized item to look at options and have discussions about where we are on safety in our downtown. I know there were in the past discussions on this, but I'd like to revisit it considering the situations. Would I be able to?
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
Yeah, no, I would second that, Councilmember Zara, but it's just as long as it's not in September or the first part of October.
No, certainly,
I
know staff is struggling with this, but I think this is something that we should address, and I appreciate the second.
Yeah, and I do want to acknowledge the courage that these young ladies have for showing up here and sharing their trauma and asking for some assistance.
If I might.
You weren't done yet?
No, I'm not.
I'm
got
sorry.
a couple more things. Sorry to address. Thank you. I want to say that I have been talking to our traffic engineer about the Richmond and Baker area, especially around Woodcrest Park. So we have been addressing this. We've actually met with a few residents already in that neighborhood, and I'm happy to maybe have another meeting with some of those who still want to have this discussion. I don't know about the new accident, but I'll certainly look into that. But this is something that we are tackling. It's an interesting an area that has numerous issues where there's parking or accidents. I'm glad to see that our illegal dispensaries action to close them down is moving forward, although I suspect that they're going to probably pop up in other places already, and I think this is the issue that we're going to continue dealing with without proper regulation. However, kudos to our staff for working hard on that. I want to also look to see, I know there's been several asks about drug prevention programs with our youth. I know our city's struggling financially and so on, but I really would like to know if there are any state programs or state funding that could help us maybe collaborate with our school districts to create some sort of drug prevention program. I think it's certainly something that is needed in our city. So, if to the extent where our chief, I know you're extremely busy, but if you can, with your light speed, as Bernard said, be able to come find some of these and maybe bring it back. It doesn't have to be an agendized item at this point, but we can certainly explore this. I hope that we can. I wanted to finally say I want to just thank everybody who came out to the ice cream social that we had. It was this is my second annual, and we did it in Richmond Park. I had about 150 adults and kids show up, and it really was just a fun event. No politics, no discussions about city, nothing like that. It's really just to activate our parks, make sure that we as residents reclaim our parks for our kids and our families, and make sure they're all activated and engaged in those neighborhoods. So I look forward to having another one next year. But until then, please go out to our parks, and the more we are in our parks, the more we can identify issues as well of safety and cleanliness. This is certainly something that we as residents need to reclaim and make sure that we're upgrading our parks. I know this talks about financial cuts on safety and all these things. Please stay engaged because they will affect services. Let's make sure our parks are safe and clean for our kids. I know our staff do as much as they could, and they're working overtime. I think that is the proper term to make sure that is the case. But they certainly need our support. And so there is also a community program. Just a reminder, we have a Adopt a Park program for any group out there that'd like to go out and clean a park. And so please join that program and join in the fun. Parks are fun. So that's it for now, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, if I
Councilmember
may,
Silva? Sure.
I was just, again, I want to acknowledge the courage that the young ladies had, and I also just wanted to say to the chief, we look forward to your investigation. Hopefully, we'll be able to support these young ladies. And with that, Mayor, we'll pass the baton.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. Just had a few items to bring up, and then also at the mayor's request, I was going to touch on some items that have been in the news recently. So I guess first and foremost, I've kind of been the most popular guy in my neighborhood, not for a good reason lately. Usually it's Girl Scout cookies, but most recently it's been because of parking tickets. And I've had a number of people approach me, both in my neighborhood and from around the city, who were recently ticketed for the first time, some in decades, related to these tickets. And I think, some of the concerns come from, where there maybe is or isn't adequate signage. And the chief has been very helpful, kind of outlined that unfortunately the legal burden for providing notice via signage is very low. And as a result of that, lots of people are getting tickets, and it's very unfortunate. So my hope is that, we can perhaps, bring back a discussion, hopefully sooner than later, because I know in the meantime I'm getting like handfuls of parking tickets at a time and being asked to look into them. And so, certainly happy to do that, but I think there's a much more efficient way that's going to work better for the community and also not stress people out or bum them out in such a way that, hey, they're frustrated now that they've got parking tickets when they haven't for some time. I can remember as a kid, I first got my license, not being able to park on the street and having to park in the driveway on certain nights. And so fortunately I had that opportunity, but not everyone does. So having said that, I'd like us to get that agendized promptly. Now, the next thing, wanted to just touch on real quick as well, in a similar vein, we had a discussion several months back related to short-term rentals. And we approved a policy that allowed for limited short-term rentals within the city. Unfortunately, I guess there's been an issue where some of the people who were previously operating short-term rentals when they were, unregulated and allowed, have gone to register and are being charged back taxes. And so I don't know that that's been fixed yet, but clearly it was not in effect at the time. There were no taxes in place at the time, and so I think to go back and charge back taxes is wrong, and we should look at that and perhaps agendize that for a future discussion if need be. And then last, but certainly not least, as has been in the news recently, there have been 3 instances of the West Nile virus being found in mosquitoes here in Fullerton. So I will not attempt to provide, a thorough scientific report on this. We'll only note that there are a number of resources available to you, specifically through, both through the city and also through Orange County Vector Control. So if you go on to ocvector.org, you can actually get the contact information, reach out to OC Vector. They will come out. They'll actually inspect, your home or your property and help you make sure that you're doing what you can to mitigate or minimize, any active threats, both with, mosquitoes, rats, or others. So, for those interested, the 3 locations, there are actually 3 instances. 2 were in the in the area of Woodcrest and Richmond. The other was in the area of Chapman and Ladera Vista. So, again, stay tuned. Actually, the city's social media outlets have been very active in providing, I think the most, relevant and, insightful information. So, if you have any other questions, as I said, you can reach out to OC Vector and they'll be able to provide you with, more than enough information and even come out and help you at your property as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to follow up on the tickets.
Sure.
Because I've gotten calls. Would we have to agendize, or could the chief or the city manager request that we start giving notices versus tickets so that when they get it, they have a notice and they know it's coming? And or if they could, maybe, and I haven't looked on the website, so maybe there is there a map on there where it says we're going to be enforcing here, or are we just doing it citywide all at once? I mean, if something doesn't have to be agendized, maybe a warning ticket would help.
So now you don't want to agendize.
Well, I'm just saying that way we can get those tickets not handed out tonight.
Sure, we've already remedied that part of the situation.
Okay.
In short, on any given day, there are 3 street sweepers that traverse the city of Fullerton.
Right.
We implemented a new program through an outside vendor called SP Plus, in which they're going to follow the street sweepers. At the time that the program was implemented, there was only enough funding within the program to fund 1 ticket writer to follow 1 of 3 street sweepers. So since the inception of the program, they've been following 1 particular street sweeper, which the signage appears to be adequate for the public notice. And again, I want to stress that the areas that are being cited meet the legal requirement for signage. However, they may not meet the frequency of signage our residents are accustomed to. And so when we realized that they were only following 1 and only ticketing 1 part of the city, we asked them to transition to another street sweeper where in some areas of that route, the signage was adequate, and some areas of the route it was not. So we've put this ticket writer back on the first route, and we're working with our vendor to identify a better way, as well as with Public Works, to get better signage so that it isn't surprising to our residents. And then we will be working, we're making the map that you're talking about, in which we're going to overlay where the signs are, where the tickets are being written, and where the street sweepers deploy. And so people can go on the website and see where we're making our efforts and what we're doing and where tickets are being written. So that process is underway now. In fact, that conversation with our GIS technician upstairs just happened yesterday. So it's in the process, and we've remedied. There shouldn't be any more tickets. If people do get tickets, please submit them to us, and we will take care of them. We apologize for the inconvenience. We're trying to iron out an imperfect process at this point.
No, and that's what I said. I said we're in the process, but thank you for that.
And on my comments, Councilmember Silva, I'll partially answer what you were asking as well, which is, it wasn't that long ago, I remember a time on the council when many of these routine issues could be handled by just having a word with the department head, in this case the chief. I know that he's been very responsive to me when I'm council member or when I'm mayor or whatever. Anytime there's an issue, he's willing to listen and often take action. And so sometimes we can get the results without agendizing something every meeting. Back in that time that I'm talking about, not that long ago, it was also not as common for people to play pressure politics and to have organized protests and to line up dozens, sometimes scores of speakers to try to pound and propound the same issue over and over again. I want to let people know that it certainly has always been my tradition to greet and be willing to speak with any constituent on any issue, and often some of those problems can be resolved without all the clamor and the noise and the stretching our council meetings beyond their normal framework. So I would encourage people, sometimes, if it's a problem, it's probably a mutual problem, and we can discuss and without resorting to the kind of polarizing pressure politics. I know squeaky wheel theory works, and I suspect a lot of other people have discovered that as well. So we do like hearing from the public, but, again, sometimes messages can be concentrated. They can be, we used to do it when I was an activist more. We'd have a large group. Some really didn't want to speak so much, so we'd identify about 3 members of the group to make all the points that we wanted to make at a council meeting. And not trying to shorten the meeting just to shorten it, but often you can make your points more succinctly and clearly with less. It's not always an issue of tonnage of comments. And so I would recommend that for members of the council to try to resolve some matters outside. Now, if that fails, or it fails repeatedly, then obviously we'd need to agendize something and try to deal with it. I have at this point consent items. I still have a few more comments, but I just wanted to lament that I'm going to add to the tonnage of consent items being pulled as well. Item number 2, I'd like mostly just to comment on. It seldom gets referred to in our agenda. That leaves item number 1, 3, 4, 5, and 13. Pardon?
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but I'm not finished with my comments yet. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page. One other issue on my comments is I was invited and attended a virtual meeting with a group from the Woodcrest area who have really a large amount of concerns about speeding, particularly on Baker and on Roberta, and particularly on the east-west streets in our city. Not only speeding, which is creating some real safety concerns for many of the family members there, but people routinely doing donuts at intersections and leaving large amounts of rubber burned in, odd-shaped circles mostly. And they are looking for some relief. They're talking about speed bumps. They're talking about other means of controlling or limiting, somehow stifling this activity. And I'm sure they're probably talking to you as well, Chief. So I just let them know that I listened to a lot of their concerns. I talked about concerns about getting emergency vehicles in a timely fashion through some of these impediments that we might create. And I talked about the proper channels with which to take those grievances. So I just also assured them that I'd bring it up at the council meeting, which I've done. The issues that have really stood out very much as we look at our budget in the earlier study session are problems involving security. So much does involve our law enforcement. It involves our efforts to try to maintain order in our city. And I just wanted to point out the increased difficulty that both, I believe that our law enforcement officers and our legal system have been having to deal with. We have in this state of California, we've had reduced penalties for crimes, reduced penalties for burglaries or theft, to the point of only being a citation. That tends to encourage much more of the same. People who have security concerns, we should also be very concerned about what our state government's activities have been. We've had wholesale release of prisoners, of many thousands of prisoners in our state. Shortened sentences, partly due to COVID, but partly due to a reluctance to house prisoners. Revolving doors at jails. So all of these things are combining to make the job much tougher to provide security and to provide, at least to ensure that crime doesn't pay. We're actually nearing a tipping point, in my estimation, where crime is starting to pay. And when that happens, then market forces take over, and we all become potential victims to many crimes. So I understand the difficulty of the jobs that our law enforcement officials have. I think we need to work cooperatively with them. We do have limited resources. I think that's why it's so lamentable that there are large efforts and protests and pressure politics to say defund the police. I mean, anybody who has property or loved ones in this city, we want good police. We want good law enforcement in the city. We also need to insist in this state on more accountability from our judicial system, from judges and others who want to preserve criminal rights, and those who would break the law and those who would imperil us. They want to put their rights above all those peaceable members of our public who become their victims over time. So it is a complex problem. It is certainly top of our agenda, and we hear it regularly from people. So there are many efforts that we all need to make, but we need to make them beyond the city government. We need to start forcing accountability on others who are creating an environment which is increasingly perilous. I guess I'll deal with that when I pull item number 2. But I appreciate many of the public comments tonight. I also appreciate with what Councilmember Jung said as well, that we have to follow due process and we have to stay within our area of expertise. And we're going to insist that other agencies do so as well. So some problems are not quite so quickly solved, just like the dispensaries, illegal dispensaries, which we've heard regularly about. I'm really pleased to hear a little bit of progress on that. I guess I'll try to tie this up much more quickly. Our first meeting in September, we always go dark around Labor Day. And so this will be our last meeting before a very auspicious event coming up September 11th of 2021. Fully 20 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It's amazing to me that it's been 20 years ago. It's a solemn anniversary, not to be celebrated. We think of anniversaries being something to celebrate, but always remembered. And so since we won't have an opportunity to talk about that, I do wish that everyone will take the time to reflect and never forget about what happened on 9/11 and to pay your respects to those. It's used to be a cry after World War II about Pearl Harbor. At that point, the largest number of American citizens that were attacked and killed on American soil. But now September 11th exceeds that number in this country. So those, again, first responders and those in the military, and including the events that are occurring in Afghanistan currently as well, it's a time to reflect upon that. With that, we are ready for our consent calendar, Madam Clerk. So.
You got the appointments first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep trying to skip this.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem has a report for us this evening.
Good evening. The interview panel met yesterday to interview prospective candidates for the for the Active Transportation Committee, and also the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Committee. These are both at-large appointments, and the committee, the panel has recommended Miguel Alvarez for the Active Transportation Committee and Lisa Wozab for the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Committee. And that concludes my report.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Jung.
I'll move those recommendations, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
I see 2 hands raised in Zoom. Let me check and see if these are public comments on this item.
Okay.
Rose, is your hand raised to talk on the committee appointments? Rose, who's got her hand raised on Zoom. She's not unmuting, so I don't think so. Terry, I'm gonna check and double check with you. Terry Prado, is your hand raised for the appointment item?
I just unmuted.
I don't hear either of them speaking up that they are speaking on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm here for the water dispute.
Okay, hang on. We are not on that item yet. So.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
No, you haven't missed it yet.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're good for public comments. Thanks.
All right. So it means the item will be brought up and you will have an opportunity to speak directly to that item at that time. Sure. That means it's not just consent, part of a group, but it's isolated then. Okay. And are there members of the in the chamber here who wish to address this item, the appointment of these commission members? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council then. We do have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the council? Seeing none, we'll call for a roll call vote on this.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
I just want to comment first that we had very many worthy applicants for this role, and upon consideration, I do want to thank those who did apply. But yes, I have an aye vote.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are now at the consent calendar, which I've been trying to get at for a while. And so we do have, as I mentioned earlier, where's my summary list here?
We have 1, 3, 4, 5, 11,
And
3,
13.
4, 5, 12, and 13.
Oh, 12 I was missing, huh? Yes, you're right. 1, 3, 4, 5, 12, and 13. I would entertain a motion on those items.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm happy to move those items forward.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Councilmember Zara. Roll call.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
I requested that item number 2 be pulled, really only to make a few points, so I hope that you'll bear with me. This is our check register, which is a regular component of our consent calendar. And it was a notable one in a few respects, and I just thought I'd call attention to a few of the items. Notable to me because in this month of July, this is for July 1st through July 31st, we had total disbursements of $52,659,412.63. That's an extraordinarily large amount for a typical month for the city. And so in looking through some of the summary, I realized that we made some payments for the annual unfunded actuarial liability for pensions, the PERS annual UAL payment. The miscellaneous group for the city, we made a payment of almost $6 million as $5.9 million. And it was for public safety, the payment was $13.5 million. There were a few lesser amounts as well for miscellaneous and safety, $378,000, some others. I did have a couple questions as well. There were some other notable disbursements. We did follow through on the payment to the Fullerton Museum Center Association, $51,771, and another of about $100,000. We notable, at least for me, was American Golf Corporation as well. That was almost $79,000 for the month. We do have, let me see, I did have this marked. I did want to ask, is Ellis here right now? Oh, okay.
Ellis snuck onto Zoom, but she can speak now.
Big Ben Incorporated. There were numerous payments for Big Ben Incorporated $207,000, $1,050,000, $223,000, $94,000, total about $1.6 million on this. Just wanted to ask for particulars on that.
There she is.
Mayor, we can look into that and get you the details as to which project those payments were for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I also, once in a while, something catches me because it's different. The Bravo CDJR of Alhambra got my attention, and I find out that upon inspection, that's Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram dealer in the city of Alhambra. That was almost $400,000. And I'd like an opportunity, Ms. Chang, to go over some other items. I have numerous others that I don't want to take the time right now, but I will identify a few of these items, and I'd like a little bit of time with you to go over these.
Of course, if you'd like to drop me an email with the vendor name and the amounts, I'd be happy to look into that. And
I will be happy to do that, but I do appreciate that we do include the check register with each of our meetings, and to me it's very useful to try to understand what's going on and when it's going on as far as the city's finances. So with that, I would move approval of this item, of item number 2. I don't know whether there's public comment on this. And seeing none.
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, we can do a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Now, the next item, who pulled that? Item number
6, 7, and 8 were all members of the public.
Yeah. Right. So item number 6. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor. Heather Allen, Planning Manager. I'm available to make a presentation on the item or answer questions. The applicant is here as well, and we can do whatever your pleasure. I would ask the clerk, we do need some reserved seating for the applicant who's waiting outside to come in. So I would ask to keep the front row clear, please. So if you'd like a presentation, happy to
if
give
you
one or
could give
answer
us a
questions.
succinct presentation, that might be helpful.
Kelly, can you?
It's on.
It's on.
Could you,
Oh, I still can't see.
this one? There you go.
Great. Thank you. All right, so just for a quick reference, the project we're talking about this evening is located in the green square on the screen. It's located north of the train station at the Fullerton Transportation Center. Property is located within the boundaries of the Fullerton Transportation Center specific plan. This is a former redevelopment agency property for which an exclusive negotiation was approved back in December of 2018. This property was included in the long-range property management plan, which allows us to dispose of it pursuant to existing compensation agreements, so long as that disposition occurs by December 31st of 2022. And importantly, a hotel was identified and analyzed as a land use within the Transportation Center specific plan. So the request before you this evening is to approve the third and final E&A amendment to terminate with the earlier of the DDA property sale or December 31st, 2022, whichever comes earlier, at which point this becomes a moot point anyway. Giving us this extension would allow the negotiations to continue, allow the land use entitlements to commence, and provide, and importantly, provide the city with an opportunity to be in an agreement with a developer under which we could specify the nature of the hotel, the amenities, and also various provisions under the development agreement where the property could revert back to us in the event of non-performance. This property does include a restaurant and meeting rooms, all of which we would be able to have a say in the amenity package as part of the development agreement. Importantly, since the last meeting, Council did continue this item to request an analysis of the lease potential under the disposition law. A lease is not something that was specifically contemplated. We believe that perhaps it is technically possible, but there's several complexities that a lease would bring. Namely, the cost of financing under a lease becomes significantly harder. There is less lease-based financing available, which also then means it becomes more expensive. So the project, which as a sale did not require any subsidies from the city, would be likely asking for subsidies from the city in the event of a lease to be able to take the TUT revenue that it earned and replace the additional costs from the cost of the additional lease-based debt. And if we grant the hotel a subsidy, then prevailing wages on the construction kick in. So that would further increase the transient occupancy tax subsidy that would be requested. So what you see on the screen is in comparison really the three options that are before you this evening. Under a sale of the property as a hotel, the city stands to receive ongoing proceeds, new revenue, TOT tax, looking at $16 million over 20 years. Obviously, this would be a longer DDA than the 20 years, but just looking to give some basic comparison. On the lease side, true, we would still receive TOT tax, but it would be significantly subsidized to cover the cost of the debt increase cost, as well as the construction costs. Obviously, with affordable housing, which is the other item essentially that would be an option for the site, were the ENA not to be renewed, we would get no TOT tax and have no new substantial revenue stream for the city, which I think is a prudent consideration given the other discussions tonight. Obviously, with the hotel, we have sales tax from the restaurant that'd be on the premises. We also have property tax when the property goes back on the tax rolls. You have that as a sale. You'd also have some lease potential, a leasehold property tax under the lease. Affordable housing does not guarantee that it would be on the property tax roll, depending on the type of financing that the affordable developer would require. Importantly, I think the hotel provides both hotel worker jobs and restaurant jobs. So I think that is a key that is important and unique to having a hotel on the property, being able to provide the local hotel workers opportunity for employment. Just a couple highlights on the affordable housing. I know that some of the information in the public was essentially comparing the two options. Importantly, this is not the only affordable housing opportunity that the city has. Within the FTC specific plan area, we've already approved and built 55 units by Related on the south side of Santa Fe. On tonight's agenda, in fact, we have 1600 West Commonwealth, where we are considering an affordable housing project. We have two others in the same category of surplus land, and most importantly, through the housing element process, the city has to provide a zoning for over 1,300 dwelling units. So I would encourage anyone who is interested in the provision of housing to participate in the housing element process and also sign up on the city's website for the housing game plan. So with that...
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Heather, I have a question for you. Could you go back to the slide of the... well, actually, you can answer me. It doesn't matter. I just have a question on the Surplus Land Act. So could you explain that the size of this lot is it under 3 acres?
The size of the lot is under 2 acres.
Under 2 acres.
Correct.
So I could you just correct me if I'm wrong? I was reading on this and looking into it. Is it not true that the Surplus Land Act on small lots like this does not require full affordable housing? Full affordable. It could be market rate with up to 25% only affordable?
Correct. So the Surplus Land Act would kick in after, just essentially, if the ENA were to lapse or if the disposition did not occur by December 31 of 2022. At that point, the provisions of the Surplus Land Act kick in. There are a number of exceptions. There is one exception that would appear to allow for affordable housing as a component with a larger residential project of at least 300 units, and that could also include commercial. So there's a couple things, requirements that it would need to meet to qualify to have something less than 100% affordable.
I see. Okay. Just to clarify that, thank you.
Certainly.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Sure. We have other hotels in the city, correct?
We do.
What's the occupancy rate of those hotels, do you know?
That I don't know. We do not have another one in this area.
All right. We do have one down the street on Harbor Boulevard. What's the status of that hotel? Do you know, off the 91 freeway?
The Willow Tree? Is that what you're referring to, or which?
The one next to the behind the gas station off of Harbor and the 91 freeway. Holiday Inn, Howard Johnson, whatever it is now. Do you know, Director Fritzl? Is it a Holiday Inn now? Or
It is currently a Holiday Inn. Coincidentally, I did receive a request on how that could become residential.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I haven't.
My point is, if we have hotels in the city now that aren't being used, why would we justify selling city land to a hotel again that hasn't been built in 2 ENAs? We're going to now extend it a third in the hopes that we can wish upon a flying star, I guess, that indeed it'll be occupied. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, I'm not sure if that was would you like a response, or that was okay.
Mr. Mayor, I do have actually, I do know that the Holiday Inn is actually completely full, because I tried to book a room there for a relative who came to visit me, so it is packed.
Yes,
So,
and
so I do know that.
Anecdotally, I know as well, whenever there are special events in the city, and it's not a pandemic lockdown time, right? There are a shortage of rooms, certainly for people who are coming in either for University of Cal State University at Fullerton or Fullerton College or other special events, which this city can't really accommodate very well most of the time.
Correct.
But that being the case, I appreciate your concise report on this, and I don't know whether council members have any specific questions before we move to public comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So tonight we're voting, this is to extend the ENA. This is not finalizing terms and such.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So this action would be to extend the ENA. This would allow us to move forward with the entitlement package, which would include a development agreement. All of the entitlements, including the development agreement, go back through the public hearing process, Planning Commission, and City Council.
Extended up to about 15 months, a little over
Correct.
15 months.
No longer than December 31 of
Right.
2022.
And, this is a question for the counselor. Attorney Jones, you've had an opportunity to review, I guess, the ENA. Is this contract?
The ENA is potentially assignable.
Okay. And I see no more questions, so we could invite public comment at this time to this
And
item.
I would, Craig Hostert, who's representing the developer, is here to speak.
If you wish to lead off, Mr. Hostert, you're welcome to do so. And if not, if you prefer to wait, it's up to you. Okay.
Thank you, Heather. Can you hear me well with my mask on?
Yes.
I apologize. I'm a little nervous. First time I've been inside a building in a year and a half, because I am immunocompromised, so I'm going to make my speech as quickly as I can, and then I'll probably exit out into the lobby and come back in for any questions. There's no doubt that we need affordable housing in the city of Fullerton. There's also no doubt we need to generate revenue. I drive our roads every single day, and I have for the last 60 years I've been in this city. Our city's housing and financial future depends on our land use plans. Nobody denies this. Over the next 10 years, Orange County needs to produce 183,000 units. Think about that number for a minute. The city of Fullerton has to produce 13,000 units in that same time frame, with approximately 40% of them being low to very low income. So how do cities balance the housing and bringing much needed revenue so they can provide the citizens with a safe and vibrant city? Housing projects are one way, but they only bring in about 15% of the property tax. So why a hotel? I've been asked. And Councilmember Jung, CBRE, did an extensive study, and they estimated that our occupancy would be about 75% when we're fully built and operational. So why a hotel? Because of this location. The proximity to our downtown, train station, Disneyland, CSUF, and other places of interest, Muggenthaler, our great museum. There's a big advantage a hotel has over housing. And that big advantage is TOT tax, the transient occupancy tax. Now, I don't need to educate anybody, but we know that of property taxes and sales tax, the state, the county, and other government agencies take a big share of it. The TOT tax stays right with the city of Fullerton, all 10% of it. Now, CBRE out of Los Angeles, along with many other of our consultants, did several feasibility studies. In our first year of operation, we expect to generate $565,000 in TOT tax. That's money directly to the city, no sharing. We expect to generate $3.3 million in taxable sales, yielding $34,000 to the city of Fullerton. Property taxes, $374,000, yielding $58,000 to the city of Fullerton. So the total in our first year of operation, we expect to generate $650,000 to the city of Fullerton. I'm sorry, it's hard to breathe through this mask. And if you look at our 10-year model, we expect to generate between $8 and $9 million directly to the city. In addition, we asked CBRE to conduct an economic impact study for us. And I'm going to read right from the report. Total annual economic impact attributed to the proposed Fullerton Hotel, assuming a stable operations, is approximately $26 million. That's on an annual basis. It is conservatively estimated that 204 jobs will be generated and supported on the annual basis by the direct spending associated with proposed hotel development. And if we look at CBRE's economic study over 10 years, read from the report right again, over a 10-year operational period, the economic impact is estimated to the city of Fullerton to be approximately $322 million. That's our hotel guests going out in the city, spending money, lots of money. Now, I read somewhere in a blog that we were being given the property. We have never asked, nor have we received any subsidies. The land was appraised by the city appraiser at $4.6 million. This value, however, was made before the city appraiser was provided the soils engineer's report showing 27 feet of dirty soil that was just dumped into the ground in a huge hole when a 5,000-gallon petroleum tank was removed. This dirty soil created a deficiency in the property value by adding extraordinary, considerable costs that will impact any building built on this site. The appraiser then made the appropriate adjustments. At a value of $2.3 million, Fullerton receives $361,000 after allocations. So why a hotel? It brings in tourist dollars and creates local jobs. It will enhance our downtown and possibly revitalize the downtown, encouraging other development, repurposing, and so on. We were moving at a very accelerated pace before COVID. COVID stopped the hospitality in its tracks. Capital markets, equity markets closed, and investors pulled back. We slowed as well, but we did not stop moving forward. We continued working with our consultants, our soils engineers, our structural engineers, and city staff to negotiate the DDA and to work on mitigating factors to reduce the cost of this contaminated soil. As Heather stated, we need the extra time to complete the entitlement process. As I said in the beginning, housing is a very important issue and needs to be addressed. And so is the financial needs of our city. As our elected leaders, we need to find a balance between housing and revenue. Without this balance, we all fail. This project is the best. This is the best site in our city and the best project for this site. Now, I know there's a lot of union members here tonight. I spoke with them on Friday. They told me about 200 of their members live in Fullerton. I think that's a good testament to our city. I think that's great. I promised them that we have no issues sitting down and putting them at the table with our property management company, but unfortunately I wasn't talking to that group. I was talking to a group that told me they want to stop this project and make it a leased land project. I can tell you right now, we looked at that option at the very beginning with Ted White when he was director of community development. A lease does not work. It makes the feasibility of this hotel very difficult and challenging to make happen. That's all I have to say, and any questions?
Sir, I know your condition, so I'm really not going to ask you to stand up here longer than you have to. I'd like you to be safe.
I appreciate that.
Very quickly, I just want to reiterate, the assessed appraisal for the land was 4.68 million, correct?
Correct.
And then the reassessed value was 2.3.
Correct.
And we're selling, based on this, the sale of the property, we'd only get 360,000, correct?
Correct, or
All right.
700,000 for the 4.6.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions?
May I ask?
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, the sale of this property is owned by the redevelopment agency.
That's correct.
And so this is our portion, but other entities like the school district will also get their fair share of that.
Yeah, there's
the
about
total
18. There's about
Yeah.
18 different entities, and the school districts get the lion's share of it.
Yeah.
Almost 70% among all the educational
You're
agencies.
correct.
yes.
But then if it is a purchase, it goes on our city payroll, tax roll.
Yeah, yes, it would become
Yes.
in fee property, and yes.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. And so now we would be ready to receive public comment on this item. And
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please line up on the wall opposite from me, and whoever's first can go ahead and go to the microphone and get started.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. My name-
good evening. We do respect your ability to speak to us, all of you, but if there's any way some of the comments could be consolidated, that would be most helpful.
Perfect. Yeah. No. All I gotta say is that I've been living in Fullerton my whole life. I'm 64, 59 years living here in Fullerton. I went to Maple School, Wilshire Junior High, Fullerton College. Good life here. Beautiful college town. Things are changing. My kids also went to all the schools here. Troy High School, Cal State Fullerton. But things are changing. Okay, you guys want to sell this property for progress? I understand that, but I think it's better if we just lease it. It's going to be a long time. You put a hotel right there, it's going to take away what we already have now. We have hotels in Anaheim. People can stay there. It's only a few miles away. We have hotels over there in Placencia. People could stay there. We don't need another hotel in the downtown Fullerton. We have plenty of parties going on. How are you guys going to control that? There's always issues coming up. There's that restaurant where there's having issues there. Investigating. We don't need a hotel. We need affordable housing. You guys got to be open to that. The people even. So just do the right thing. Lease the property. You guys have control. You guys are smart people. There's planning. You guys could do more things with that. Revenue, I understand, but there's smart things to do. There's no need to sell the property. There's other ways you guys can do, progress and change, but you guys could keep control of the property and do more things with it than just a hotel. Affordable living, people need that. 200 people that work at Disneyland, they need to live somewhere at the wages they pay over there. Thank you. You guys have a good evening. Do the right thing. Lease the property.
Hi. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Whitaker and council members. Danielle Wilson with Unite Here Local 11. I came before you in 2019 and I said something that was really simple. I said our members are the working poor. They are the most housing insecure people in this industry, in the service industry in Orange County. You already know this. We've already gone through this a million times. Nobody has to challenge us on whether or not we support affordable housing and fight tooth and nail all over Orange County to protect existing housing and to make sure more housing gets built. You know that the first thing we asked you to do is to end this ENA because it'll go straight to the Surplus Lands Act. You'll have housing. You have housing opportunity right in front of you. With all due respect to the staff and extreme respect to the council for standing up against people who don't want people like our members to live here and standing up to pass more affordable housing, the other projects in the city are not before you tonight when we're talking about this item. We're talking about this site right here. So we want it to be housing. However, we heard the council back in 2019. We know you guys want a hotel here. So we're saying, we want you to get the best possible deal. There's a reason why cities all over our county and all over LA County fight for long-term ground leases. We all know that a developer would not be proposing a hotel here if it was not going to be an asset that appreciates over time. The developer outlined that for us in his presentation. So we want the city to lease this property, retain control over some parcel of it, doesn't have to be the entire site, structure a ground lease so that you get you're ramping up revenue over time so that the city retains control, benefits financially, and we can get the best community benefits possible here. Please do the right thing. You know we've said this a bunch of times before for a couple years now. We know you will. Thanks so much.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es María.
My name is Maria.
Trabajo perdón. Hola, mi nombre es María. Trabajo de busser en el Disneyland Resort.
My name is Maria, and I work as a busser in the Disneyland Resort.
Fullerton debería utilizar sus terrenos públicos en beneficios de todo el público.
Fullerton should use their public land in benefit of all of the public.
Nuestras tierras públicas deberían ayudar con nuestros problemas más importantes en este momento.
Our public land should deal with the problems that are most important to us in this moment.
La crisis de la vivienda.
The housing crisis.
No venda este terreno a un promotor hotelero. Gracias.
Do not sell this land to the promoter, to a hotel promoter. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lupita. Trabajo en Digne de recamarera.
Hello and good evening. My name is Lupita, and I work as a housekeeper in Disneyland.
Por favor, vota en contra de este proyecto.
Please vote against this project.
Este es el momento difícil para todos nosotros que trabajamos en la industria hotelera.
This is a very difficult moment for all of us who work in the hotel industry.
He sufrido recortes en horas a causa de la pandemia y muchos de mis amigos y familiares han perdido su trabajo por completo.
We have suffered many cutbacks in our hours because of the pandemic, and many of my friends and families have lost their jobs completely.
Y por esa razón yo también vivo en junta con familias, porque pues es la situación la que me mantiene en esa posición.
And due to this reason, I live together with other families because of the position that has kept me in this situation.
Necesitamos más negocios en los hoteles que existen, no en un hotel nuevo. Gracias.
We need to have business with the hotels that already exist, not in new hotels. Thank you.
Good evening. How are you tonight? My name is Marta Tannenbaum. I work as a banquet server at the Anaheim Hilton and Convention Center, and it is very hard to find housing in California. As a hotel worker, I know that for us in this industry, the cost of rent, it takes up so much of our pay that it's very hard to afford to stay near our jobs. I share my rent, which is $2,500 a month, with one of my roommates, and it's hard for us to pay this rent because of the pandemic, we lost, many hours in our jobs. So we had to end up moving, further from our jobs in order to be able to pay rent. So please reject this proposal and support affordable housing instead of a hotel. Thank you.
Oh, yes, hello, good evening. My name is Francisco Islas. I'm working at the Disneyland Resort as well. I have seen so many homeless people around the city. This problem is getting bigger and bigger issue. It's because people are struggling to pay their mortgage and their rent. I'll give you an example about myself. In the pandemic, we were laid off for about 6 months. We couldn't pay the rent. And I was almost ending on the streets, like so many of my neighbors. We pay about $2,200 a month. And being behind my payments, I was struggling, like so many of my members and my family. I had moved 3 times in the last 3 years. In the last, I would say, 8 months, and I ended further and farther from my jobs. Please reject this hotel project. There's enough hotels, and we need to fill those positions first before you open new hotels. But there's not enough housing. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Antonia de los Reyes.
My name is Antonia de los Reyes.
Soy housekeeping del Gran California Hotel de Disney.
I am a housekeeper in the Great California Disney Hotel.
Sí. Por favor, voten en contra de este proyecto.
Please vote against this project.
Porque en estos momentos difíciles que estamos viviendo todos y más la industria hotelera, porque se nos han recortado horas de trabajo y han cerrado departamentos que nos han afectado. Muchos han perdido el trabajo por completo, o sea, afecta a nuestras familias.
So during these hard times that all of us are living in, especially in the hotel industry, there have been cutbacks in hours, and entire departments have been closed down, and even people who have totally lost their jobs, and it's greatly affected our community and our families.
Necesitamos más negocios, pero en los hoteles que ya existen, no en los que se van a abrir.
We need more business, but in the hotels that already exist, not in the ones that are going to open.
No a este proyecto, por favor.
No to this
Gracias.
project, please. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rubén Flores. Trabajo en Disneyland, en el departamento de lavandería.
Hello, and good evening. My name is Ruben Flores. I work in Disneyland in the laundry department.
Es muy difícil encontrar viviendas
It's very hard to find housing,
accesibles en California.
accessible housing in California,
Como trabajador de un hotel,
as a hotel worker.
sé que para nosotros la industria hotelera,
I know that for us, the hotel industry,
el costo de alquiler
the cost of rent,
representa tanto de nuestro salario
it represents so much of our salary.
que es muy difícil permitirse permanecer cerca de nuestros trabajos.
It's very difficult to allow us to stay close by to our jobs.
Comparto esta experiencia
I share this experience,
personal de vivienda.
this personal housing experience.
Por ejemplo, pago
For example, I pay
$950 de una recámara,
$950 for one bedroom, for a room.
habitaciones que comparto en personas. Es muy difícil pagar el alquiler todos los meses.
rooms that are shared by people, it's very difficult to be able to pay for it every month.
Rechazo esta propuesta.
I reject this proposal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Inez, and I'm a housekeeper at the Disneyland Hotel. Fullerton should use public lands for public good. Our public land should help with our most important issues right now, the housing crisis. Please do not sell this land to hotel developers. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Bañuelos. Trabajo en Pantry en Gran California Hotel también.
Hello, good evening. My name is Yolanda Banuelos, and I work also in the Disney Great California Hotel.
Todos hemos visto cómo esta falta de vivienda se ha convertido en un problema cada vez mayor.
We have all seen how this lack of housing has become, each time has become a greater problem.
Es porque la gente está luchando para pagar sus alquileres.
It's because people are struggling to be able to pay for their rent.
Ejemplo, yo pago $1,900, comparto un apartamento de 2 personas.
So, for example, I pay $1,900. I share an apartment, 2 people.
Un año estando en casa con esta pandemia, cada vez es más difícil pagar cada mes el alquiler.
So 1 year being at home with this pandemic, it's becoming more and more difficult to be able to pay for rent.
Rechace este proyecto de hoteles. Hay suficientes hoteles, pero no hay suficientes viviendas.
Reject this hotel proposal. There are enough hotels, but there is not enough housing.
Do we have Zoom callers on this?
I see one hand raised on Zoom. So call in user 3. If you want to unmute, you can speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Maureen Milton, and I want to ask a question regarding the hotel. Why can't we lease the property to the hotel? Because if we sell it, once the money's gone, it's gone. And also, a hotel is very important. The pandemic is not going to last forever. Housing is rough everywhere, but the hotel where it is going to eventually bring money, renewable money, constantly, because of the fact that when things hopefully get back to some sort of normalcy, you're going to have tour companies bringing in tours from all over the world. They use the other 4 hotels in town. I believe one of the hotels down by the freeway is closed, at least the last time I was there. But eventually, the pandemic is going to be over, and there's going to be renewable money all the time. And we need something downtown because of the fact that the other hotels we have are so far away from the downtown area. When all these inbound tours come in, they can't get anywhere. They can't get down to downtown. They don't have any way to get downtown, and especially the foreign people, because I've seen this happen. So I am for the hotel, but I don't want to see the city sell the property, because, as I say, once the money is gone, it's gone. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And there are no more hands raised.
Okay, we will bring the item back to the council. Anyone want to lead off? Or I would actually be happy to do that for a change, which is, I understand the competitive pressures that are out there. Cities have competitive pressures too, to try to maintain balance and to provide revenue, adequate revenue to allow for payment of services that are necessary in a city. Many of the speakers work in Anaheim, but really don't want competition from a hotel in Fullerton. mentioned hotels are in Placentia, hotels are in Anaheim. If we followed that strategy strictly, we would be a bedroom community, in which it's very difficult to make ends meet as a city government. The differences between a lease arrangement have already been explained, that it changes the math on whether or not a hotel could be successful or not in that location. And so I thought it was worthwhile to look at the lease option, but it really doesn't pencil out. And as we look at the other requirements, if we look at affordable housing is needed right now, no question about it, but it produces no revenue for the city, and it produces no jobs. So a lot of people who work in Anaheim aren't wanting to allow people in Fullerton who might want to work near where they live, not allowing them that option if we don't decide to create a hotel or two and try to balance all these interests with each other. That's why I originally opposed this project, but the more that I look at it and the more that I hear, this is a necessary element. Commerce is important. This is a tourist destination, all of Southern California is, and the city needs to look for Fullerton interests over the interests of adjacent cities. So for that reason, I do urge fellow council members to consider what the options are here. And I understand there is some sense, as Maureen said on the phone call, of, gee, if you don't sell the property, then you still have it. But this property is being unused at present. If it's developed for commercial purposes, it will create necessary revenue. It will create a great many jobs in the city, especially for new immigrants that really need those jobs in many cases. Our city isn't really providing what Anaheim is providing in that regard. So it troubles me to have people who are trying to stifle competition, because I believe in market forces. I believe as consumers, we all benefit when we have market forces at work and not really allow a competitor to be shouted down. So that's where I'm at on it. Yes, Mr. Silva.
I'm going to speak to Spanish for a little bit, but I'm going to translate, so we won't need it.
Sure.
Bueno, buenas noches. Y escuché a la gente que estaba comentando, y una cosa que deben de saber, yo soy uno de los más vocales aquí, que siempre pido ¿cómo se dice? Apartamentos de bajo recurso. Yo soy el que siempre estoy gritando, necesitamos más apartamentos de bajo recurso, más casas, y he pedido que háganos una ley de la ciudad donde cada vez que viene alguien a hacer casa, que tiene que incluir 15% de casas de bajo recurso. Pero aquí en este terreno, si lo hacemos así, no va a ser todo habitaciones de bajo recurso, va a ser un porcentaje. Y también he escuchado que no han trabajado, y aquí lo que estoy viendo en este hogar con hotel, va a haber trabajos para 240 personas. En vez de ir a Disneyland, pueden trabajar aquí. Eso es lo que estoy pensando ahorita. So, Mr. Mayor, if I just may, what I said is that I have been one of the biggest advocates for affordable housing up here. You can ask some of my mates here who, every time there's a development, I'm screaming affordable housing. I've tried to bring in an inclusionary clause where we can have a mandated 15% of affordable housing in any project. We haven't gotten there yet. And I hear you when you're saying you need affordable housing, and like I say, we're preaching to the choir here. But I've also heard you say that your jobs have been, you've been let go or furlough or not working during this pandemic. Well, this hotel will bring 240 jobs and maybe more if we stimulate that area. So those are the things that are going through my mind as I'm listening to you all. And I would be in favor of leasing the property, but I don't think we'll be able to get that far. And I want to see that area revitalized. I want to see something built, and we have surrounding area there that could also benefit from some sort of stimulus. there at that corner. And then, you know, the economic impact that this will make, you know, consultants say X, Y, and Z, but I think something like a hotel of this type will generate a lot of economic impact that will benefit our residents. So for that, I don't know if well, but if I understand, the leasing part will now work, and I'm hoping that we can move forward. And I feel you. I've had conversations with some of your leadership, and this is a tough decision. But again, this is why we're up here sometimes to make decisions that are how do I say, not popular with a majority or popular with some. So I'm, you know, again, and moving with this ENA, we still have a chance when they come back to see what maybe there is a possible lease option as they move on. But I do want to see something there. It's been empty for a long time, and I think we need to move forward with this.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I will not be supporting this project the way it is right now. I'd prefer that the ENA expire and it become affordable housing. I think we have we're duty bound to get the most public benefit out of parcels that the city owns. And when it comes to what we as Fullerton City owns, we don't have much. There's a reason why affordable housing costs zero in terms of our tax revenue, because there's an actual public benefit. The public, our residents benefit from that, or our soon-to-be residents would benefit from it. So I am not supportive of this item this evening, sir, and thank you very much.
Okay. Comments from either Mayor Pro Tem or Councilmember Zara?
You know, this is interesting. Several weeks ago when we considered this matter, I voted no on the extension. And, you know, in reflecting on that no and what this means in light of current state law, you know, related to the surplus land or surplus property, you know, it seems that our hands are sort of bound, so that in fact, if it's not a hotel, that it could potentially be or forced to be affordable housing. But the reality is we're not agreeing on terms, you know, so to outline that this should be a lease versus a sale, or to outline a particular sales price at this point in time, or any other terms related to the sale is premature. You know, tonight we're simply discussing and voting on whether or not to extend this ENA. And as our city attorney has confirmed earlier, you know, that gives us the most latitude. Having an ENA in place actually gives us the opportunity to bypass the Surplus Land Act, whether or not it's with this particular developer. So, you know, I believe that there could be other potential opportunities here, and having an ENA in effect gives us, I think, the upper hand in these negotiations, and gives us the opportunity, whether it's this particular project or something else that could potentially go there. You know, we have more opportunities, and so I think that, you know, by supporting the ENA, that will give us, you know, really the opportunity to see that, hey, we get something there that does in fact work for the community. So that's where I'm at, and you know, I'll be supporting the extension for those reasons.
Councilmember Zara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I think a lot of the members here, we know each other personally, and we're, I think, almost family, and sometimes family disagree. And when we're up here, we have to look at the larger scope of the city. And the city is in financial need. And when I say financial need, it means that we have no money even to do after-school programs anymore. We are now outsourcing those and trying to get our students who are low income into programs that are done by some of the charities out there. So we do need revenue in our city to be able to help and assist even the most vulnerable of our residents too. And this is an opportunity in my opinion, that is once in a blue moon that comes to the city. We're not a big hotel city, but this is an opportunity to revitalize the downtown a little bit, bring some jobs, and bring revenue that is so needed to our city. And that revenue could be reinvested in different programs that would support our parks, that would support our safety, that would support our low-income programs that we have. So there is a benefit, and also, as mentioned, it'll create a lot of jobs. And I know the developer, we've talked extensively about the type of jobs and the quality of jobs as well, and he's very open to sitting down and further having discussions with your leadership as well. Just like I think Councilman Silva said, I think if he's the most the one that supports affordable housing the most, I think I'm the second, because he came before me. But I'm a renter too, and I understand that, and I have a hard time sometimes, grappling with some of the neighbors in my neighborhood that are struggling, and I want to push for affordable housing to the extent that we can. And then we have other surplus lands that will certainly qualify and be really beautiful properties. In fact, there is tonight on the agenda another opportunity that Council will be discussing for 59 units of affordable housing in our city. So it is not the lack of trying, but I think we have to be balanced when you're in looking at the city at large. So I will, always be supportive of our working families. I'll always be supportive of our of affordable housing and trying to find ways. This, I think, is an option for us to bring much needed revenue in our city so we can reinvest it in our working families in our city as well. So for that, I will be supportive of this. And also, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, this is only just a step to explore this. This is the final extension of this, so we're only exploring. It may not pencil out in the end, it may not work, and then at that point, it will go back to the Surplus Land Act. But at least let us have the opportunity to explore this option here further, and then we can take a look at it down the line. So I appreciate everybody who came and spoke here. It is extremely important, and I really appreciate your passion for affordable housing, and keep up the good work for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I want to at least note that I'm not a big supporter of E&As generally either, and often because they get stretched out, and there are non-performance issues often with those who have that advantage. However, in this case, to ignore the reality of the pandemic and the lockdowns over the last 2 years, I think would be patently unfair. It isn't really a lack of performance on the part of this E&A recipient. And so I think an extension, a modest extension, is really called for in this case. Yeah. And with that...
Mr. Mayor, I'll be happy to move the item, and I would also like to indicate that Mr. Zara and I have been big advocates of affordable housing, and if one of you three would like to join us, we could have an ordinance in Fullerton where we have affordable housing on every development. So with that, I'll move the item.
And you know what helps make housing more affordable? A job. So job creation is very important, yes. And I'd be happy to second your motion. And if there's no more discussion on this, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Jung?
No.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
Mayor Whitaker?
Aye.
Item passes 4-1.
Okay. We move on now to item number 7 on the consent calendar. Which is early morning parking restriction for Whiting Avenue and Malden Avenue. Who will be presenting on this, Mr.? There he is. I had to ask.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll make this extremely brief. This is a matter that's coming to you via the Transportation and Circulation Commission, recommending approval to rescind a 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. early morning parking restriction on 2 streets in downtown area, Whiting and Malden. Staff has had communication with the majority of the property owners in this area, and they are supportive of this change. And staff has also determined that the area is parking deficient. If you approve it tonight, this proposal would provide early morning parking relief for approximately 33 vehicles on Whiting Avenue and 18 vehicles on Malden. And staff believes that the combined 51 spaces would provide needed relief for the residents as requested, and indirectly would also open up spaces within our public parking lots where they're currently parking with a permit. Prior to the commission meeting, we received one letter in opposition, and there was 2 speakers for the matter before the TCC. And after public testimony, TCC voted unanimously to approve staff's recommendation to rescind the early morning parking prohibition. And that's it in a nutshell.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions by members of the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So you said 51% of the property owners on both sides, was there a petition?
This one was not done by petition. Because back in 2016, City Council directed staff to investigate and implement feasible measures that may increase on-street parking availability within neighborhoods where the early morning parking restriction created hardship for residents. So this was a staff-initiated from complaints, both at the police department and Public Works. We suggested going in this direction and then reached out to each of the property owners.
So here then in this case, I mean, why does it say the applicant paid $523 if this was staff initiated?
So the applicant was there's 2 large.
I think this.
Yes, there's 2.
The applicant?
Yeah, she
Okay.
paid.
But if it's staff initiated,
well,
then why?
Because
why
we don't have a petition from all of the residents that are in that area. They were represented by the property management company, who paid the fee to bring the matter forward.
I see. How many property owners are there total?
I believe that's in the package. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 property owners, I believe. But 2 of the largest properties are represented by.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many people dissented on this?
1.
One. Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from council at this stage, we can open the item up for public comment.
Well, if you're going to pass it, then I don't need to say nothing because I'm for it. So, but if you want to know the statistics of it,
please.
I have multiple properties, but the one that's in particular is the Wilshire Promenade building off of 141 West Wilshire. There's 2 structures, parking structures. The upper structure belongs to the public, so my residents can't park there. The lower structure doesn't have enough spaces. For instance, I have 128 homes, and only 35 of the apartment homes can have 2 cars. The other, 93 apartment homes can only fit 1 car, and they started to ticket when they outsourced the ticketing. Before it wasn't a problem. So all my residents were starting getting ticketed right there on Malden and Whiting. And of course, it's hard to pay rent, right? So I don't want my residents ticketed, but they need a safe place to park to be able to walk home if they can't park in the upper structure. There's just not enough parking. When they established that rule back, in 1928, they established no parking overnight in Fullerton. But, times have changed. The population has changed. So we need to allow a safe place for the residents to park. If not, they're going to move somewhere else to another city that allows overnight parking. So I'm losing residents to the parking and having to get these tickets all the time. So I'm trying to advocate to have a place for my residents to park. There's nowhere else. So that's what the petition I did, for, because I didn't want my residents to get ticketed all the time. So I'm all for it. Thank you. And I don't envy your jobs. It's exhausting. I could just tell. I'm exhausted just sitting here all this 5 hours. So I don't envy your job. But thank you so much.
All right.
If you have any questions, let me know.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Judith Kaluzny. I live at 400 North Malden Avenue. I'm the only property owner in the subject properties that actually occupies the property. There are 2 rental single-family residences, and both of them have quite adequate parking. This matter has not come to you through due process. There was no kind of petition. And the other property owners are Bank of America and Farmers and Merchants Bank, and that's about it. My neighbor that owns the rental property on Whiting told me he was not contacted and he was not in favor of it, of overnight parking. I say that there are at least 4 alternatives. I suggested to this young woman over 2 months ago that she contact the 2 banks and maybe with a good neighbor policy, work out a process of permitting and cleanup guarantees. There used to be overnight parking at Bank of America, but they closed it down, and at Farmers and Merchants because of the filth from the irresponsible drinkers, the vomit and the garbage. Now, if they could be good neighbors, and maybe the city could help negotiate some kind of a deal with that land that's vacant all night. So that's one possibility. Another is that there is a parking structure that we taxpayers paid for a block away at Wilshire. There's another structure 3 blocks away we also provided, and that's on Malden. And then during the time that the parking was being enforced for maybe 2 months, the ordinance, people found other places to park. So obviously there must be other parking someplace because they weren't parking there. And suddenly the minute that the Transportation and Circulation voted to allow overnight parking, they're all back and there are more cars there than they were before the enforcement started. So I say the alternatives ought to be considered, and this is not a neighborhood like the 2016 direction to find parking solutions. This is not that kind of a this is the downtown business district. And it's not the same problems like on Fern Drive. So thank you very much, and I say vote no.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kaluzny, and while you're here, I just wanted to commend you on the extremely well-written letter that you sent me recently.
Thank you. It's a bit of history.
Enjoyable to read, actually.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other commenters on this?
You have no hands of, I spoke too soon. You have 1 hand raised in Zoom. Evan, you can go ahead and speak.
Excellent. Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Evan Ramadka. I represent the owner and operator of City Point Apartments located on Chapman Avenue here in Fullerton. And we are experiencing a similar situation to the first woman who spoke on this item. We are here today in support of the select street exemptions, as there's been an ongoing issue with the lack of overnight parking within the city. Our residents have experienced this hardship and have voiced concerns as a result of it. And we hope that after this item is passed, that the council take a look at some of the city-owned parking garages that implement similar no parking restrictions between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. and to consider additional exemptions or overnight parking permits. I appreciate your time and consideration on this item.
And you have no more speakers.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to council. Does someone care? Yes,
Mayor,
Mr.
I do have a question. The parking, the building has public parking in it, correct? I guess I can ask the staff. whoever. My question is that public parking, what are the restrictions on it?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
If
Ma'am?
It's only 3 hours during the day, and no one can park there at night. Sorry. During the day, you can only park there 3 hours, and then at night, none of my residents can park there at all. They will tow there, but I guess there is another property that's at the McFadden properties. I guess they were grandfathered to where they could park their vehicles with a permit there, but none of my 128 apartment homes could park in that upper structure. So it's just multiple spaces there sitting empty where they could use it. And the city is not allowing that in the upper structure. That would help. But that's why my petition was only for at least Malden and Whiting, because I couldn't petition for the upper structure.
Right. Was that considered at all as far as like the structure inside and?
Hi, if I may.
Yes.
So we actually had a meeting, Dave Langstaff and myself and Director Fiscal last week regarding this property as well as the City Point property that the caller referenced. Both of those properties are covered by old development agreements from when these properties were built. So we are looking at on-site solutions to allow the overnight use of the existing parking assets within the property. There's currently some signage prohibitions which complicate that and are causing the towing. We've pulled the documents. We're also looking at the original entitlements, and so we are looking at on-site fixes for both projects. But it is currently a signage issue that's restricting the use of the ground floor parking, essentially to no overnight parking as other public parking assets are.
So if we fix that issue, would we still need these additional parkings on the street?
this proposal before you tonight would add 51 overnight parking spaces. Currently, those residents are parking in the city-owned parking lots, but can't park overnight. I'm not exactly sure how much space is available to park overnight on that bottom floor.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my concern would be, and this will relate to both items, but yeah, the reality is if we open, a covered public parking lot to, everyone, then, what's to stop people who don't live there? I mean, I think it's something that I would support with proper permitting, and that seems like it should be relatively easy to do, I think, given today's technology. Is that something that we could phase in or that we could utilize to ensure that it's actually the people or residents of that building or from that building that would have access to a parking permit or a parking pass to be able to park there?
Yeah. Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to take over your item. Yes, I think that's one of the things we talked to the City Point representative about as well is how could we do this to allow restricted access to their residents for certain hours and then convert to the required public parking, which would also serve those commercial businesses. So I think to your point, there is a fix for both of these.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Then Attorney General Kamala Harris said that there is no preference that should be had or made for residents that live in a house as opposed to residents who live in an apartment, that they should have equality where their rights are concerned. Indeed, I came across an article in the Voice of OC where a fellow councilman commented on just that in the city of Anaheim. But it has to be something that is germane to that area. I think that permitted parking is the only option available to us that would be fair to both those residents there, also fair to the city with regards to RV traffic, potentially. If you open up the street just to overnight parking, you could have that situation develop on both these streets, and then your residents, ma'am, would for certain complain to you. So I think there is a way to do this. I just would not be supportive of just opening up the streets for early morning parking. I just don't think that's the right way of going about doing this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I would support opening up for parking. One of my concerns, if you open up that ground floor for overnight parking, is that I've been out there to dinner and we park there, and if we start allowing overnight parking there on the top floor, then you might drive some potential customers from those restaurants away or to another area, which, may or may not impact them, but I would be agreeable to allowing that street parking with a permit. I know this issue is going to keep coming before us. Back in 17, we had an issue similar to this with some apartments down in South Fullerton, where there was, like 60 apartments with one single car garage, families living in, and they were all parked in a cul-de-sac, and we had a challenging time because all the homeowners wanted no one to park in front of their house because that was their parking. That's what the comments were, and we ended up, in that case, working with the school district, who did allow us to park in a school district parking lot with permits. But that parking lot doesn't serve anyone after, Little League practice is over. So I think working a permit would be supportable here, but until we do that, I would suggest that we allow overnight parking and then phase into that permit aspect, so that the residents there are not going to get tickets from the time we maybe approve this and the time we get a permit process going and validating that they live there. That may take some time to solidify. So I would say, allow them to park right now without permits, and then bring that back when we have the permits, or start issuing the permits and coming up with a system for that.
Well, if you don't mind, I mean, I'm willing to support it tonight as long as we get that, as long as we get the direction in there that we need to have the permits. So maybe we can do that. That way we don't have to bring, that way it doesn't have to come back, and it can just be sort of automated. I mean, what kind of timing do you think we're looking at for that, Heather?
Just to clarify, you're talking about permit parking
Correct.
for the on-street spaces, or permit parking for the ground floor?
No, that was for the ground floor, but
Correct. So we're in the process of pulling the development agreements to see if it's a simple fix that is just a signage change, or if it's a development agreement change. So we don't have that answer just yet, and then I think we would need to talk to both management companies and understand what their parameters, what they could do in terms of managing parking for their residents.
Okay, thank you.
And I would add to the chief, I do understand there's some dispensation regarding citations, so I think we have some, not to speak for you, but some flexibility in terms of timing.
We sure do.
Yeah. So I was thinking more of the on-street parking, because again, I don't want us to impact the customers coming in and not being able to park there to go to the restaurants. I mean, we go there twice a month maybe, and we typically find parking in that garage because we can't find parking around the street. So we go in there and sometimes we have to drive around a bit. So if we allow overnight parking, I guess, on that first floor, is that going to be an impact to the local restaurants there, the local small businesses that are part of that area?
Sure, that's definitely something that we would consider in terms of the hours of starting and stopping. Similarly, for the businesses that open in the morning, to start and stop to make sure that the parking is provided. So I think a fix is there. We just need to understand everybody's operating parameters.
So then, do we want to move with both looking into the first floor, Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap, and the street parking?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
And sir, may I add that there is a possibility we may have to bring an ordinance back to you to allow for the permit parking on street.
Okay. Did that give you guys enough direction?
I would just be very reluctant to rescind the 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Ban on the street, certainly. If we can work around that, that would be far preferable for me.
Mr. Mayor, I'm supportive of the permitted parking in the structure. I, too, am not supportive of the street parking.
So do we have this structured? We're providing direction, or are we going to make a motion on this?
Well, I'll make the motion to look into allowing the street parking and the top floor parking and transitioning into the permit phase, as Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap and I guess, went back and forth on.
And then bring it back for approval.
Well, I think it seems like we're going to have to bring it back for an ordinance, right, Director McWade?
I believe so, sir.
Yes.
All right.
And just a point of clarification, the ordinance is because the area does not have permit parking ability right now, so you have to create, and would we be creating this for the entire kind of downtown area? Is that what would?
It would
have
most
to happen?
likely be specific to this particular area.
I see. Yeah. Does this qualify for something like this as far as like state laws and stuff?
We would have to verify that it meets any findings that are required.
Right.
I mean, I don't suspect it's much different than the downtown parking passes that were in effect for the businesses that have access to the, public parking lots. I mean, can't imagine it's significantly different. I guess my only concern, I mean, hey, obviously we expect to sit here for, long hours on the dais, I guess, every other Tuesday. But the reality is, for the people that worked hard to put this together and get this forward, I mean, I would like to do what we can to help accommodate them temporarily so that they aren't forced to necessarily, continue to, kind of manage this process and bring it back forward. So, to the extent we can give them some sort of resolve tonight, I would be supportive of that as well.
I'm ready for.
So would you second my motion?
Can you restate it,
It
please?
was to give, in essence, give them relief right now on the parking lot and the street, and then work into a permit, so when a week or two, when they have the permits, then it will be permit parking versus open to everyone.
Sure. Yeah, I'd second that.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further? Councilmember Zara?
Oh, no, I have no.
Okay. With that, we'll vote on this matter.
Councilmember Jung.
No.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
No.
Passes 3-2.
And with that, we are at
Fur Drive.
Does the council desire a break at this stage, or do you want to
Power
forge on?
through. Keep going. Head down.
Okay. Item number 8, which is early morning parking restriction for Fern Drive. Mr. Langstaff.
Dave Roseman.
Oh, Dave, I'm sorry.
It's late. It's late.
Yeah, it's totally.
I'll try to be quick on this one. This one also is from the Transportation and Circulation Commission, recommending rescinding the 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. early morning parking restriction on the south side of Fern Drive between Casablanca Drive and Barria Drive. This is just on the one side of the street. The residents have submitted a petition. Some residents initially, there was 4 residents that rescinded their support, but in the end, we have 79% of the property owners on the south side where this would become effective in support, and 46% on the opposite side of the street, for a total of 63% support, which is the ordinance only requires a majority. The single-family homes that live on that south side of the street, they don't have driveways, all except for one, so they have to park in the back. Their garages are off the alley. The alley varies in width because it's a curvilinear alignment. The narrowest part is about 17 feet, and neighbors on that street park in the back. On the other side of the alley is a series of apartment buildings that face the school, and they have gone through this same process in 2018 and were granted relief on that street. So staff has concluded that they are parking deficient in this section of Fern Drive, and that the petition meets the minimum requirements, and took it to TCC. And we had residents both in favor and in opposition that spoke at TCC, and ultimately TCC voted unanimously to approve staff's recommendation to rescind the early morning parking prohibition on the south side of Fern Drive. And that concludes the staff report.
Any questions at this stage? Seeing none, we could open it up for public comment.
Hello.
Good evening.
John Custer, 801 West Fern Drive. I am here tonight to oppose the petition to rescind the overnight parking restrictions on West Fern Drive. It is difficult enough to disagree with your neighbors, let alone having to do it publicly in a 3-minute time frame to kind of get your point across. So the bottom line is this. Those interested residents should pursue a hardship exemption. It's something already on the city books that they can pursue. It's a city process that's already in place that I'm sure you're aware of. But instead, they pursued a blanket reversal of how things have been in our neighborhood for the last 70 years, which I and many of my neighbors oppose, and several of them have written to the city stating their opposition. The supporters of the petition have also stated that the alley behind their home causes public safety and trash collection issues, but their alley is little different than the miles and miles of other alleys we have in Fullerton. The alley is part of what keeps our neighborhood safe and keeps it looking nice. You know, when the planners developed Golden Hill, they developed the alleys and the streets for a reason. So they would be tree-lined and not littered with cars, and that's exactly what this petition will do. These parking restrictions and the alley were all there before any of these residents moved in, including me. But now families want to change the rules for the entire neighborhood forever because they need some additional parking that they don't have currently. But the city has a solution for this. They have a hardship exemption that they can pursue, and to my knowledge, they haven't. So I urge you to oppose their petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members and staff, my name is Brian Allen. I live at 808 West Fern. Initially on July 1st, when we submitted the petition, 24 of the 27 homes along this block of Fern approved of this. There's been a negative information campaign going on, and several homes have rescinded their approval of this. But ultimately, initially, we had 24 of 27, unanimous on one side. My neighbor's solution to this with the hardship exemption, that was addressed at the traffic committee, and the police lieutenant that was there was asked, this year 9 petitions have been made for a hardship exemption, 9 throughout the city, 3 have been approved. The police department does not like to issue that. Perhaps the police chief might speak to this. They do not like to issue those. And when they do, if a second one on the same street is brought up, then this type of a process is triggered. They determine whether or not there's any deficiencies or not, in which they have. The bottom line is that we have no legal place to park our vehicles. We have no driveways. It's a very unique part of the neighborhood. The Traffic Commission identified that, and your staff have come out and they've determined the deficiencies. They've measured our alley. There's 17-foot pinch points. There are no driveways. There are multiple cars parked there. Most of our trash cans are still full of trash this week because trash trucks cannot get through because we're all trying to park our cars back there. I happen to be a firefighter paramedic. Less than a month and a half ago, there was a vegetation fire back there. Maybe the chief could speak to this. Maybe not aware of it, but there was a small vegetation fire. A Fullerton fire engine came almost 3/4 of the way down the alley and had to stop and back all the way out and drive around Barris and come back the other way to attack that fire. That was because of vehicles parked in the alley where we're trying to stay out of the street. It is a safety hazard. Our kids and our wives, our daughters have to park a block away and walk up a dark alley at night to get home because we don't have parking in front of our homes. We're not trying to pull anything. If we had driveways, we wouldn't be here this evening. We don't have a legal place to park our vehicles. That's it. So, Mr. Mayor, you alluded earlier that sometimes when making decisions, we need to stay within our area of expertise. And your professional folks, your staff, and the Traffic Commission, the experts, they have determined without a doubt that we're very deficient, and they have all unanimously stated that we should move forward with this exemption. And so I hope that you take your own advice, and I hope you folks follow that and extend this exemption to us, because we're kind of tired of all the tickets too, to be honest with you. And there's better ways to do it. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
And seeing no more speakers, do we have Zoom callers on this?
I see no hands raised in Zoom.
Yes, Councilmember Silva.
Yes, again, another parking situation, and having worked in parts of Fullerton where this is an issue on a constant. Again, public streets, right now we're in essence almost privatizing them there. And to see that 79% of the people on the south side support it, and we're only going to allow overnight parking on the south side, it appears like. Mr. Mayor, just to try to address our citizens' concern, I would move the item as is.
Okay.
I would second.
I shared some concerns earlier. I support this item, and certainly we have these processes in place for a reason. Obviously, the neighbors were in support of this, largely in support of this. They, followed the proper procedures and getting the paperwork from the city and obtaining signatures. That's not an easy process, but the only thing that I would add is, hey, is there the potential here for us to give some of the homeowners, because I have had other concerns shared with me, and that I think that could potentially mitigate some of the issues. Potentially exploring a similar parking permit situation for the homeowners there, so that there aren't people from kind of outside of that immediate neighborhood parking there.
Is that a substitute motion?
Yeah, that's a substitute motion. Yes.
I'd second that.
So it's basically it's approving it's approving that ordinance, but adding that similar direction that we get parking permits for that neighborhood to ensure that those that there aren't people from outside of the neighborhood parking their cars there overnight.
Just to point of clarification, is this possible in residential areas? Because I know, and I've kind of been exploring, parking is a very big thing for me, and I've been exploring the permit parking situation. Is it not only in areas where you have where that there are outside cars coming into residential areas? Would this qualify under state laws for this?
There are, within the city, I'm not certain about state,
Or-
within the city, there are certain zones that have been designated through
Right.
the ordinance process. And so outside of those zones, and you're right, it's areas such as Cal State Fullerton or Fullerton College where we allow the resident-only type permit parking, where the outside influences are coming into the neighborhoods and parking.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to figure out if this would qualify for that, because then we would apply it in other areas of.
Yeah, generally, my understanding of the CVC, and I would defer to the city attorney, but streets are to be treated, they're essentially owned by the public at large, so everyone has a right to park there. The caveat or exemption for permit parking on city streets is to have, just like Meg talked about, an outside influencing and taking parking away from people that live in a residential area, such as a school or business or something like that. We don't have that situation here. It's the self-generated parking demand of the residents that live there, because those people along that section of road only have their parking garage and to park in the alley. They don't have the benefit of having a driveway.
Right, and I remember we had this discussion specifically, and as I understood it from you, is that if there isn't an outside influence that we can quantify or justify, then putting a permit in an area like this, a residential area, becomes a tax.
Yeah.
It's now you're taxing people to park in their own street.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's
essentially.
that's the issue that I.
Well, it's a permit fee. I mean, the reality is, look, there's nothing prevented it. I mean, the city of Los Angeles, city of Santa Monica, city of West Hollywood. I'm trying to think of how so those all come to mind. I mean, they have different parking permits based on zip code, location, what have you. Look, we got a lot of smart people here. I think we can figure out so that it works best for our residents. Obviously, they've indicated that, hey, parking is a concern, but but some have also indicated, I think, very importantly, that that this potential that, hey, people could park there overnight that might not live there. Obviously, we dealt with the overnight camping thing in other situations. I think some people have expressed that as a concern. So, again, I just want to make sure that obviously the residents that put this together are protected, but also the residents who voice their concerns have some protections there as well.
Yes, it's something that I haven't supported in the past at all, the erosion of our overnight parking ban, because there are many benefits to be derived by maintaining that. One is preventing overflow from other areas, also avoiding permitting or parking by permit only, which denies the public the ability to park in these areas. And so I like to see if we can exhaust most of the possible solutions before we turn to that. So I'm generally not in favor of repealing the parking restriction. I do appreciate in this case that we're limiting it to one side, so that's at least more beneficial than having parking constantly on both sides. There are other benefits to be derived from the parking ban as well, including street sweeping and we have many other enforcement issues that arise with this problem as well. So we did have a replacement motion on this.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound too complicated to me, but if it's, seems like it's, rocket science to try to negotiate some kind of an overnight, parking protection that would work for both parties. So then I'll pull my substitute motion and we'll respect I think the majority of the residents that put this together. So
80% of them. I mean, that's what's driving me.
So with that, I don't see any other comments. We could call the question.
Okay, back to the original motion. Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
No.
Motion passes 4-1. And while I have the microphone, if the mayor would please indulge me, I'd like to ask if anyone else in the chambers is in need of Spanish translation for any of the other items, and we're also going to ask that question in Spanish.
Y si quisiéramos preguntar si alguien más que está en la recámara necesita interpretación al español para alguno de los otros temas en el temario.
And you can raise your hand on Zoom if you are waiting for translation also.
También puede levantar la mano en Zoom si está esperando interpretación.
I think we're all going to be very envious because you get to go home.
Ya vamos a tener envidia porque el intérprete puede ir a casa.
Gracias.
20 and 17, 18, 19. I mean, I know we're going to have to pack it up, or do we just want to go through 1 a.m.?
I don't know.
Something to think about.
We've made this bad, I guess. So.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's go then.
We are at item number 9 now, which is community meetings regarding Union Pacific Park, 121 West Truslow Avenue. This item was agendized by Council Members Silva and Zara, so I would turn this over to them at this point.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Yeah, so the point of that was that we 2 weeks ago, the community was here and they were talking about a park there, having the voice to put a park. And so what occurred to me was the last 2 items that have come before us regarding parks, we have had community outreach before we went out there and hired an architect or a consultant to see what the park would look like, well, what the residents want. And I know, the Pacific Park was the last one where the residents took, because of COVID and other things, it took quite a long while. But I think with this, if we do a couple of meetings, we can probably hash out what the residents want there and if it's feasible. With the understanding that last time there was a park there, the residents themselves wanted to close because of all the stuff that was going on at night and so forth. So it was a surprise to me when they came back and said we want a park, given what has happened in the past. So I would just like to give them a couple of meetings to see what they would prefer and see if we can, we the city can work with them and come up with something that's acceptable to them and to the city in terms of safety. I know we've closed it down because there was some safety issues, so that would be the reason why I say I would ask that we allow at least 2 meetings to go out there, see what the residents want, and see if we can work it out, and go from there.
Yes, that was kind of the whole the issue has been always, this is a park that's been neglected over time. And then 2 years ago, we started the conversations with the residents about what are the concerns there, and safety was a concern. And then, the idea of an urban farm came along, because that would have allowed for some sort of entity that would manage the area, and that was appealing for safety purposes. But then, of course, that didn't pan out. So I think we need to go back and really have these conversations with the residents of the neighborhoods, because they are, and it's not just that street, but it's the street adjacent, because all of that, all of those residents there would benefit from having a park or some benefit community open space there. So I think, rather than us deliberating on something that we may or may not understand, I think it's best to ask and engage the residents in a direct way. So that's I think it's only fair to do that at this point.
And just one other item on that. I know that in some community parks, they're so locked in that the requirement for parking is in there. So I can see something like this being a small community park for the residents there, where we wouldn't be or maybe necessarily need an abundance of parking spaces, because I've always told people about this park, unless you know it's there, you don't know it's there. It's for those houses around there, and they can walk to the park and leave. So that may also help in putting something together. But I could also see them meeting and discussing those issues before. Maybe they don't want to park after all. So anyway, that's what I would suggest. And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, are you going to call for...
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. I had a question for the city attorney. Sir, can council unilaterally sell this park?
The council can unilaterally sell the park through a process. And
Is that process immediate?
Pardon me, what?
Is that process immediate? We just vote on it tonight. We're going to sell it, and that happens?
That you have to go through a surplus property process.
And what would that be, sir?
That would require the conducting of public hearings, resolutions, and a vote of the people.
Vote of the people. That's critical, right?
That is
Vote of the people is critical.
So in terms of this process, anybody who wants to consider potential use of the property, we need to have them be aware, if they're going to submit proposals, that it isn't as simple as simply agendizing something and approving it. There's a process they're going to have to follow, and that process incurs both an election and some time, which would affect your timing as far as any potential project or development.
The reason why I asked you that question is there's this bunk narrative around the community that we're trying to sell that park. And I just want to make sure that that's completely not the case, and those that are spreading that falsehood are doing so at a public detriment. That said, I am fully supportive of having public input. I think it has to be more concise. So what I would support instead, if I could make a motion, is to have a committee that's appointed by the council. So if we can come to that, I'm supportive of the effort. I just don't find there's great purpose in just having meetings. So if we can find folks that are really interested in this, appoint them to this committee, and get their input and get their direction, and utilize their expertise or their advocacy, I think that's a better way to go, sir. Thank you.
Where are we
at? Any other comments at this time, members of council? Yes, if we're at that stage, we would entertain public comments on this item.
Good evening, everybody, council members and our city police and everybody, staff that's here. I agree with you. I have seen and been with lots of our meetings, and some of them are bad, and this one has been very good. I saw some change with the parks that we've had. Pacific Drive, that got passed. That's great. You guys all did that together. We also had the trees that were dying, and they're being replaced. They're dying. There's nothing we can do about that now. They're being replaced, and I heard a lot of good stuff. And also the fact that, yes, our community has made different decisions. We're not exactly sure exactly what we want. We do need input from professionals, and we would like to get together. I can tell you that a lot of the people that are very interested, they go, and they're asleep right now. They have children or they're taking care of elderly, so I'm their voice, and they know that this is all happening. They're for this, that they come out to the community and talk to us. We do want the park, and the reason for it is that it is a park. It's back in our maps, right where I have it in pink. It's there. It's got trees. It's got birds in the morning. Yes, it's dead because the grass doesn't get watered, but we agree with you. There are some concerns that we'll definitely have. As you know, we hear the parking issue. This park does have its own parking. It's not huge, so we're willing to deal with the things that will be coming with it. If we don't do anything, it affects us. If we do something, it affects us. So this would be good for the community since we're growing. There's a lot of green space we need that we don't have. People don't know it's there. It's kind of nice, but we welcome everybody once it gets going again to come over, visit with us, have some green space and breathe and have a seat, have a sandwich. That's what we're hoping for. This park was acquired. It's been around 21 years in 2005 when it was acquired from Union Pacific. And we then sued Southern California Gas Company in November of 2005 because it actually has liability to our city. It was actually closed originally, not because we asked for it to be closed, but because it was hazardous. And most people know that. And that's been, the city turned around and sued the gas company, and it's cleaned. It's been cleaned and it's been closed. We asked for it to be closed because then we had transients coming by, they were using drugs. If you lived there, you would have done the same thing. So nothing was better than closing it and fencing it off. If we were to open it up in the future, we'll discuss a nice gate and open it and closing it like they do in LA. When I go to LA and work there, that's what they do, and there's no problems. But I agree with your decision.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Jensen Hallstrom. First off, I would like to acknowledge the troubled history of this park through its acquisition, its cleanup, its closure, and the community's concerns for its history and its future. I'm definitely interested in seeing comprehensive discussions and conversations on its future. So I do support Councilmember Jung's option for an actual committee or a commission of devoted individuals who will dedicate their time to researching this park and engaging the public. And so I'd just like to say that I do recommend that option. Thank you.
City Council, people of Fullerton, my name is Glenn Sutter, and I live about 5 houses down from Miss Rosa. And I walk past this park every day. And I think in my mind, it would be nice, if it had grass. It would be nice if it had a place where I could go sit down and have lunch or read a book and that. And it would be nice if it was open up, so not only just me, but the people that live around in the area and that could enjoy that park. The kids could enjoy it and that, because Fullerton, it's a great city, and that has a lot of places to go, but, it would be nice. I mean, especially if we didn't have parks when we had the pandemic, a lot of people, would have gone crazy. And that, because that's the only place that they could go. That was, it didn't take a lot of money to go there to just relax and get their thoughts together. And that, so I thank you for your time, and I hope you make a good choice.
Thank you for your comments. Any callers?
We have no Zoom callers.
Okay, so we will bring the item back. I had a couple questions here. This process of using community meetings is how is that going to impact the second half of this issue? Is there going to be a delay? And we're talking also about, in the case of the Hunt Branch Library, we used an architectural firm to facilitate that process. Was that at cost? Did we fund that?
Yes. Yes, that was a cost.
And so this would be as well?
If we used any consultants or outside people, yes.
And ballpark for 2 meetings?
Probably about, depending on, it's probably $1,000 to $2,000.
Okay, and as far as delaying the process of the RFP?
Well, that is up to the city council.
Well, this
Mr. Mayor,
would
if I
create
may.
some delay, I'm sure. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that I repeated, now that you've expressed the consultant cost as well. I think we have plenty of engaged community members, some of whom came out this evening, that live in the vicinity of that park, if not directly next to it. So I would urge us all to move forward without delay and establish a community committee with reference to this particular park, and allow their good advice to direct us or give us some direction as well. So that's my motion, is we are 5 here. I think we can find 5 folks that live there that are actively knowledgeable of the neighborhood and can give us their input, and then we can act accordingly. So that would be my motion, sir.
May I just a point of clarification? A committee appointed by council, is that from the residents of that area, or is it at large from the whole city?
Well, I'm certain all of us are reasonable folks. It wouldn't be prudent to appoint somebody from my neck of the woods to decide the fate of a park in somebody else's. So
I'm just clarifying. The other issue is that a direct appointment by council, it might end up being politicized, and so that's my concern. I don't see why staff couldn't have a public meeting with the residents directly and seek their input. I've been in constant contact with the residents. This is in my district. And the consensus, what I'm hearing, is that people there, folks, just want a park. And the issue has been just safety. So it's a park, maybe with a fence. That's kind of the discussion that's going on. And it seems that this is all, and I know it's easy to say that, we never wanted to sell this after the fact that you learned that you can't without a public vote. So that's an easy thing, but the intent has always been putting it out.
If you're going to call about not politicizing things, you're doing that right now.
I'm sorry, this is my right to speak, and I didn't interrupt you, sir. But the issue is that there is an attempt to put this out for bid for commercial use, and that's always been the issue. And so, I want to make sure that this process is not some process that is a sham, but a process that actually gives the residents what they actually need and what they want. And I know some folks here are filming this, so good luck.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sure.
You speak about commercializing this. What was an event center that poses as a garden? Was that a nonprofit? I'm pretty sure that was a business as well. I didn't see you pontificate eloquently about not politicizing that. So let's get to brass tacks here. Sir, Mr. Mayor, there's a motion that I've made on the table. If there's a second, we'll vote on it. If not, sir, I'm happy to move along with what other direction the council.
You're calling
I'd like
for
to
the
make
vote.
a substitute motion, if you may, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Just real quick, Mr. Mayor, were you done speaking? I know when you were on your comments.
I'm responding now. No, I had nothing else to add other than I was just going to comment that I've seen it politicized either way, whether it's direct counsel or whether it's someone stirring up activists in an area and maybe defeating a real outreach of all the interested stakeholders. So it can be politicized either way.
People want to park, sir.
So I would then, if you're done, Mr. Mayor, I would second Mr. Jung's motion, so then we can go.
Okay. So
For clarification, and the city attorney can tell me whether I'm on the right track or not, this would be an ad hoc committee made of 5 members appointed individually by council members. Did you want to just let staff know who your appointees would be? Do you want to do an application process? Do you want the final 5 to come back for council approval? All the things that keep a clerk up at night.
And also the time limit for the ad hoc, so it doesn't carry on for 6 to 8 months.
well, that's what I was asking about earlier, yes.
Certainly contained within Mr.
What are we looking at, sir? What do you think?
I would say probably a couple of weeks to have them either fill out an application or contact us to see who's on the committee, and then maybe 2 meetings.
Reasonable.
A month, maybe
Right,
6
I know.
weeks.
6 weeks.
The the city attorney was
Actually, Mr. Silva, Mr. Jung, I believe just resolved the issues, so based upon your conversation, the idea was timing and process, and so as long as you've clarified that process,
Okay.
we can move forward. I just, for the record, want to make sure it's on the record as to what your process is going to be.
So the substitute motion has not been seconded. So
Yes.
we do have a motion
Silva.
and a second.
Well,
I believe you seconded it.
Yeah,
I
Mr. Jung
second-
made a motion, Mr. Silva seconded it.
Yes.
They then sought clarification on the motion, and as my understanding, what was discussed was a process whereby for a couple of weeks, people could make applications to the council members. They'd make a determination, and over the course of a 6 to 8 week period, that committee would meet and discuss the potential uses and development of this property and report back to the council, is how I understood it.
Yeah. So that was the motion, right? And then I think, Mr. Zara, you were going to have a substitute motion? That's right. That's
Well, the substitute motion was to just have a community, 2 community meetings with the residents directly with our staff.
And just to clarify, these meetings that we're advocating for would be open to the community. They would have a voice and invite, so it wouldn't be completely just the 5
No.
making a decision. And then just one other question. When we did the meetings with Pacific Park, did we have a consultant on there or not? Do we know?
Well, we'll find out.
All right.
Good evening. Yes, we did. We had a landscape architect consultant that ran the community meetings, and through the community meeting process, came up with a conceptual plan.
And then, and the consultant was funded through the park dwelling fees, correct?
That's correct.
So I would also maybe add that they might need a consultant, and it's not gonna be from the general fund, because just to get some idea. So I would maybe look to see what the cost is, and if it's 1,000 or less, bring someone out to help guide the process a bit. I know, I'm sure you can do it, Alice, but I know we're shorthanded with no Parks and Rec director and so forth. So since won't come out of the general fund, I would say look at the park dwelling fee and see if we can.
Right, park dwelling fees should be used. For
Yeah,
that.
just so we can have
If that's included in the motion, that direction can be given, and Mr. Danley has the authority to
Would you
execute such a contract.
agree to that, Mr. Jung?
Yeah, I made a couple thousand on the park dwelling, so I'm all right.
Okay.
So Councilmember Jung called for the vote, so we will proceed.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunlap. And Councilmember Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
All right.
Very good.
So, Mr. Sutter and Ms. Rose? No. Let us know if you want to be on the committee, and we'll put you on, and then get 3 more neighbors.
Okay, we are at item number 10, which is the Fullerton Pooch Park relocation.
Yeah, this is pulled by Mr. Jensen.
Alice Loya, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation.
Yes, good evening, council members. I am here to answer any questions. I understand that a member of the public had a question and pulled the item, so I'd be happy to answer that person's question.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the Pooch Park group was okay with this, right?
The Pooch Park group is in favor of, in support of this, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the landowner, are also approved, have also approved this.
Thank you.
I didn't identify who pulled this item. Do we know?
Mr. Jensen Lenz, what's his name?
That's
sir?
right, yes. Hallstrom, yes.
Hallstrom.
So, Ms. Loya, you had a question of Mr. Hallstrom?
He pulled it. I wasn't sure what his question was about
Okay.
the item,
He
Sure.
pulled it.
what he wanted me to address.
Okay.
So if he can come and ask.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I had pulled this item so that I could mention a comment that I had made during the June Parks and Recreation meeting, in which I expressed some concerns for the placement of the Pooch Park in Brea Dam Park, and just so that council has a better geographical and topographical understanding. Brea Dam Park is situated within the mouth of Brea Canyon, and of course this is an area that is largely known as being undeveloped, kind of rural, a little more wild, and is one of the really special places in Fullerton, especially right at the foot of our historic Brea Dam, that I think there are many other opportunities for habitat restoration, and I would see the certain impacts of the dog park undermining those intrinsic qualities of this location. So I would just like to support my opposition to this project. I'm concerned that some of these consequences of the dog park construction and also the probably increased number of dogs on some of the hiking trails and probably into the reservoir. I'm not sure if some of those effects have been considered. I understand that there was some environmental considerations, but I think that there might have been some that were overlooked. Also, this is a really unique place where you can go to see firsthand, the channel for our largest creek in Fullerton, Brea Creek, and it's one of the places where you can see this location where millions and millions of gallons of water flows every time it rains, and it's usually referred to as sort of this lackluster storm channel, but it does have historic, ecological, cultural significance. And so I think I haven't even actually seen a plan for what exactly the parking lot situation would be for the Pooch Park. Maybe I've overlooked that. So thank you. Those are my concerns.
Thank you.
And if we have any other speakers besides the person approaching the microphone, please line up on the wall so we know to not forget about you. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. This is the first time I've heard about this movement of the dog park, but I know it has to go somewhere. I've been here all my life. I do know Brea Dam. I took my son there that's now 37. He had a birthday party when he was 10, and I didn't want to stay there after the party, and we haven't been back except for sometimes they have like a snow day and stuff. It does not get utilized enough, and it is a beautiful park. And although I do like hearing from other people and comments, personally, I would love to take my dog there. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any callers on this item?
If I can turn my mic on, we have one hand raised. Elizabeth, you are unmuted.
Hello, this is actually Randy Bravo. My mom just spoke right now, right before me. I'm here in support of her on many different topics. But I just wanted to throw out a suggestion about the Pooch Park to potentially just keep it in mind to move it to Union Pacific Park. I've lived in front of that park my whole life, and I would welcome a dog park in that area, and I think many other people would. But that was just my suggestion.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring the item back to council. Any comments on this?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the item.
Yeah, I'll second.
Moved by Councilmember Silva, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. Any further comments? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
And with that, we have completed our consent calendar.
11 was
I'm
pulled.
sorry. I'm trying to complete it early. Lemon Street Bridge murals restoration. Sorry, got that flipped. Still Alice Loya.
Yes, it's me again. Good evening. I think it was also Jensen Holstrom that pulled this one. So he has a question, and I would be happy to answer his question.
Okay.
Mr. Holmstrom, do you have a question for number 11? Let's get this moving.
If anybody else would like to speak on this item, please line up along the wall.
Well, hello again. My only comment is that I'm in full support of the Lemon Bridge mural restoration. I think this is an incredible piece of cultural art and history in our community. What I'm interested in particularly is the documentation of the process of this restoration through photography, filming, maybe even interviewing the artist, and just making sure that this process is well documented. I think I've just realized that I don't know where maybe I could find vintage photos of the mural as it was initially being painted. This kind of documentation is really valuable for posterity and for local history. So I would really enjoy maybe, while this restoration is going on, myself as a photographer, I'd like to donate some of my images that I end up taking during this process, and hope that the city could possibly archive and organize, and maybe have some other volunteer photographers collaborate to document this process, maybe do like a time lapse of the restoration from beginning to finish, and make like a fast motion video. This is a very, critical point in this mural's history, and I think it deserves to be documented thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any calls on this?
No Zoom callers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the item.
I'll second.
Moved by Councilmember Jung, seconded by Councilmember Zara. I will note, prior to calling for the vote, that there's no general fund impact. Funding for the restoration will come from community donations. So, and with that, we do have a motion and a second. We'll call the vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Now we have concluded the consent calendar. 11:05, yes. Next item is a water bill dispute for 1138 West Houston Avenue.
Good evening, Council. I'll be presenting some information about a water bill dispute for 1138 West Houston. So I'll give you a little bit of background on this, and then we can answer any questions. And I believe Mrs. Crowell is still on the Zoom line? Okay, great. So Mrs. Crowell lives at 1138 West Houston Avenue in Fullerton. And so the water rates, rules, and regulations have 20 different rates, rules, and regulations that are available. Rule 10 specifically addresses water or bill disputes that a customer may have. So it outlines several different steps in which a customer who is disputing their bill can follow. The first of which is working through the city staff, our utility services division, who are the ones who generate our water bills or our utility bills, to have their account reviewed to make sure that there's no errors that may have occurred at that time. In addition, in Rule 10, it also provides some specific direction that if the customer finds that they are disputing with the determination of Utility Services Division, they're able then to dispute that bill to the Water Services Manager. And then at that time, the Water Services Manager looks further into the information that's already been gathered about the account to make a determination if there were any errors that would overturn the decision by the Utility Services Division. And then in addition to that, if the customer feels that their dispute still needs to be moved forward, they are able to appeal that to the to NRAC, to the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Committee. As well as once NRAC makes a decision on that, there is a final step that actually brings forth the bill dispute to City Council. So that's why it's in front of you here today. So just a couple of key items that you'll see up here on your screen in regards to this. When it comes to water that's utilized through the water meters, obviously we utilize water meters throughout the city of Fullerton. All water that's utilized is recorded. We don't know what occurs after the registration of that. So it's unknown at each of the properties where that water is actually utilized to. In this case, a meter test confirmed the accuracy, or an accuracy test was done on this meter. In particular, there's standards that American Water Works Association sets out for water meters. In particular, what you do is you test a water meter at 3 different flow rates. Not knowing what flow rate that the customer may be using water in, each one of those flow rates should be an accuracy range of about 98.5 to 101.5 is what the standard typically dictates for this. Anything below that would actually be in favor of the customer. Anything above that would actually be in favor of the city. Most oftentimes there are some rare occurrences in which a meter may over-register, but in this case what was found out is when we accuracy tested this meter, it actually was accurate at 2 of the flow rates, but at 1 of the flow rates it actually was under-registering, meaning that there was more than likely more water that was actually consumed than was actually being charged. But overall, the accuracy test showed that the meter was accurate at 2 flow ranges and then under-registering at 1 of them. So when this moved forward to NRAC to give some consideration to, so we gave a very similar presentation to NRAC. Once NRAC considered all the factors, they made a determination to, as you'll see in the last bullet point, approve applying a credit by reducing the rate of all water recorded to Tier 1 and adjusting the sewer and sanitation charges according to the consumption. This resulted in a credit adjustment of $824.90, which is applied to the customer's account. Since that point in time, the customer has, Mrs. Crowell, has requested that City Council then take a look at this and appeal this, further appeal this bill dispute to City Council to give consideration to. So it's before Council then at this point to make one of 2 decisions. One would be to uphold the decision that the City of Fullerton's Infrastructure and Natural Resources Advisory Committee has already made, or provide direction to city staff for the bill adjustment of 1138 West Houston Avenue. So with that, I can answer any questions, or if you want to give an opportunity to Mrs. Crowell.
I do have a question, but I'll allow council members if they have something first. Seeing none. You're probably aware that I am certainly familiar with this issue. Ms. Crowell contacted me some time ago. In fact, this has had to have been going on for a year or more, right?
It dates back to October.
Right. And so she shared with me her bill, which was interesting because she had very regular amounts of water use up until this one billing period, which is a 2-month billing period.
Correct.
And it was an extraordinary amount of water that was billed during that period. And I traveled over to her address, and normally if you have a leak, you might have a green patch on an otherwise fairly brown yard, which was the case. There was nothing really to indicate that. And I've spoken with Ms. McWade about this issue a little bit before. I might feel a little bit differently, except I had this same experience myself once. I've lived at my current address for 33 years now. I had one extraordinary bill during that time, and it was about 6 times the normal water use, if I recall correctly. And so I knew there was something wrong. I was told there's probably a leak or something like that. There wasn't. Nothing could be identified at all. And so I protested the bill, but it's pretty automatic. The meter works is what the answer is, and so you just pay whatever you're billed. I'm concerned about due process in these cases, and sometimes the unknown. And so I've advocated before I talked to Ms. McWade about it, sometimes an almost no-fault situation if the cause can't be determined, if it can't be determined by our staff, and if the normal water use returns to normal, which in her case it did, and it has, for nearly a year now is the last report that I got on it. When I had that problem, I complained to Don Hoppy at the time. I said, can't really identify what happened here unless someone came up and hooked a hose up and stole a lot of water out of a garden, which is pretty unlikely. And so in the case of Ms. Crowell, I looked at it very similarly, and I thought, okay, unless she's selling water to someone and a water tanker pulls up and they fill that up, it's pretty hard to determine what happened here, at least for that excessive amount of billing. So my question, and sorry it took so long to get to this, but my question is how much time and cost and energy has been invested in this situation at this stage? Does anyone have any kind of a ballpark?
We don't. It's been a collaboration of several different utility services division as well as water operations has put a lot of significant time into this. This has gone back to NRAC as well, presenting that to NRAC, so a lot of staff time that's been certainly put into this. Total number of hours, I can't give you that off the top of my head, but certainly it has been a number of hours.
Yeah, my guess is it would be fairly extraordinary, and I'll just draw one more comparison here. There used to be, I used to work in retail, and I remember True Value Hardware, which most people are familiar with. They developed a policy, it was called Policy A, which meant when they shipped merchandise to one of their stores, which they're all member stores, if it was defective, there used to be a process of shipping it all back to Chicago. And they looked at this one day and said, it costs more just to handle this coming back than if we just trust our members and just say, no harm, no foul. If it was defective, it was defective. It's called Policy A. And in the end, it was a very short way to get to a conclusion that was satisfactory for everybody involved and didn't generate a lot of cost and agony and everything else. In this case, I feel that something like that is fairly appropriate, and it seems like we've gone beyond just a small adjustment, so we're almost getting back to point of agreement on this. Now, I'm bringing this up only because this is a policy matter, and I would reserve it only for cases where we can't really determine what happened with the water loss. In my case, it was the same. After that extraordinary billing, I went right back to the normal pattern. It's been that way for many years since then. So I asked Don Hoppy at the time, headed our public works. He said, well, there must have been a leak or something. And I said, have you ever known a leak to repair itself? and go back to normal? He said no. In his experience, that had never happened, right?
Well, and just to interject on that point, I have seen that in my career multiple times, simply because you have toilet flapper valves that oftentimes will seal themselves. You also have someone who may have left a sink on, left for vacation at a point in time. So when you're saying that it fixes itself, perhaps maybe not in that general term, but if it's just going directly down the sewer pipe, then you would never see that leak that comes up. So just to give a little bit more of a
No, I
clarification.
appreciate that perspective. I can't verify that in her case, but I can verify it in mine that there was no such situation.
Understood.
But so that's why I'm looking at least for a reasonableness and some due process in this to consider the fact that we invest a great deal more expense in this than if, and in a city where you have water main breaks, which lose many hundreds of thousands, if not more, gallons of water per incident, that we have enough to wrestle with, and so that's why I would propose in an extraordinary case like this a no-fault policy, and that's more for consideration of fellow council members.
And if I could just add a little bit as well, one of the things that we need to give consideration to as well is in the state of California, we have Proposition 218, which very clearly states in regards to if water is utilized, it must be paid for by a customer. So there are some limitations in which we need to give consideration to. I'll defer to our city attorney with regards to specifics on that, but just to keep that in the bearing of a council.
I'll give you a quick answer, and that is, if you determine there's money to be owed, we will have to take it out of the general fund, and we'll do it by a process that'll be on your consent calendar at the next meeting, but we'll handle it internally, but there'll have to be a general fund allocation to transfer.
Should we do that for water main breaks too?
Just in this situation.
No, I hear what you're saying. Thank you. Any other comments by council before I ask for public comment? Seeing none, anyone wishes to address this item, you're welcome to. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I will open the public hearing and invite, thank you for the catch, by the way. And we'll invite the public to speak, and seeing no one in chamber moving forward, we'll ask for callers on this.
I see no hands raised in Zoom.
I thought perhaps Ms. Crowell might be out there, but
She is online. I don't see her hand raised.
okay.
Her ears are burning because we're speaking about her.
I would guess.
Yeah, she might be napping. No hand raised though.
Okay, so we'll bring the item back to council.
I mean, Mr. Mayor, if I may, you talked about due process, and I do believe this has gone to the due process with all the exhausted.
Sure.
And I know we've offered to do a payment plan and reduce it by more than half. So I would move to concur with the INRAC committee on this and move the item.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And Mayor Whitaker.
No.
Passes 4-1.
So now, well, I failed to close the public hearing, didn't I? Okay. So another water bill dispute, item number 15. And, great.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Julio Ortega. I am the Utility Services Supervisor for the Administrative Services Division. The item before you is a utility bill dispute for 1901 North Euclid Street. We do have a translator available in case the customer does join us via Zoom or in person. This is a summary of the events that occurred. The customer opened their commercial account on April 2nd, 2020. The customer claims a request was made prior to the dispute to close the account in late April 2020. The city has no record of this request. The customer is disputing the minimum charges and delinquency fees because the property was vacant and no water was consumed. Minimum charges are assessed on all active accounts and provide access to water. All utility customers are responsible for minimum charges regardless of consumption. As such, the customer's request to credit their commercial account was denied. The customer appealed this decision to the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Advisory Committee, also or INRAC for short. INRAC considered the customer's dispute and approved crediting the customer's minimum charges when there was zero consumption, and also waived late charges for a total credit of $1,631.70. The credit has been applied to the customer's account. After application of the credit granted by INRAC, the customer's remaining balance as of April 21st, 2021 was $4,115.91, which included consumption charges. The customer is appealing INRAC's decision to City Council. It is recommended that City Council uphold INRAC's decision or provide further direction. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions by council? Seeing none.
Public hearing.
Yep. We will open the public hearing and invite public comment. Okay, that's a mad rush for the microphone here. And any callers on this?
And I see no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to council.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the item. And
I'll
go with,
second.
NRAC Committee's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further comment, we'll call the question.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
And I failed to close the public hearing again. It's becoming a late hour. Yes, item number 16, which I'm missing a tab for that. Yes. Okay. Pardon. The exclusive negotiation agreement for development of affordable housing at 1600 West Commonwealth Avenue with National Community Renaissance of California. And that's you, Ms. Fritzl. I didn't know if you were going to head over there or not.
If you don't mind, I was going to stay here, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I have a really brief PowerPoint for you. As you know, this is a project site on Commonwealth Avenue, adjacent to the city yard and the CNG station. Declared surplus. At the July 6th meeting, the City Council selected National Corps as developer. This is an exclusive negotiating agreement. The terms are 3 6-month terms not to exceed 18 months. The sale price will be determined through an appraisal on the property. The public input process will not start until the E&A starts. So when a lot of people saying we haven't been asked yet, once the E&A is signed and executed, public meetings will occur, community forums that focus on the neighborhood will happen. The project design will be modified after the public input. The design will be updated and submitted. It will go through the Planning Commission. It will go through the City Council. Development and disposition agreement will be worked on over the next 18 months and drafted for City Council consideration. We can include deed restrictions such as no permanent, spelled wrong, supportive housing, et cetera. It is up for the City Council to what they want to put in this agreement. And there will be a full environmental review of the site and of the project. With this is the submittal National Corps did submit that we selected on July 6th. With that, I told you I could be fast. Staff is recommending that City Council authorize the exclusive negotiated agreement with National Corps. And I'm here for any questions.
Great. Any questions of staff at this point? Seeing none, we will invite public comment to this item. Not a public hearing, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
This is a hardy group to last through this council meeting, so.
Good evening, council. My name's Chrissy Mendoza. I've been a resident of Fullerton
Oh, could you be a little closer to the microphone?
I've been a resident of Fullerton for 25 years. I'm here to voice my concerns about the vote you're taking tonight regarding entering an ENA agreement with National Corps and Pathways of Hope to develop affordable housing at 1600 Commonwealth. As a neighborhood, we are aware and understand that this piece of land was moved to surplus, which made it available to be used for affordable housing. As residents, we can stand behind and support affordable housing as long as it's built as legitimate affordable housing. What we cannot stand behind and support is permanent supportive housing in that location. Our concern is the involvement of Pathways of Hope. What is their intent? In 2018, we dealt with Pathways pursuing the development of permanent supportive housing on this same site. Permanent supportive housing is a very different model than the standard affordable housing. We were given a sales pitch for permanent supportive housing, which in the end, we realized this was not what we want in our neighborhood. There was no transparency, no written rules or guidelines available for the neighborhood residents to see what type of people could be living there. In the very few community outreach meetings that were held, many of the residents' direct questions were not answered. But what we were informed of is that there were no rules, restrictions, or enforcement for residents when it came to using drugs and how many people they could have in their units. Also, we are informed that support services would be available, but the services would not be a requirement for the residents to keep their place. At this point, we realized this was not the place for permanent supportive housing units to be built. This raised some high safety questions. The site is literally across the train tracks of Pacific Drive Elementary School and not far from Fern Drive Elementary. At that time, the neighborhood was strongly against that type of development, and today we still feel the same strong against it. As a community, we would like the guarantee that this development will remain affordable housing as affordable housing is defined, and not be permanent supportive housing disguised as affordable housing. Please make sure due diligence is done before this agreement is signed. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Greg Britton. I've also been a resident of Fullerton for over 25 years. Also a business owner here in Fullerton. Raised 6 kids. Live in the same house now for 21 years, which is about a block from this development. Again, I'm back here after the 2018 Pathways of Hope presentation. We are for affordable housing, but we are not for permanent supportive housing. Pathways of Hope brings an element to this project that none of us want. As a business owner here on Commonwealth and a resident of the neighborhood, the type of clients that will take shelter in this place, they run rampant throughout the city, as you guys know, as the police department knows. My business is overran all night long, where myself and my neighbor had to put cameras up because of the kind of constituents that this development would bring with the permanent supportive housing method behind it. Again, we're for affordable housing, but we're not for the Pathways of Hope permanent supportive housing group. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Christina Britton. I've also been a resident of Fullerton for over 25 years. Live very close within walking distance to the property that we're speaking of. I also work at elementary school, which is also within walking distance to this piece of property. One of my concerns is if you do build a structure that large with so many people, that we're going to have more traffic than we already have. Right now, Basque is between Commonwealth and Malvern. It's a thoroughfare for everybody to drive through. They drive very fast. The children are walking to and from school. If we build this project, which is very large in size, I'm concerned about the traffic that's now going to be going back and forth. The stop signs get ran, everything else. That's a huge problem. Besides, obviously, back in 2018, I was one of the people that also came and spoke before. I do have a huge problem that if we move forward, that Pathways of Hope is involved in this. Because why would we be offering services if this is just a place that we're building for people that are in need of housing, affordable housing? We wouldn't be giving services. As I understand, we're giving services through Pathways of Hope, and they do services for homeless. So this is where we're wondering what is going on. My other question is, you've said over and over again that you're concerned about what the community thinks. You sent us postcards that are talking about trees in our neighborhood. We're going to have a meeting to talk about the trees. The trees aren't going to make me sell my property. But if we build some place for permanent supportive housing, and I have all kinds of people running in and out, we've already had people break into our backyard, all kinds of things that I've told you about before. I worry about that because that's what would cause me to leave our community, not be working at the school anymore, not have our business here in this community, or living here any longer. That is my concern, is the safety of where we live at. And I don't want to see that this becomes a backdoor deal that you have with Pathways of Hope to trick us and then all of a sudden switch and say, yeah, it's affordable housing, here's a bait and switch, and you pull it on us and it becomes supportive housing. So please consider that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Richard Doubledee. I'm a deacon at St. Philip Benizi Parish, which covers the entirety of District 1 and District 4. We're very much in support of National Core, and I appreciate the comments from all the local citizens who agree that we need housing for those individuals who are low income. And I have to say, I was watching the group that was here earlier, the union group, and I felt a real sympathy for them. That one man said he paid $900 for a room. And I feel guilty that I'm living in a much larger house, and my rent, because I was able to reduce my mortgage, is not much more than that. So I think we really need it. I think National Core is a group that will provide wonderful, wonderful housing, and I think we're in agreement for that. The Tri-Parish Collaborative is behind it 100%. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members. My name is Peter Lauder, and I serve as a deacon at St. Juliana Parish in District 2. My wife and I have been residents of Fullerton since 1981. And on behalf of the St. Vincent de Paul Society at St. Juliana Parish and my colleague here tonight, Chuck Deutsch, I encourage you to finalize the agreement with National Core and the construction of the Workforce Affordable Housing Project. Fullerton needs this housing, and all of our children and potential users will be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Barry Ross, representing Providence St. Jude Medical Center. There are two main reasons why I'm here to speak on the issue. First, we believe that safe and secure housing is essential to health and well-being. Second, as one of the major employers in Fullerton, we know that most of our hospital staff cannot afford to live in the city without being rent burdened. Less than 14% of our staff live in Fullerton, and over 40% live outside of Orange County. At current market rates, an RN would need to spend at least 38% of her income on housing, and a married couple who work in our EVS department would need to spend 50% of their income on housing to live in Fullerton. A nurse who is a single mother of 2 children would qualify for low-income affordable housing, while a family of 2 housekeeping staff and 2 children would qualify for very low-income affordable housing. When staff need to be called in at short notice for an emergency, the ability of staff who live locally becomes critical. If the City of Fullerton wishes to meet its RHNA housing targets, you will need to approve projects that have the maximum number of units of affordable housing. I request you move forward with your approved selection of a developer to make the 1600 Commonwealth project a reality. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Debbie Langenbacher, a longtime resident in Fullerton, and I'm here to represent the Social Action Committee of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Fullerton. And with me, I have several members of our committee: Mary Botts, Harry Langenbacher, Leslie Mahaffey, Doris Dresler-Clark, and Dana Bianca. And all of us are residents in Fullerton and are strongly supportive of affordable housing. One of our main principles that we have in Unitarian Universalism is the worth and dignity of every human being. And part of dignity is having a safe and affordable place where people can be comfortable to live. And we are definitely supportive of affordable housing. Also, we understand that there's, with the housing element, a goal for a certain number of higher level income homes and for more affordable housing. Now in Fullerton, last I heard, we were way above that goal for the high-end homes, but for the affordable housing, that we are way below that goal. And this project that's being proposed would certainly help to move us towards that goal of affordable housing units in Fullerton. So thank you.
I'm sorry if I pass out in advance. I'm not good at public speaking. My name's Madison. I've been a resident here for over a decade now. I just want to kind of echo my fellow residents, neighbors over here that said that they don't want the whole bait and switch thing, because I don't think any of us do, which is what we've been hearing a lot about, as well as my children go to Fern Drive, and I don't want certain individuals hanging around the parks that they play at or going anywhere near their schools. Not to mention, someone said that there was 59 units at this place, but there's only 1.5 car lot allotted per unit. Where's the extra flow of cars going to be? I don't want them to be in our neighborhood. We already have the shortage of parking, and people get tickets all the time for having not permitted. But I don't know what else to say. Thanks so much. Don't do it.
Good morning, Council. I have new levels of empathy for you today, as this is the first meeting that I've gone to where it's gone to the wee hours of the night. Jay Williams with Orange County United, and our mission to empower individuals and families so that everyone can be safe, connected, and thriving, I think is greatly enhanced by a project like this that National Corps is proposing to the community. So we're super excited about that. I'm excited about the possibility that projects like this could also be brought to other areas of our town and city where there's under-resourced neighborhoods as well that need this kind of project. Two projects that I'm aware of that they're doing in our backyard is one at Buena Park and one in Placentia. Both of those projects are in partnership with the Episcopal Church. And I'm excited about the potential that we have in our city here to do some of that on underutilized faith community property as well. So I think they are proposing something that will be great for our city, and I hope you'll be behind this. Thank you.
I don't know if you got too much sympathy by calling him out, staying here late. Jason Phillips with Fullerton ACT, and I represent 29 churches here in the city. I also live in that neighborhood just north of the potential project, and I'm thankful that everyone in that neighborhood seems to be supporting affordable housing, and I'm thankful that so many of you, spoken to pretty much all of you, and to hear all of you say that you're supportive of this. And so just want to let you know that we're asking you, inviting you to help make this project possible and go with it. Thanks.
I'm Father Dennis Grizz from St. Philip Benizi Parish, and
I mean, hearing what the neighbors are saying, and I think all 5 of you are intelligent enough really with this to do this, just stipulate that it's not be permanent supportive housing. I mean, just find a way to put it into the contract. I would imagine that the reason why you folks picked Pathways of Hope was in part simply because it's a decades-long Fullerton-born or nonprofit organization, not because of any kind of evil intent or what have you. I think that when it proposed to the permanent supporting housing, they proposed a number of years back that it was sincere. We see it every day. Where do you want your drug addicts? Do you want them on the streets, in your parks, or do you want them sheltered in a home? I mean, but that's a separate issue that is long gone. Stipulate simply no permanent supportive housing. We need this. We saw a parade of working class people here this evening. I mean, I would find it offensive to call any of them criminals or drug addicts. I would find that very difficult. These were kind, hardworking people that need a place to stay. These are the kind of places that we need to build. Thank you.
Hello, City Council, Mayor Whitaker and Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap and City Council members. I appreciate your time. First off and foremost, I really appreciate what you do. Like, I know as a business owner, I know what you do is donating your time and stuff like that. So I really appreciate that. I want to resonate with what Father Dennis said about, you know what, he's right. Having drug users and stuff like that need a place to stay. And I just don't think that drug users and people like that need to stay in a place that's around like schools and residents and stuff. And the irony of Father Dennis's statement just now is that that's not what was proposed by National Chorus Development and proposed by Pathways of Hope. So he's talking about, Father Dennis was talking about a place for drug users to be so that they're off the streets. But what was proposed was a project that would provide homes for people making between 30% and 60% of the area median income, which is $134,500 in Orange County. National Chorus Development would provide 12 apartments for people earning 30% of median, 12 for those, 40%, 19 units for blah, blah, this and that, whatever. But the point is, like, between 30 and 60% of that median income of $134,000 in Orange County. So Father Dennis is saying, like, drug users, this and that. What's being proposed to you is median income based on 30% and 40% of Orange County. You're being deceived by Pathways of Hope. Not CORE. I actually have a lot of respect for CORE. They're a construction company. You know what? Talk to me. I'm happy to work with CORE. You want to put up affordable housing for people that work at Starbucks, for people that work in Fullerton, city jobs, I will do that. I'm a business owner. I did $30 million in gross revenue this year. My brand Energy, Bang Energy is going to do $2 billion next year. I set up a facility in Arizona. I will set up a facility here. Talk to me about it, what to put there. I'm happy to do it. I can talk to CORE. I can do something on that property. Don't work with them. $1.5 million, that's what you're selling it for? You know, with hope that you're going to get the remainder, like $4 million later on? Come on. It's ridiculous. And that's it.
Good evening, City Council. Stephanie Bromley, Fullerton resident. I've been up here before talking about this, and I almost feel like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day, like over and over and over again with like Pathways of Hope. I think that is, and I think you all understand. I know Councilman Silva knows, he's been around since 2018. I toured permanent supportive housing with him. Our big issue, I don't know much about National Core. I'm willing to listen. I'm sure you've all heard we have no qualms about affordable housing there. Our issue is Pathways of Hope involvement in this project. And as you know, they've had on their website that this property was going to be permanent supportive housing all the way up until we spoke about this last month, and they finally removed it. So there's already a big issue with trust. And if you're going to have them come to do outreach, it's not going to work, especially, when Pathways is involved. I would like to see, if you guys do enter into an ENA with National Core, that you put in some kind of notice that completely prohibits the property from ever becoming permanent supportive housing, Section 8 housing, any type of transitional housing for homeless, and that the residents there maintain certain income levels that are actually being proposed. And then also that they don't work with Pathways of Hope. I don't understand why they need to be involved with affordable housing when Pathways of Hope only deals with homeless and permanent supportive housing. And also to echo what my neighbor Christina said, I mean, this notice about the trees was like fine and great, but no one ever sent me this notice when you guys were going to declare it like surplus property over COVID. We never got notice, anything like this, when Pathways of Hope was first coming around in 2018, and when you guys proposed, to put affordable housing there just, in July. So when you guys are talking about giving like public notice, I mean, really, you guys need to do a better job at reaching out to your residents. I mean, so I really hope that you don't enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement. If you do, that there are some stipulations that include not working with Pathways of Hope. Thank you.
I have a copy of our petition. Can I bring it up too? Good evening, Mayor Whitaker, Pro Tem Mayor Nick Dunlap, and other council members. My name is Nina Parker. I've lived here in Fullerton about 12 years, raising my 3 kids here, and I live in the neighborhood affected by this property at 1600 West Commonwealth. We have no problem with affordable housing. We have no problem with National Core. We do have a problem with Pathways of Hope because of the lack of trust and the lack of transparency that we've had from them in the past. So I've provided a copy of our petition. Right now we have 285 signatures. Those are primarily signatures from just our very small local neighborhood. I have not gone beyond our local neighborhood, but I will be in the future so that you can see how wide-ranging this is and how it affects the entire community in the city. What we're asking for in our petition is just guarantees that this is going to go to affordable housing and not permanent supportive housing. And that can be done through long-term, long-running covenants that tie to the land and prevent it from being used or developed in a certain way. If you could read the petition before you make decisions about the ENA, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. I just want to stand in solidarity with my neighbors. Again, we're 100% in agreement with affordable housing, but we'd like to see no permanent supportive housing in our neighborhood. We've been affected by homelessness, I think, more than in other areas of the community, and we just, would like to see our fellow Fullertonians supported in a way where they could have affordable housing, but would like to keep an element of drug addicts and criminals out of our neighborhood. So thank you.
Good evening, and it's not good morning yet. My name is Patricia Whitaker,
And I have the pleasure of being here with some other members of National Corps' executive development team. This is a project that's very near and dear to our heart. It is for family affordable housing. National Corps has more than 10,000 units of affordable housing for families and for seniors, but in this case, it's family housing. And we look forward to serving families that are working in Fullerton, for seniors that are transitioning down and retiring and looking for a more affordable place to live, for students coming out of Cal State who need a place to live as they grow their own career. That is the family housing that National Corps is known for. There was a question about services. There are services in most of our projects because we like to help people move up into the best quality of life possible, into education and into employment. Although most of the folks that come to us are working, they have marginal income, and so we certainly have a goal of improving the life of all the children and adults that are with us. I have the pleasure of being with Alexa Washburn tonight. Alexa is our Senior VP for Acquisition and Development, and she'll be leading Corps' development effort within the city of Fullerton. Alexa.
Thank you, Pat. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Again, my name's Alexa Washburn. I will be leading the community outreach and engagement program for this project. Our proposal included a vision for development of the site, and it will need refinement. And I look forward to engaging the neighbors. I actually got to speak to a few of them outside before the meeting. I look forward to engaging and speaking with stakeholders, hearing their input and feedback so that together we collaborate to develop a project that becomes a neighborhood and community asset. We have a number of individuals from our executive team here tonight. We are a full-service, vertically integrated company, and so our community outreach and engagement process continues not just through entitlements, but through the life of the project. In fact, Chris Killian, our Senior Vice President of Construction, is here tonight. Him and his team engage the neighbors through the construction process so that they're aware through the different stages of construction. And when we have our grand opening and we operate our community, National Corps provides the property management, and we become a valued member of the community, joining the Chamber of Commerce, attending the, whether you have a police pancake breakfast or whatnot, but we continue that engagement process because we do want to become a valued member of the community. And so again, I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself. I look forward to having a series of conversations. This is just the beginning tonight, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, do we have callers?
We
on
have
this
two
one?
callers on Zoom. Angela, if you would like to unmute, you can talk.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Angela Garrett, and I'm a resident of the Little Chapman-Aldina Park community and a lifelong resident of Fullerton. As stated by others, the issues the residents of our neighborhood have with the development is with POH being a co-developer. Our neighborhood is not against affordable housing. It is against being manipulated into accepting a proposal and then receiving something altogether different and dangerous, especially given the cuts that our police department is facing. POH has been open and clear that they intend to provide shelter, transitional housing, and permanent housing to the homeless, which is outlined on their website. Our neighborhood was not communicated with on this matter by the council, New Corps or POH, and it's unfair that this council agendized and passed a motion to move forward with this proposal without reaching out to our community, especially given the concerns that were presented 3 years ago. This council should not move forward with allowing negotiations to continue on this project until something can be put in place that prevents this property from being used for the purposes that POH intends. Supportive housing does not belong near our neighborhood, and I am confident there isn't one member of this council that would want this element near their neighborhood. Outreach to our community should have been number one priority of this council before even entertaining the idea of working with this developer, knowing POH was involved, and certainly before an ENA is executed. Please do not move forward with negotiations on this property as it currently stands and as long as POH is involved. Thank you.
Okay, and call-in user number 4.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Lucinda. Maureen Milton again. Good evening to the mayor and the council. I'm calling to tell you of my experience when I called National Corps to find out if there were any other properties in the area that I could check out to see if it was somewhere that I could live and I would care to live. And the gal, your receptionist, said that everything you do is senior citizen and minimal income. In other words, you can't have a maximum worth of $2,000. And I was really surprised because that was not what was said at the council meetings. And I just wanted to let you know that someone did tell someone that it's strictly minimum income or maximum worth of $2,000, like Ventana over on Commonwealth. I had asked for a list of properties so I could check them out, and I just wondered, is that true that you'd only do the minimal income housing for senior citizens? And I was really surprised, and I thought, well, you should know too if that's not true. Also, how many handicapped and disabled persons do you have on your planning commission? Because you don't know unless you have somebody go around and can they reach this, can they reach that? Just to give you an example, where I'm living now, my thermostat is over 5 feet off the floor, and I'm 4'6". So that's fun. But I did want to let you know about that experience. And is it true? And I am looking forward to the list to see some of the other properties that you do. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate it.
And that is it for Zoom callers.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to council for discussion. Yes, Councilmember Jung.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, thank you, sir. I voted against, or didn't vote for National Corps and Pathways when we went over this originally. We're often accused of being tone deaf up here to the public will. And I said at the time that outreach would be critical because while the building sits in the mayor's district, all the voters would sit in mine. So I find that if you don't do outreach properly, there's a level of public distrust that's now sowed into this project. So as far as I'm concerned, sir, I cannot support it moving forward. I just find that the public trust in that neighborhood has been completely eroded, and I'm not sure exactly how they'd recover that. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just a couple of comments. Yeah, Ms. Bromley, we were around when we took that trip to the permanent supportive housing, and it was a very educational for me as well to be there and see the work that was being done. And then just to make a couple of notes, one of the permanent supportive housing buildings was right next to an elementary school, and the elementary school was supportive because they had the kids from the unit going to elementary school, literally half a block. And to my knowledge at that time, they had never had any trouble with the elementary school and that building. So that was just one of the experiences we saw. And then another one was where I think one of our guests wanted to know how she could be in one of those, get an apartment in the permanent supportive housing. And maybe she was doing it in jest, but the answer was, well, you have to be homeless, lose all your assets for 12, be homeless for 12 months, lose all your assets, and develop some sort of a mental dilemma before we can put you in there. And then maybe she was joking, maybe she was not, but so we learned quite a bit. We learned that the city of Irvine, in their developments, some of them have market rate, affordable, and permanent supportive housing in the same building, if you will. So it has worked. I am an advocate for them, but this project is not that. This project is affordable housing. Oh, and one other thing, I do take objection when people say Section 8. When I first got to the States, Section 8 wasn't around, but my family was in that category, if you will. I think I turned out okay. I have family who have been in Section 8, hardworking, clean. So when we talk about we don't want any of that, so you don't want any of me, I guess, in your neighborhood. So that's kind of demeaning when you say that, and you don't know all the people who are Section 8 or were, and it was a way to get a leg up. So just some of those comments just touch a little nerve. But for this project, I think you're right, there is some trust loss, but I think the ENA will allow National Corps time to build that trust if they can. It's I think, Ms. Fritzl, you said it was 6 months and then 2 more 6 months. So that'll be 18 months where they can hopefully gain your trust before it comes back to us and we sign off on it and saying, yeah, move forward. So this first DNA is not a done deal where we say we're going to build it there. It's the beginning process. And as I think one of the slides show, the outreach begins when there's an ENA to say, okay, let's look at this. So you will be, we will be taking your input, National Corps will. And I think, as I said, as I voted before, I would be in favor of this project. And then when it comes down to it, we could put something in our agreement that says no permanent supported housing. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll be in support of this item tonight.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Zara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so in our city, I think there's one affordable, supportive, permanent supportive housing complex or unit, and that is on Orange Thorpe and Raymond, I believe. And it's called Fullerton Heights, and I encourage you to all visit it. This was a, I think I remember this was before my time on council, and there was plenty of discussions on it, and it failed in multiple locations, and ultimately it got basically shoved into the industrial area, where residents there don't have close access to grocery stores or any amenities that our city offers. And if you go visit that place, there are families there, and there are folks who, yes, are recovering, and there are folks who were previously homeless, and folks who have had some mental illnesses that they're dealing with and recovering. I got to know many of the residents, and one who keeps in touch with me and always gives me hope that I've seen her progress. She's always proud of her progress, and now she's studying to be a social worker. And so for us to demonize folks who live in permanent supportive housing is not something I hope our community pursues in their, words matter, and it's very important to be careful on how we phrase things, because it is hurtful to some others who may not have the means or the resources, or maybe struggling with certain ailments, whether they be health or other social ailments. So I hope that we are kind in how we phrase things. To me, that supportive unit was segregated from the rest of our community, and that is unfortunate for the children that are there. And I see some faces mocking my statements, but we're talking about human beings, and we respect all of your opinions. And so I hope that there's respect all around. The issue with this, certainly there was some issues of distrust in the past, and we have, I remember having this conversation with Pathways specifically, and I said, because of what had happened in the past, we can't repeat those issues. I did not support having supportive housing there, knowing what had happened, and I wanted to have affordable housing for families, and and that was actually my discussion with them early on. And then we went through a process that I thought was very transparent, and it was very public as far as putting out the RFP and receiving a lot of bids, and the vote was all public as far as the selection process. So I had my concerns with the development itself and the parking. We talked about those issues, and I think the developer is going to be addressing these concerns. This is just the beginning of this process. There's a lot more as we negotiate through this. We know what the issues are with the concerns that the neighborhood has. And those will be certainly addressed. We're not going to ignore those. This is not going to be a bait and switch. There are, as far as the services are concerned, as the developer said, there are a lot of other services that are provided through these to residents of this type of establishment and housing, whether it's jobs or other things. And just like any business, also, nonprofits go through different phases. They expand, they do other things, and this is Pathways trying to expand its scope of work into more affordable housing. That is what I understood. That is what we with the discussions that we had. So I know there's going to be skeptics out there, but I hope that we at least give this a chance, and we can go through the process. And this is, again, just the first step, and there's going to be plenty of developments, plenty of discussions on the development agreement itself. So, and I'm supportive of this project tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know that the residents in the community that came out have a misunderstanding of the Surplus Land Act. I think they all understand what the Surplus Land Act is, that it is for affordable housing. I don't hear any of them telling us that they are against affordable housing. So I don't know that there's really much argument between the affordable housing advocates and those that live in that community. I think those that live in that community, if we're not going to be tone deaf to them, it's a matter of distrust, that their trust years ago was violated as far as they're concerned, and now we're doing it again by accusing them of being bigots because they don't understand why they don't want supportive housing there. So when you say words matter, sir, they do. So why don't we give them their opportunity to speak, which they did. And if you heard them correctly, they were speaking about distrust, that the fact that they had been lied to or manipulated years ago, and that is continuing even now. So words do matter, sir.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Got a few things I want to touch on, but I think what's interesting is, and I heard that comment, council member, and you're better than that. But the irony in that statement, the reflecting on the faces that were, you believed were mocking you, that was the approach, or that was the reception that the neighborhood received by Pathways of Hope the last time this project was brought forward. I'm certainly not here to, slam that organization, because I think the reality is we need to focus, on the matters at hand, or the matter at hand. But the reality is, the last time this project came around and the neighborhood came out, the community came out, they expressed their opposition. And rather than any sort of reasonable approach to, listening to the community, trying to talk to them and make them comfortable with their concerns, it was this approach that, hey, you know what, let's get this to the council, let's get a vote, and let's see if we can get it to work in our favor. And I believe that backfired, and I think that backfired because of the way that they handled it. There's a lot that goes into a partnership, both in business and in life. And I think the fact that, the group who's here this evening, in the course of their due diligence, failed to uncover that, there was this situation 2 to 3 years ago And this organization, completely soured, I think, any credibility that they had with the neighborhood. I mean, it was astonishing to me that they would have selected them in the hope, one, that they hope to, secure and land this project by partnering with Pathways of Hope. I mean, it was shocking to me. And again, it's not so much the mission of that organization. It was how that was handled, and it was how they treated the community. It's unacceptable to me, and I could not imagine what it would feel like to be one of those neighbors in that neighborhood were this to be built with that group involved. Every time you drive by, it would be just a reminder of hey, what happened, So I didn't support it the first time around. I certainly support affordable housing. I voted, for 4 other projects ahead of this one. I'm not supportive this evening. I'd like to see something, maybe new go in here where, hey, it's not going to start off on the wrong foot with the community. That's kind of my take on it. I think we owe the community better.
Well, I will certainly plead guilty to my presumption at the previous meeting, where it was my presumption, it was my understanding that there had been a fair amount of outreach prior to that vote. And I took it on faith then, based on that representation, that there was little to no opposition to what was being proposed. And I also was insensitive a little bit to the earlier hard feelings that were created by Pathways of Hope somehow in the exchange of information with the residents. It's easy for me to say that the hardest decisions in local government are land use decisions. And in part because when we make a decision on disposition of a property such as this, it's going to be that way probably for 80, 90, 100 years or more, possibly. It's going to have that sort of use. So one of the most important factors has always been that the immediate neighbors, that the adjacent property owners, they have a louder voice than most of the rest of our constituents. They don't have veto power, but they should be respected, and their concerns need to be given proper weight. So I plead guilty, at least in terms of presuming some things that now after the fact I have doubts about that, particularly our outreach, how thorough our outreach is, or notification. So with that, there's that old saying, once burned, twice shy. And reputations used to matter a lot more in business and in life a generation or two ago. It still is a good practice to maintain forthcoming and good reputation. It's something that encourages people to do business with you. I met with National Corps on this, and they were very straightforward with me. I felt strongly enough about what they were proposing to be supportive at the last meeting. I now have concerns about the relationship, including Pathways of Hope. I think that is perhaps an Achilles heel to allowing the neighborhood to be able to accept this new presence under those conditions. I understand that we probably could implement more guarantees or requirements or some way of providing some assurance that this project is going to be as it is proposed. But I also understand why people might have doubts at this stage as well. So, and I agree completely that people shouldn't be demeaned because of their station in life whatsoever. I was raised in part by a mother who, they were divorced fairly early, and we had a rough time early, a large family. And so I would never seek to demean people on that basis. But I do know that one of the concerns the neighborhood had was that in the event of people who have persistent issues, addiction issues, that was going to be pretty lightly accommodated at this location. And most of us understand that when people encounter addiction problems or really tough issues in life, that has to be confronted, that has to be resolved before that life can return to at least what we consider a normal state. So and for National Core, I feel sorry that I did make those presumptions. I'm probably incorrect now, but I thought that I was assured that there had been outreach up to this point. And now, at least based on the reaction, I can't feel real solid or secure about that. For the record, what I originally supported was the proposal for a business to be located there, commercial activity. That's what had been there before. Mr. Bromley had made a strong effort to say, hey, I can create some jobs here. I can restore this to a good practical use. And I was strongly supportive of that. But on the last council, when this was considered, I was outvoted when it came to that. So with that, I guess I would entertain a motion, or is there more discussion by the council
If
at
I
this
may,
stage?
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
You know, I remember when you made those comments, and I was surprised that you made them, because I'm thinking, I think they do the outreach after they get some sort of guarantee or ENA. And so I was surprised, but I go, maybe you did hear it. But in this case, again, will be the first and maybe the only ENA that we give them if they don't gain the support of the community. And I think, at least for me, I would be willing to give them an ENA and give them the 6 months to speak to the residents and see what can come about. Because at the end of the day, after 6 months, we're not agreeing to sign on the dotted line and make it housing. So, and I know outreach is important to you as it is to me, and I think it's from what I've seen of National Core Red and asked, they are more than capable of doing that. And at the end of the day, if they come back, and I don't think that they'll go forward if they're going to have a lot of opposition from the community. So I would be inclined to move this item and give them the 6 months so they can do their work, they can communicate with the residents, and then we can, like you said, we can put a guarantee in there where there will not be permanent supported housing on that site. And I think that was the main concern that the residents have, that they don't want all of a sudden come tomorrow, oh, there's permanent supported housing there. But I think we can provide some sort of guarantee by, and that wouldn't come till the end of the day, obviously. But I would like to move this item and give them the 6 months after all the work they've done to put a project together and see where we go from there. So I would make that motion to move forward with this item.
I would second that.
And see if we can give them a chance to convince or speak to the neighbors.
With that, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Jung?
No.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Councilmember Dunlap?
No.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap, it's getting late. And Mayor Whitaker?
It is getting late. No.
So motion fails 2-3.
So just a point of clarification, if I may. So now that this has been rejected, what next for, as far as staff is concerned, as far as this property? Does it go to the next developer, or what happens here now?
It is at the will of the city council. There were 4 other proposals. We could bring back all 4. We could ask all 4 to do community outreach first. Again, this is up to you, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem and council members.
Sure, Councilmember Jung.
The one thing that I did lament while this process was happening is the fact that we didn't have some sort of rank order voting, that we just took, this is the motion, let's vote on it. I think if we had a rank order voting, the public would see there'd be a transparency as to where we thought everybody ranked and what our ultimate reasons behind that were. So I'd like to see something like that. But I do like Director Fritzl's idea. If outreach has to be done first, I'm certainly, no matter what, affordable housing is going to go there. I think we can all agree on that. And at the pace we're going to do it, it's as quickly as possible. But if the outreach has to be done first and the community is comfortable, their support's going to be critical as we move forward. They're going to want to be able to interact with their neighbors. It will change a neighborhood that's looked the same for generations. So I think I do like the idea. If that's the will of the council, I'd still like to see that. Thank you.
Well, we have time to consider these options, right?
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, so I guess in that sense, National Corps, will you be willing to go out and do some outreach and come back? I don't know how, on your side, how that would work. If they can do the outreach and come back, we might be able to move this a little faster than doing the whole process again. Well, no, we did, but I'm just asking them if they're willing to do that without the ENA, right? Because we voted down the ENA.
Well, I think maybe it's time just to allow things to settle for a short period, and we have 2 more items here to conclude, and it's getting, I was going to say late, it's early.
It's early.
Yes. But if that's okay with you, we'll have time to deal with this.
All right.
Okay. So item number 18, which is Art in Public Places Program.
We need 17 first, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The water rate.
More water.
Goodness.
Water's life.
This notebook is too thick. Okay, Fullerton Municipal Code 12.04 amendments, water rates, rules, and regulations. This will be presented by Meg McWade. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Whitaker. It actually will be presented by our Water Systems Manager, Dustin Ensminger.
Okay, great. Hi, Dustin.
Mayor and council members, so I'll be presenting here tonight about the Municipal Code 12.04 as well as the water rates, rules, and regulations, recommended amendments that for council to give consideration to. You'll notice that what was prepared in your packets is pretty detailed. That was done so that way you could see everything that we had put together and the changes that we're actually recommending. So overall, I won't go into extreme detail. Certainly we'll answer any questions that you may have. I'll focus in on a couple of specific areas that we thought you might draw your attention to. So the background on this, Municipal Code 12.04 is the municipal code within the city of Fullerton that really provides some overall direction with regards to how the water system is run. Our water system is designated as a public water system, and as such, we're regulated by the federal government as well as state government. And then at the local level, through our Municipal Code 12.04. 12.04 also then gives power to the water rates, rules, and regulations, which I actually referred to in an earlier presentation, which there's actually 20 specific rules. Most of the sections in 12.04 of the Municipal Code haven't been touched since 1982. The water rates, rules, and regulations, the last comprehensive update, there's been a couple of variations to that have been brought forward to council, haven't really been done since 2006. So there was a significant effort that was made with an internal team that included both members from the Utility Services Division, Water Engineering, and Water Operations. This team painstakingly went through each one of these rates, rules, and regulations as well as municipal code, just really to identify some updates that were needed. The overall goals for this were to accurately reflect current terms, as we noted as we went through this, because it had been such a long time. Many of the terms have changed. Well, there was very specific terms that were utilized throughout that were no longer utilized in this industry or have changed from that when it was originally drafted. Also to provide some additional clarity to the processes that we currently are utilizing. And as mentioned, we wanted to reflect those as part of these updates. And then overall readability, as we went through it as a team, there was just some things that were really quite frankly hard to understand even for us. And so certainly we wanted to make sure that that was very clear to everyone. So as part of this, we, as I mentioned, we went through each one of these 20 different rates, rules, and regulations, as well as the 12.04, which is the actual municipal code for this. as we put this together, we had many eyes that looked at this overall. And so what we did is we first sent this to our city attorney. Our city attorney went through each one of these rates, rules, and regulations, as well as municipal codes, and provided comments back to us. So we sent them a track changes version of the original that we had made our recommended amendments to, went back and forth, and then came up to the point of making a recommendation, then at that point taking it to NRAC. We took it to NRAC and went through each one of those in detail with NRAC, very specific on those, answering any questions that they had. We actually took it to NRAC on March 24th, 2021, and then we actually took back, we talked earlier tonight about Rule 10, about water bill disputes or bill disputes in general. And so in regards to this, we had some additional new information that we started to look into. So we really wanted to put some more emphasis on Rule 10 in general. So we actually took Rule 10 specifically back to NRAC, both in the months of May, June, and July, because we had considerable conversations with NRAC about this in particular. So you'll notice as I flip through these slides, this gets into really details of that, and what we try to do is give you a little bit of a background about what each of these rules are, so that way you didn't have to look through every single one. It gives you a general background, and then some of the explanation of the amendments. But the two in particular that we'd like to draw your attention to is Rule 10, as I mentioned, which is disputed bills. This provides a direction and process that a customer can follow if disputing a bill. So in regards to this, as I mentioned, we went to NRAC back a couple of times with them, and this makes a significant change in the process on some level. It follows the same process that I mentioned earlier as far as Utility Services Division, giving it consideration if there's a bill dispute, looking through any errors that may have occurred, giving it an opportunity at that point in time then to be elevated if they disagree with what the determination is. The biggest change that it makes is that when it goes to NRAC would be the final ones that would give consideration to that. We wanted to give, NRAC gave us direction as far as what they would be seeking and what they were looking for as far as what the change would look like. As mentioned earlier, we had some considerations in the Prop 218 that we needed to give consideration to with regards to payment of water bills. And so ultimately, the direction given by NRAC was to look at a funding source in which if a bill dispute comes to NRAC and they give consideration to that bill dispute, that they would have a funding source on an annual basis that whatever they deem as they would like to provide some assistance to that bill dispute, that they would have a funding source to do that. So this change authorizes an annual maximum amount of $10,000 on an annual basis to be funded from penalty fees. It was very specific, working with our city attorney. We couldn't use our rate schedule to be able to fund this. So this $10,000 would actually come from penalty fees to fund that, and this would be used at the discretion of NRAC when considering disputed bills. So that's a fairly significant change. As you saw here tonight, actually that change would then, it would not come to council, it would actually take it to NRAC. NRAC would give that consideration, but now they have a new tool in their tool basket, so to speak, with this new funding source. So that was one of the items that we wanted to bring to your attention. And the other one in particular was Rule 16. That one is entitled Service Connections, Meters, and Customer Facilities. So this provides details outlining the customer and utilities responsibilities for new water mains, service connections, meters, and cross connection. So we're required under Title 17 of the state of California to have a cross connection and backflow program. Currently, our cross connection and backflow program is supported through our user fees overall as part of our rate structure. However, as part of Title 17, underneath that administrative code, we are able to administer a fee because not every service connection has a backflow preventer. So a backflow preventer, if you're unfamiliar with that, basically it's a device that after we supply water through the water meter, there's a device that we don't want that water back because there's potential for contamination to our water system. So that device basically prevents the backflow or flow in the reverse direction of water coming potentially back into our water system. So it's based off of hazard. So if you think about large industrial or commercial businesses, typically that's where you'll see backflow preventers. But again, it's based off of overall hazard that potentially exists if there's a requirement for a backflow preventer. So ultimately, the amendment to this would actually provide language to require a fee for those accounts that actually have a backflow preventer. That fee would support the overall program, which is currently being funded by all the rates for that. So this would actually be a nominal fee that we would bring back to council should council support this. At this point in time, you're probably going to ask, well, what that fee would look like. So I've got some rough numbers for you. Currently, we have just under 32,000 total water meters throughout the entire water system. Of those water meters, we have 4,225 that actually have a backflow preventer. So you can see it's only a small number of actually meters that have a backflow preventer on there. And currently that's being subsidized. Those 4,225 are being subsidized by all the other accounts to run the required backflow prevention program that we have. So overall, with our calculations, we will be bringing back to council in the future a fee. At this point in time, it looks to be about $1 a month for those customers who actually have a backflow preventer. That would be enough to support that program in its entirety to manage that program overall. So those are two of the very specific ones we wanted to bring to your attention. Certainly, I'll answer any questions on all 20 of them. Again, we try to give you as much background as we could, but it's pretty lengthy. But certainly, if there's any specific questions, I'd love to field any questions you might have about this.
Any questions? You covered mine in part because I was going to ask which would be the 2 or 3 most impactful changes on this. And I'm not sure I fully understand the NRAC authority here on waiving penalties which collectively exceed $10,000.
So there would be a $10,000 amount that would be funded, and they could use it at their discretion. So if they were to see, 100 bill disputes, which is, I'm just throwing out numbers, we only see a handful of bill disputes each year. Mm-hmm. NRAC would have the decision based off of what is presented to NRAC to make a decision, knowing they have $10,000 to utilize should they desire to assist with that customer. Once that $10,000 is used up for the year, then that goes
So
away.
It's a cap. It's an
Correct.
Absolute cap.
Correct.
Okay. At current rates, that could be not that useful in some ways, right?
Correct.
I have a question involving appeals as well. Absent a defective meter, a proven defective meter, how often do appeals survive and are basically granted?
Currently, we have the data on that. I did not bring it with me. We previously had only had a handful that had come across for even getting to the point of going to NRAC. And once NRAC had heard those, in most cases, NRAC was granting a reduction of the tier rates. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't giving away of the water, so to speak. They were still paying for the water, but paying for it at a reduced rate. Mm-hmm. And most oftentimes that was the determination of NRAC at that point in time.
Okay. Councilmember Silva, any questions?
Yeah, just on that $10,000. So taking these 2 earlier cases for appeals, the amount that they waived, the NRAC, that would have reduced that $10,000 by that amount, right? And then if they have more, once the $10,000 was gone, they'd be more than likely not to waive any other fees.
Well, they wouldn't be able to, actually.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to. So that's the idea, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And just to give you an idea, I should have brought it with me, so forgive me. We actually have a spreadsheet that shows over the years how much is NRAC when they've reduced the bills, what it's come out to be. I think the most we've ever had is about $2,500 total for a year. So the $10,000 is a pretty high cap. Again, it would be at their discretion. So depending on what the user is utilizing that water, if you have a high industrial user who's appealing with their water bill, obviously their water bill could be as much as that. But it's at their discretion then to make that determination.
Thank you.
So the answer is clear. Appeals aren't very useful for people, right? That's the only thing that troubles me on a due process situation on that is you're going to pay what you're billed for, regardless. And for something that is essential, in fact, residents can't be inhabited without water connection and without operating water.
That's great.
It's for a monopoly to yield that kind of authority so firmly, I think, is an issue, at least for my concept of due process, a little bit.
And Mayor Whitaker, we are looking at AMI, automated metering infrastructure, which would provide 24-hour-a-day monitoring of people's usage, which would help us and help the customers pinpoint where that usage is occurring. So it's an investment, it's a future project, but that could help us
I
in this case.
think cost benefit needs to be looked at there too. I mean, my earlier approach at a no fault was strictly looking at it from a cost benefit situation. Just the cost of handling this through the entire process is pretty extreme for the most part.
Yes, sir.
So I would hope that we would consider cost benefit because I know those are fairly expensive. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, we would invite public comment. Bernard, do you have anything to say on this? Okay. I'm just amused by the fact that we don't have much public here at the moment.
We do have one hand raised in Zoom.
Okay, good. We'll go to that.
Crawwell? Oh, sorry, I've got to unmute you. It's getting late. I'm forgetting what buttons to push. There you go. Now you can speak. You can go ahead, Rose. Let's try her now. Okay, try it one more time.
I'm here for the
There
water
you go.
dispute.
Thank you. Rose, did you want to speak on the water rates item?
No, my water dispute. I've been waiting all night to get this done.
That was discussed several items ago.
My computer, for some reason, lost connection, and I just got it back.
That's Exhibit A, that technology sometimes doesn't work, right?
Definitely.
Mhm. Rose, my apologies on that. That's what life is like in the Zoom environment sometimes. Our meetings have been besieged by technical difficulties too.
Okay, so what do we do now?
We're past the item that you're interested in, so if you don't have a comment on these amended rules, rates, and regulations, I guess we will move on.
So are they going to recalendar that issue, or what was?
No, the
Because-
determination, it was a 4-1 vote against your appeal.
Okay, so then where do we go from there?
I'm sure that if you want to call tomorrow, you'll get some direction on that. We're looking to finish the last couple items on the agenda, and I should wish you a good morning, and and we'll talk tomorrow or later today, I guess.
Well, because what he's saying is the same thing that goes to the same issues that I'm having. You know, they're basically stating that we don't have any say in what happens, and that's not fair to us.
Well, that's how we make determinations here. We have votes. Okay, so.
And I'll note you have no other hands raised.
Sure. So now we'll bring the item back to the council. I would entertain a motion on this or any further discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion to move the item.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no more comment, we'll call the vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva. Aye. Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Before I forget, where'd I put my sheet? I need to read the title of the ordinance. As soon as I flip back to that page, I apologize for that. This is ordinance number 3303, for it's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, to revise Municipal Code Chapter 12.04, Water Regulations.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is an item, if you want to continue it to the next meeting, you can. If you want to power through it.
We're all here. Let's get it done.
Okay, let's do it.
Almost there.
I don't mind continuing the item. It is late and
Okay, we'll go on to item, I mean, if we'd rather get it done, we're all here. It's been agendized.
okay.
You know.
Okay, let's carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we ready? Great. Good evening. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Krista Johnson, Interim Deputy City Manager. The item before you this evening provides information regarding the concept of establishing an Art in Public Places program. It was placed on the agenda by council members Zara and Silva. Local governments establish Art in Public Places programs to create a mechanism that fosters the creation and display of art on public property and public-facing spaces on private property. Art in Public Places program often includes standalone sculptures, statues, murals, mosaics. City staff would typically administer this type of program, overseen by a cultural arts subcommittee, such as it exists in Fullerton, and that subcommittee would make recommendations to the City Council via the Parks and Recreation Commission that we have here. The group would typically review the proposed art projects for suitability, and they would recommend art fund expenditures. This type of program would identify public and private development projects that would trigger the requirement for the provision or the funding of an art project. Developer compliance would occur through the provision of an approved publicly visible art piece as part of a development project or the payment of an in lieu fee to the Public Art Fund. This program would provide requirements to ensure that public access to the installed art and the maintenance by the property owner. Funding for such a program, a city would typically generate funding for an Art in Public Places program in several ways. It could be through a city project, a capital improvement project. Typically, it would contribute 1% of the project's construction cost, unless it was an exempt project, which would typically be something like a undergrounding project or a utility project. Private development projects would also generate funding for this Art in Public Places program through a public art allocation, which would oftentimes be 1% of the construction value, but the City Council could set a percentage that was lower or higher, or a floor or a ceiling amount. And a third way is through an in lieu contribution to the Art in Public Places Fund. This would typically include the option to do this. The approach allows the developer to bypass public art selection and placement processes. Then the city would use the funds on projects that were on public property. Typically, this fee would be a similar amount to what was placed on the value of public art that the developer would include in their project. The agenda report that you were provided provides information about public art programs in several other Southern California cities. The potential benefits of such a program is it creates a connection with places where residents live or work. It increases cultural tourism revenue. It can increase, the art itself can increase in value. It often increases property values and draws visitors and tenants to the developments. It provides developers a way to make a lasting and visible contribution to the community and mitigate negative impacts of development. Funds collected in the Public Art Fund may accrue until there's enough funding to do a larger installation. Potential drawbacks include it does increase the cost of development to the applicant. It could potentially result in delays to the development project timeline because the city must approve the public art process, the public art, and ensure that the developer has installed it. There are ongoing maintenance, there are ongoing costs to maintain it by the private property owner or by the city. And such a program does require a significant commitment of staff, legal resources to initiate and to operate the program. I attached the City of Brea's guidelines to your agenda report, so you could get a flavor of how much work is involved from several city departments, an arts subcommittee, and the City Council itself to administer such a program. So the next steps are, should the City Council desire to continue exploring this potential formation of an art in public places program, staff would research best practices. We would return to the council at a later date with a draft program framework, including recommendations on the scope of the work, applicability to development projects, fees, oversight, and the process associated with the review. We would engage both the development and the arts community regarding the program formation, and ultimately provide recommendations to the Parks and Recreation Commission via that Cultural Arts Subcommittee prior to returning to the council for continued discussion. So the recommendation tonight is to please provide direction to staff regarding the potential formation and implementation of an art in public places program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
Thank you for that. That was a very comprehensive and impressive presentation, so thank you for taking the time on this. I want to add to all the benefits that you've mentioned, also that it does create jobs amongst our local artists as well, and we do have a very active art scene here, and we have a lot of local artists who have done tremendous work, and some who are burgeoning and would really benefit from a program like this. I do have, to the extent, I've talked to a lot of developers over the last couple of years, and everybody seemed to welcome this, and doesn't seem to have created anything but really benefits for the community in cities that have implemented programs like this. And I hope that we can find ways to mitigate any sort of bureaucracy that it may add, so we can find solutions to speed up the process so that there's no delays in any developments. I think that would be something I'd be concerned about. But other than that, I'm really excited to see something like this in our city. I think it'll beautify our city. We will certainly see the benefits of this over time, as Brea has. I mean, you go up there and visit some of their parks, and even some of the developments that I've seen a long time ago get built, and there's a beautiful art piece in the front of it. Now they're older, 20-year-old developments, but the art piece is still there, and I think it brings joy and attracts attention. And I think our city, being a city that is sort of central in sort of the tourist areas of Orange County, I think this could be a very helpful in attracting also some attention that way. And then lastly, I'd like to say that, with the experience that we've had with the museum, and not having enough funding for this allows us to have some sort of cushion where we won't have to worry about issues like funding the arts, which I think is extremely important, especially for our city. So I hope that we can move forward with this one, and I'd be very supportive in moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
Yeah, no, one of the reasons I second this was because if you look around at many of our elementary schools, I think many of them have commissioned a tile mural. I know that a lot of schools have done that, where they want to, in essence, beautify the school, if you will, and there's art on campus that just took part of the last 10 years they have put in there. And the other reason was that back in, I think, 2016, when I got elected, one of my small items that I wanted to look into was to paint or decorate our utility boxes. We think we've all been to other cities where you drive through and the utility boxes there's some artwork on them, Laguna Beach, San Clemente, San Luis Obispo. And it was a challenge to get the funding to get those 5 boxes done. And frankly, because we didn't have any resources. So I thought this would be a way, at the very minimum, to look at our utility boxes, have some funding available so we can maybe contract local artists to put their style on some of our public spaces that sit there either in green or in gray or white or tagged. And I've spoken, probably not as many developers as Mr. Zara has, but a few, and they have not seemed opposed to doing a small fee for art in public places. So I would hope that we can maybe allow the staff to move forward and bring us back a little more detail, a little more best practice, and then decide that at the very minimum, get our utility boxes decorated. I think that would be a huge step for the city. Thank you.
I'll go next if you don't mind at this point. I am a supporter of the arts, and I enjoy the arts, and especially good art, but it's always in the eye of the beholder. In the case of socializing the arts in terms of funding, what happens is local government appropriates your funds, our collective funds, and exercises your proxy. Since art is a matter of taste, I just believe that voluntary funding and funding then which is based on merit, it really yields the best result and some of the most varied and innovative results as well. So I believe in a voluntary, not a compulsory funding of the arts. And I think that if people in our city do appreciate the arts to the extent that I've heard fellow council members here describe, that could easily be accommodated. What it usually requires is someone to act as a spark plug to try to elicit and appropriate those voluntary funds. So it's an idea that I think, I remember years and years ago, Tom O'Neill, who was the president of the Fullerton Chamber, he used to derisively refer to the sculpture near the library out near Commonwealth that looks like kind of a giant check mark from one direction. He always called it the City Golf Club. And I have lived here for many years in Fullerton. I've never heard anyone refer to that sculpture as being beautiful or creative or somehow having merit. And so this is part of the problem with having a bureaucracy make these determinations. And again, they make them at a fair amount of cost and effort because, again, we tie our governments in red tape pretty much and requirements. So I think leave the arts free, and by free, that means not really controlled by a central entity, but voluntary, with voluntary support.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I would tend to agree with you on that concept. I can use the example of Jackson Pollock. If we allowed local government or government as a whole to determine the fate of Jackson Pollock.
Jackson Pollock music, is that what we have? Okay.
I think that's Jackson Brown, sir.
I think so.
Or maybe it's Jackson
You're the
5.
music expert.
Anyways, it's getting late. I don't want to belabor the point, but he only received fame posthumously. And it's only now that we think of him as a genius. It took a while for government and art critics in general to move to where the public was. So I do agree with you, sir. I think art is subjective, much like music. It should not be in the, I don't know that we're qualified to determine what it is or what it isn't. So thank you, sir.
You know it when you see it, right?
Listen, I'll be brief. I mean, obviously I support the arts, big proponent. I oppose the mandates, and whether it's a percentage fee, per unit fee, what have you, I don't think that's the way to go about it. I think if, business owner or developer, what have you, is interested in, investing in the arts in the community and we're able to guide them toward that, then I think that's great. But otherwise, I don't think they should be forced to do that. So those are my thoughts.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, you talk about voluntary and it'll be out there. Well, I thought it was going to be a really simple case to get a few utility boxes painted back then. And like I said, it was like pulling teeth. We didn't have anyone come up and say, here's the money, here's the voluntary. There was the supplies, there was insurance, there was all this. So You would like to think that if people want the art, they would say, hey, I'll paint, I'll decorate that utility box, and I'm using that because that's what I've seen the most. And it wasn't as easy as we think it could be, just because I hate to use this word, but these artists are usually starving in multiple ways. So maybe not dictate what the artist, that we would have an art council or whatever, which I think we have. But given that it doesn't look like it's going to go, do we have a mechanism or a place where if, like Mr. Dunlap said, a developer wants to contribute or provide funding for art, do we have an easy avenue for them to say, here, put this into this art fund? Is that...
If that's what it takes, then certainly that could be accommodated somehow.
Right. So do we have something like that, or can they just come and say, here's 10 grand for art or your art fund? Do we?
But my concern would be whether that still is truly voluntary or not, because we can always lean on vendors or people doing business with the city, and they understand this kind of implied payola for something like that.
Well, again, when you talk about voluntary, I mean, if somebody's willing to do that, I think we might need to have a place where they can say, here's that, and you're right, we can, say, well, we're forcing them, but if it is the case, like Mr. Dunlap said, if somebody wants to donate some, do we have a mechanism for them or a place for them to donate it? Do we, does anyone... Or is it just the general fund or the Park and Rec
I would
funds?
hope if we get the opportunity again, as this city did many years ago, and the term Norton-Simon, comes to mind a little bit, where we did have some fairly fine art that was available at the Hunt Branch, right? And we had a great opportunity beyond that. I would hope we would be enlightened enough to embrace that. But art usually does require a benefactor or multiple benefactors, and throughout history, it's been done by private sector predominantly.
So do we have Ms. Johnson?
Yes. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Silva. We do have a donation account in the Parks and Recreation Department that we could utilize for something like that.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we would ask for... Oh, sure.
May I just add? Just want to clarify, we have a public arts committee that we formed. So, the idea behind this is trying to find mechanisms of funding this. When we are relying on volunteers or voluntary, contributions, those are oftentimes minimal amounts of money. They don't really translate to much, and there's an effort in trying to solicit donations as well, and fundraisings and so on. So this is an effort, and it's not something that is unique or we're coming out of the blue. Other cities have been implementing it for decades and quite successfully, and governments throughout history have found ways to commission arts and create beautiful structures and art pieces. There is no, this is not a way to dictate what type of art it is. We are not certainly doing that. That would be up to the artist to do. And so, and many famous artists have been commissioned, often by governments. We are a local community that we're trying to find ways to fund our arts. And certainly it is not, it's not a local industry that has been able to thrive, and this is a way to help that and provide these jobs. We subsidize all sorts of things. We subsidize businesses and oftentimes developers, and so this is a small contribution from us. And it's not even a subsidy. This is not coming out of the taxpayer. So, I don't see why this has become such an issue of just trying to encourage a local industry that seems not to be doing very well. And again, like I said, it's other places, other cities have done it, and very, very successfully too.
And with that, we'll ask for public comment on this item.
You do have 3 Zoom calls.
Okay.
People are going to be very tired in Fullerton tomorrow. Matthew Leslie, you are unmuted.
I am unmuted?
Yes, you are.
I am, thank you. First of all, Mr. Jung, in fact, Jackson Pollock was quite famous during his lifetime, so much so that he was the subject of a major feature in Life magazine. His work sold quite well. The myth of the artist being only good after or only appreciated after their death does not hold true. It holds true in the case of Van Gogh because he painted for a very short amount of time and died young. Artists can produce work that goes over quite well with the public, and governments can support that work. It's done all over the world. It isn't done as much in the United States, but in fact, there are municipal museums all over this country, like the Los Angeles County Museum, who regularly spend public money and through private donorship as well on artworks and commission things, collect things. They put together exhibitions. And so there's no reason on earth that the government should not facilitate, not even spend its own money in this case, but just facilitate, putting art around the city. The key is really to have good people in charge of it. If we believe that governments can do things with good and competent and experienced people in charge of their particular functions, in building roads or schools or teaching or whatever else we might have faith in them doing, then there's no reason on earth that we shouldn't have faith that they can facilitate the placement of good artworks in a city like Fullerton. We're not a backwater. There's no reason we should look like one. We have a proud art tradition, and we could step it up and really put it into effect here. As Mr. Zara pointed out, we have the beginnings of a public arts subcommittee, I think, on Parks and Rec, and this is a golden opportunity to put something like this in place. I would urge you to go ahead and support this Mr. Zara's item. There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of discussion about it, bringing back something for the council to consider. Look there, and I'll leave it at that. Just if you'll indulge me here, take my word for it, or we'll hear what other callers have to say. Thank you.
Jensen, you are unmuted.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'd like to start off by just profusely thanking all the...
Oops.
Sorry, Jensen, you cut off. Let's try that again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to thank the entire council and staff for staying up this late. So I just like to say that Mayor Whitaker's sentiment about the checkmark sculpture, I've never really known what to call it either. And I'll say that as a child growing up in Fullerton, it might have sparked some brief curiosity, but I'd never really connected or felt some sort of association or appreciation for that very imposing, large thing. I'll say that, probably one of the places I was inspired the most was at Hilcher Trail as a child. My family taking us on walks there, and I saw almost every single big, old and gnarled leafy tree as a sculpture, like a living sculpture. And I think I would really support this project if the art were to be a little more creative in its interpretation. I see a lot of man-made sculptures and art pieces that use concrete and steel, such as the ones over at the Muckenthaler right now. Right in the lawn, there's a slab of concrete now, and I would like to see more sustainable recycled art, such as using some of our 80 or 90 or even 100-year-old trees, some of the lumber to be repurposed. So I would support funding going towards repurposing some of our old growth lumber instead of just allowing WCA, West Coast Arborists, to take it from our possession and profit off of it. in their shop. They have a retail shop where, I mean, from some of our urban lumber, they'll be selling slabs, for desks, for tables and whatnot. But we could be benefiting from using our urban lumber stream and retaining some of our 90 and 100-year-old trees into benches. That could be a sort of functional art. I mean, there's a trunk of the original eucalyptus tree at Hillcrest Park that members of this council helped prevent from being cut down all the way to the ground. And now there's this huge, beautiful snag from what was once a 100-foot tall eucalyptus tree that could be sculpted or it could be painted. And it could be done using volunteer labor. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. It could be done with volunteer labor, but just maybe the materials purchased through this funding. So I support this project in the case of using sustainable materials and making creative art.
Sorry, you're stretching it a bit much here.
Oops.
Okay.
Okay. And call-in user number 5.
Good evening again, Council. Maureen Milton. Has there been a meeting date set for the subcommittee, for the Arts Subcommittee? I thought there was, but I can't remember.
I believe that's October will be their first meeting.
Do you have the exact date?
It'll be the 11th.
October 11th. Okay, I definitely want to attend. And I thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Take care. Thanks a million.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to the council. And
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor, to have staff come back and give us a little more detail, a little more, maybe some options.
I'll second.
okay, we'll call the vote on that basis.
Councilmember Jung.
No.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
No.
And Mayor Whitaker.
No.
So motion fails 2-3.
I want to add, I think the arts should be supported, but I prefer persuasion over compulsion.
Well, this could be persuasion. If we allowed them to talk to us, we could persuade some of those developers. I mean,
As long as a grinding down process isn't used to persuade, I could accept that, certainly. The next item, number 19, is Community Facilities District Number 1, Amherst Heights, 2012 Special Tax Refunding Bonds, Refunding Opportunity.
So good morning, Mayor and City Council. Current market conditions support refunding the City of Fullerton Community Facilities District, or CFD for short, number 1, the 2012 special tax refunding bonds for savings. The 2012 bonds mature in about 11 years in 2032. Property owners in this district are currently obligated to pay the current level of special taxes assessed on their properties until the outstanding debt is paid off. Should City Council provide direction this evening to move forward with the refunding, staff seek direction as to how savings should be applied. The application of savings will then determine the structure of the refunding. This evening, we do have Brandon Kafori with our municipal advisory firm, Urban Futures, on the phone, should City Council have any specific questions regarding the refunding itself. So while there are 3 options before City Council this evening, the first determination before City Council is to A, which is recommendation option 1, refund to reduce special taxes for property owners in the district, or B, refund to apply savings to projects that benefit the property owners in the district. My time is up. I will move it along. If City Council decides on B, to apply savings to projects, then staff seek direction as to whether City Council's preference is for option 2, immediate upfront savings used for road capital projects. This option entails refunding and issuing new money bonds with no net special tax increase to property owners in the district to complete capital road projects outlined in the agenda report that benefit the district. Or option 3, annual savings achieved over time used for capital and/or maintenance projects. This option entails refunding for annual savings over the remaining life of the debt to complete capital and maintenance projects outlined in the agenda report that also benefit the district. Staff are available for questions.
Any questions by council?
So just to understand, if we choose option B, we refund, and the proceeds we get, we would use to fix their streets.
Those are the projects that are outlined under
Right.
option 2,
on
yes.
the option, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's given that our roads are some of the hot topic, I would almost say that they would be willing to fix their streets and do infrastructure work, but we'll see. Thank you.
I favor option 1. It's just the simplest, cleanest. And owing to the early hour, I'll keep it at that.
Rushing to the mic.
Question.
Public comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. If this is the residents' tax money, and I know it was initially it's meant for the infrastructure in that area, but between option 1 and 2 and 3, let's say refunding versus using it for what the original intended use would be. If there's a disagreement or a lack of consensus on council here, is there a mechanism, or not, is there a mechanism to reach out to the residents affected and ask them that question?
We would need to retain a consulting firm to do that level of public outreach. That cost would either be most likely either handled by the general fund, or I don't know if we would be able to roll that into the cost of issuance of the debt. So that would require additional time as well.
Okay. Do we know how many residents this is impacting?
There are 1,129 residential units in that district, and I believe there are 9 non-residential.
I mean, one would think that you think that there'll be like some mass email that we can just send everybody, but I know it's not as easy as that.
An enterprising person could support option 1 and hit up those people to donate that to the Arts Fund.
You know, I guess I kind of keeping it simple, support option 1. I think it's the people's money. It's been they've overpaid, and we think it's important to refund that money. So that's kind of the way I look at it.
Sir, are you making a motion?
I will. Well, actually, do we need to have I guess I can, yeah.
Yes, I will request public comments on this item.
We have no public comments on this item.
And callers?
No callers.
They're all sleeping?
I hope so.
Okay. We'll bring the item back to council then.
So I'd move to adopt option 1 within the staff report.
I will second. It is the public's money. We should give it back.
And we do call it refunding. This would truly be refunding, at least the term that I understand. So with that, we do have a motion, a second. If there's any further comment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I do have just one more question. The roads that were proposed to fix, because this is money that also was meant to fix roads in that area and maintain it. Would there be any funds to fix these roads and maintain the roads that are currently proposed in this proposal?
Not without this funding source.
So the residents there would be without maintenance of their roads with option 1?
Would be similar to the rest of Fullerton.
And just to elaborate, Mr. Mayor, so those streets, they could only get repaid if the residents, because it's a CDF, pay for them? Or is it general funds that would pay for those too?
No, general fund, whatever funding sources the city has available to us could go for the public streets to fix. We just don't have enough funding to do all the public streets. So if we don't have a specific funding source identified, the money will go towards the water paired with the water utility line or the arterials that have higher traffic volumes.
And
So-
just to be clear, became available because interest rates came down, right?
That's correct.
So they haven't been overpaying, they just pay what the interest rate called, and now that the interest rates are down, they can get okay, so they didn't overpay. Okay.
So we're taking advantage to refund that difference to them, which I think is only fair. ARPA funds could be used among other sources, but certainly all these residents have paid their federal taxes, and their children and grandchildren will. So anyway, we're at the point we do have a motion and a second, and so we'll call the vote.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Nay.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
This one passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. The last item this evening, item number 20, redistrict Fullerton. Fullerton Voting District's 2020 redistricting process.
Thank you, Mayor. Saving the best for last. I have a 45-minute no, I'm just kidding. A 45-second presentation that I'll give you this evening. As much as I love to talk elections, we will save that for future meetings because there will be many of them. As you know, it's census time, and the city will be required to redistrict following every 10-year census. I can never say decennial this late at night. The census numbers have been released, although the state now has to take the numbers and finagle them for probably not the right word, to adjust them for the prisoner populations, and they expect to have that available for us to use by the end of September. The process will require 4 public hearings. I will note that those public hearings are set for a time specific, so that'll be nice for long meetings like this coming up in the future. And the final deadline to get the maps approved will be April 17th, 2022 for those of us that have November elections. Very quickly, this is a sample timeline of what the process could look like going forward. It's in your agenda packet, so and given the hour or early hour, we won't dwell on the timeline. But you do have one more decision to make tonight. You have 4 different ways that you can get these maps in place. You can, as the city council, decide that you would like to hold all the public hearings and select the map, or you can go with a commission, which could take one of 3 formats. It can be advisory, where the commission holds the public hearings and then the legislative body will make your decision. It can be a fully independent commission that takes all of the authority away from all the approval away from city council, and the independent commission will select the map. Or you can have a hybrid commission that will hold their public hearings and then will recommend up to 2 maps for city council to choose from. So tonight, we are asking you to please determine what process you would like to use to hold the public hearings and draw the maps. And if you do decide to go with the commission format, we will solicit applications for members, and we can bring that to you at the September meeting to appoint the commission members. And that was my 4-slide presentation for you this evening.
Mr. Mayor, if I question, the first time we did it, we had an advisory commission, correct?
No, it was city council.
It was city council? Okay,
Yeah,
'cause I
for the
remember.
settlement agreement.
Okay,
Oh.
because I remember going to these meetings out there.
We had lots of meetings.
Right.
There were community meetings held with our demographer and our outreach team, but
Okay.
those weren't with an advisory commission. But
Okay.
that was a staff-driven thing, and it seemed to work very well. And then the public hearings were held by city council.
Okay, all right. And so, okay, because I was just remembering those meetings that we attended. And I
It was
thought
traumatic. It's hard to remember.
It was an advisory commission, so, okay. And then, so just on those days, so we would have to have something on that September 21st or thereabouts?
If we were going to do a commission, yes. Most people would have advised we started this a month or 2 ago to get the
Right.
process going, but
Okay.
we love being under the gun here.
Yeah. And, all right, so, I mean, just for the sake of time, Mayor, I would move to have an advisory commission so they can do some work and then come back to us. And, because it seems like we'll be having some long meetings down the line, and maybe get some input from our residents through an advisory commission. before we ultimately will decide if we.
It depends
do
on which commission you select.
The advisory one.
The one that's purely advisory, so they would hold the hearings, and then they can come to you.
And then we would decide, correct?
Yes, you could do that.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I would be, if I may, I'd be inclined to have this an independent commission. I think this is, in my opinion, best practice, and it takes away a political decision and make it into a truly community decision. So I think that would be the what I would favor.
I also support the advisory committee suggestion.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I support the advisory committee as well.
Okay, so with that,
You do have public comment. Someone's been drinking their coffee tonight. None in the chambers. Matthew Leslie.
Thanks. I'm not a coffee drinker. First of all, I think it's entirely improper to be considering this item at 1:20 in the morning when it pertains to the direct democracy that governs the city. I think that you should continue the item to the next meeting if possible. If you're going to persist with it tonight, I would urge you to adopt the independent commission. And as Exhibit A, I would offer the current map as to why you shouldn't leave it in the hands of the council. To paraphrase Adlai Stevenson, we tried it the other way. That map is so bad, and I realize that most of you on the council had no part in it. It is so bad that subsequent state legislation would not have allowed it. And not to mention the political, there's obviously leaving it in the hands of the people whose seats are going to depend on the outcome of the map lines is a complete conflict of interest. I would urge you to have confidence in the residents of the city, the residents that you can appoint to a commission, maybe two appointees each, I would suggest, for a 10-person commission, and allow the people of the city to determine the lines on this map. There's no reason that the council should have to have any particular part of this, and I wonder why it is so important that many of you think that you should. Speaking from the press here, I would like to ask the city clerk where the definitions of these commissions came from, these models, because I could not find them in the election law for the state. Thank you.
Susan, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan. I'm speaking on behalf of Ari for Justice. Our organization serves individuals and families through our many programs such as civic engagement, youth organizing, and direct legal services. In addition, we're a member of the People's Redistricting Alliance, a coalition of 15 community-based organizations established to promote a greater community voice in statewide and local redistricting processes here in Orange County. I'll try to keep it short since it is very late. I think now more than ever, it's time for us to create change in our community. I believe it's crucial that our community voices are heard, and I urge you all to choose the route of the independent commission to ensure that the residents have the opportunity and power to make these redistricting decisions. Please give the community the opportunity to engage in this redistricting process, to draw equitable lines and create a stronger Fullerton together. Thank you.
Kyler, you are unmuted.
Hello and good morning. I would like to affirm what Matthew just said. Yes, agendizing this for 1:20 a.m. is a terrible idea, and I don't know why the city council decided to put this last after 3 housing items, all of which they knew would be contentious. But yes, my name is Kyler or Kayla. I'm with Orange County Environmental Justice, and we do work with environmentally impacted residents across Orange County. So we especially work in the southern part of Fullerton. and that is where our interests lie a lot of the time due to like oil spills and other environmental concerns. Under the current map, we understand the small amount of power and the diminished electoral influence that our communities have. But however, we as a member of the People's Redistricting Alliance promise to be very engaged in this redistricting process to draw equitable lines for our communities and for our city. As such, we urge you to vote to establish this independent commission in favor of the communities of the city to allow us power to make these decisions for ourselves. And as I said, as part of the Fullerton's People's Redistricting Alliance, we are working together to draw the map lines in a way that prioritizes our communities and represents the city. And we will be testifying at many city council meetings to ensure that our maps are adopted. Thank you very much. And I don't even want to say goodnight anymore.
Susan, you are unmuted.
Another Susan?
Sorry about that. I think I forgot to lower my hand.
And I'm getting tired and forgot you had already spoken. Okay. Let's see. Phone number ending in 5137.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good morning. This is Arnell Dino, and I do agree with Matt Wesley that maybe this should be continued to the next meeting. Short of that, and possibly placed first on the agenda for the very next meeting. Short of that, I'm calling in support of an independent advisory board. One of the models that was mentioned, that Anaheim used during their redistricting process was they appointed, I believe, retired judges who could sit on the commission to hear the community input into the process. Whatever can be done moving forward, and I know this has been the night of community input into the process. I mean, short of an independent commission, I would definitely be in support of a hybrid advisory board in order to make sure that all the members of the community are part of the process, similar to what the county is doing, similar to what the state is doing. Whatever the council can do to make sure that the community is included in this process would be definitely preferable. And thank you again for your time, and have a good morning.
And that is all of our Zoom callers.
Okay, we'll bring the item back to the council. Did we have a motion on this?
Mr. Mayor, didn't realize that we could appoint, like Anaheim did, retired judges. So that may be something where we can get someone who would maybe be, less biased and more practical if that independent commission does allow us to appoint someone like retired judges or retired, attorneys, I guess. Don't know if we would have the votes for that, but that's something that I might reconsider. Just have to listen to them, where we can put someone on there who would not be beholden to the council, if you will. What would you say, Mayor?
My experience has been that over time, we can try to find unbiased, or we can try to find objective, or we can try to find people without agendas, but I have yet to meet such a commission. Almost everyone's going to bring an agenda into the process. And the reason I like the advisory commission is because we will have the benefit of all the best thinking of everyone out there, all the groups, all the enthusiasts, to provide those a palette of choices for us. And we would have to make the choice, and we would be held accountable by the same voters that put us in these seats. So to me, that process is more fail-safe than the other options.
All right. So let's move on.
And so we own the problem then. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd go back to at-large voting, and this would be a non-issue for all of us.
All right.
But that being the case, I'll entertain a motion on this.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a substitute motion for, just for the record, for an independent commission. And I believe that there is no body that is more biased and has an agenda than the city council. And so I do not favor this, and I want that for the record. So I'm making that motion.
Okay.
The substitute motion, thank you.
Did we have a motion officially on the advisory? Did I miss it while I was doing?
I don't know.
Motion for an independent commission.
Well, I would be pleased to make a motion for the advisory commission.
I'll second that.
So we could call for the vote at this point.
Yes, this would be for the advisory commission.
Right.
And Councilmember Jung,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Zara,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap,
Aye.
and Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
And would you, I hate to bring this up now, do you want to discuss composition of that committee now, or shall we try to accept applications and discuss the composition on the 21st?
I think
That's not too
clearer
much
minds are probably
cart before horse.
the better idea.
Okay, we will do that.
Although we can certainly move this along, since we're starting a little bit late in the process with any kind of a special meeting that we might require.
Okay.
So you can keep us posted on, deadline requirements.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before we adjourn, I wanted to see if there was anybody on council that was willing to support looking into an RFQ for the right-of-way, so we can get kind of things going in conjunction with one another now that we have a citizens committee to figure out what we're gonna do with the park area with citizen input. We can figure out what we're gonna do with the right-of-way as well, sir.
Can I just, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, may I just get a clarification, council member, on what right-of-way you're referring to? Sorry.
UP right-of-way.
So the trails,
There's no trail there now.
the right-of-way that the trails are proposed, the ones with the 1.7 million that we got, is that what you're talking about?
Well, we took in trail money. I don't know that that was what it was proposed to. I'd like to hear from staff and figure out exactly what
That is
what
what-
the update is.
I'd like to hear from staff, is not what those were proposed to be.
So then maybe, Councilmember John, maybe we can get an update on that, some clarification on what that is before we
Update
do
on
that?
that, preparation or the confines or what we have for an RFQ. I mean, I think we've got one that we did already that they can just pretty much apply to that or resurface that or whatever it is and dust it off. But I'd like to move this along if we're demanding that we take action for that area to make sure that residents that have been ignored for so long get some attention. I think we should do this in conjunction with one another and save us, get moving on some things.
I am supportive of us developing some clarity on this. So, Mr. Jung, I would be happy either to second your motion or agendize it myself. I'm only concerned that people will try to make something out of some kind of a connection. We do have grant money that's coming for that purpose. As I've heard other council members say before, you need to use the money constructively, and sooner is better than letting it linger.
So then part of that would be, I mean, and that probably is, but let me just clarify, part of that would be an update on what we have.
Update on that.
And then do the, okay, all right, just,
We can certainly do that.
yeah.
Well, everyone have an enjoyable Labor Day holiday, and we'll be in touch, I'm sure. We are adjourned until our next September 21st. Thanks.